down
You
in
know
this
what?
final stretch in the closing message. And Kamala Harris is talking about home health care for people who have senior parents. She's talking about the opportunity economy. She's tried to turn that message as somebody who she
That's
didn't own
your
her
fault.
parents didn't own a home until she was in high
You know, I
school.
missed that.
She
I
related
missed
on the
that
issues of
cutaway you
understanding the
had,
economic
man.
struggle. And he was talking about the things I'm not even going to repeat. They use as a closing message. I think that's where it may have shifted.
I do think that she's been able to kind of walk him down in the economy by talking about stuff like, you know, if you have a kid, you're going to get $6,000 versus a newborn.
I know this
walk
nigga
him
did
down,
not
walk him
just.
down, and
You're
close that
gonna have
gap.
to pay tax
We're
on
going to
it,
break down
fool.
more exit poll information.
This dude did
straight
not
ahead.
just
Also,
say
we're
she
getting
walked him
closer
down on the
to first
economy.
results of the night in the presidential race. First votes that have been counted. There's a lot coming up on election night in America. Stay tuned.
Yeah, but Kira, the white folk don't want them because they're going after legacy right now. They don't want no parts of them Asians right now. They about to slap the
Asians
hell out of
don't
them.
even have a large portion in the voter block. Like they're a small ass.
Yeah, I told you 2020 was an anomaly. And then what happened? Stacey Abrams ignored them and they went outside and voted for Kevin. But speaking of Asians, we got something for this.
Oh God, please don't tell me Yap.
No.
Oh, okay.
Where is it? Here we go.
Why do you think you only date white women?
One, a lot of the Asian women that I'm attracted to are dating white guys. Number two is there's probably like an internal validation thing of like immigrant family, growing up seeing Caucasian women on movies, and there's just like this sense of I will be validated if I date a white woman. That doesn't feel fully true when I say it.
See, I actually think a lot of people think it's like a superiority thing, but I almost think if we're associated with a white person, then we won't get mistreated anymore because it's like we get to hide behind them.
She said it. She
How did
said
that,
it out
but
loud.
wait a minute. But wait a minute.
She
How did
said
that
it
work?
out loud.
How did
There
that
it
work
is.
in 2020 though? How did that work out?
All those
She
massage
said
parlors,
it.
all that.
She said it out loud, and she literally had to live through. Yes. KG, put this link in the chat for me. I need that for my Black and Petty series. I need this.
I can kind of see what you're saying. I don't get the mistreated thing because I didn't really experience kind of that. But I do think there is a similar sort of thing of like, if I get married to a white woman, I'm out of America, which is crazy because I was born here and I, you know.
So there is a part of you that felt like you didn't fit in, which is like very valid.
I still think that's like 20% for me. Like
Yeah.
it's not a huge thing.
The
But
other 80 is just like, I look good with a white chick on my arm.
Well, to be sure, I like every color.
And that's
woman.
probably why she sounds the way she sounds.
Let's be honest. The women in that community date white men more than the men date white women.
Of course.
Oh, what's going on with AEW? What's
I can't play
happening?
now. They're gonna flag me.
They're gonna fly. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to do some. I'm telling you, KG, after this, I can't wait, man.
They're still not using Ricky Starks. He's as good as gone once his contract's up.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. They doing Ricky Starks hella wrong. Ricky Starks is a great goddamn performer.
It's because he's friends with Cody. That's why. And he was at WrestleMania in the audience. Tony Petty like that.
Is Tony Petty like that? Because you know he wasn't that petty with CM Punk.
No, he was
well, he feared for his life. Remember?
Uh-oh, they about to restrain somebody in this hospital. We got a psych patient on nuts.
Did he say we're spiritual over here?
That's what he said.
Y'all look great. Y'all
Uh,
want to come to church?
Yo, that's like Sonny Kiss and Chris Brown fusion dance.
The whole thing like,
Boy, that's an embarrassment right there.
going to hell. That's not true.
Okay, one
I
thing.
was made perfect.
Okay,
And I'm living exactly how I was made.
okay, I didn't say
And
that.
if you think that I'm going to hell based on how I'm living right now, you right now, in this little podium you got right here, you need to step your ass down and you need to live in the community. There ain't no problem with what I got going on with me.
Will you allow me to?
I know exactly what I'm doing as a sin, but you need to know exactly what you got going on for yourself as well.
That shit just hit me. He says Sonny Kiss and Chris Brown did a fusion dance.
So the gospel is hate.
Condemn this I am.
The gospel is hate.
pause this for a second because there's some shit going on CNN, and I don't know why he just stopped. Damn it. Yes. Right. Come on, play.
What did she get from the Buc-ee's yesterday? I seen you say you want that. She was like, yeah.
That chicken and fries box.
28% say it's good. The
Cantaloupe.
vast majority say it's not so good, 35%, or poor, 32%. So that's 67%, 2/3 of voters in this election nationwide say not so good or poor. And what about inflation? Has it caused your family severe hardship, moderate hardship? Look at this, 53%, a majority of Americans voting in this election say that inflation in the last year has caused their family moderate hardship. Another 21% say severe hardship. So some kind of hardship for 74%, 3/4 of the electorate. Only a quarter, 24%, say inflation didn't cause them any hardship at all. And what
Let's see
about
the demographic of that
financial
24.
situation? Better or worse than it was 4 years ago? We hear Donald Trump ask that question all the time at his rallies. Well, the plurality here, 45% of Americans nationwide voting in this election say their family's financial situation is worse than 4 years ago. 30% say it's about the same. Only a quarter, 24%, say it's better than 4 years ago, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And Aaron Burnett is now getting an update from the Western battlegrounds. Aaron?
All right, Jake. And, looking at these exit polls, you can make an argument either way. And in hindsight, we will look back. We will be able to parse all this together and see what it really is saying here. But let's go to some of these battlegrounds. Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia. Let's start, though, with you, Sarah Seidner, in Wisconsin. Cedarburg, outside Milwaukee. You hear all these exit polls coming in, but you're actually speaking to voters there at the polls. Does this fit with what you're seeing, and what are you seeing right now?
Look, we've been seeing a steady stream of people coming through here, and they're expecting this to be potentially one of
30,000 absentee ballots need to be recounted. Let's go.
That they have seen.
They're starting already.
With 95 potentially % of registered voters showing up here.
I ain't gonna hold you.
I do want to give you some new.
Yeah, you on the monkey corns, ain't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but oh Jesus,
where we are, we're in the suburbs here.
Here you go.
They are now saying,
yes, sir.
I ain't gonna hold you. This tastes like waffle crisp.
About
too bad you lactose intolerant, bro. You those cinnamon yogurt pretzels be slapping.
For an abundance of caution, because what they learned is that the doors of one of its
I ain't never tried those either because I'm also I'm not lactose intolerant. I just don't drink milk.
And they want to make
they taste like pretty much cinnamon toast crunch.
Everything properly. So they are rerunning 30,000 ballots. Why that is important is it will mean
30,000
ballots will take a longer time to count those absentee ballots. And if you remember back in 2020, it was the absentee ballots and waiting for those to be counted, which we heard Donald Trump and the Republicans jump on.
My wife got pissed.
Saying
She saw
there's
the
some sort of
ingredients in that
malfeasance.
sandwich.
Officials are saying
She's
this
like,
is
never
not
again.
the case. There was an issue with one of the machines not being closed properly, and they want to make out of
You
abundance
mean it
of
wasn't
caution,
just turkey?
sure that each and every vote is
They had
properly
like turkey
counted.
and all this other
we may
dumb
have
shit
to wait
in
a
there.
bit longer to find out
Like
what the
supposed to
tally
just
of those
say
absentee
ingredients.
votes were
Turkey
in Milwaukee, the most
and
popular
whatever's in the
city
bread.
in Wisconsin.
Wait, what state they were setting
obviously
fires
running
to the
caution
polls
is
at?
important. Those wanting the quick results sometimes
Wasn't
it
that
takes a
Oregon?
little bit longer.
Was that Oregon?
Then
I
you
think it
can
was
go
Oregon.
on. Like
he did it in
30,000,
Washington
they're
and
going to rerun
Oregon.
those. Every single one of those counts when it comes to getting this final number. Let's go to Michigan, Macomb Township, right outside of Detroit. Jim Sciutto is there. And Jim, we've heard about record turnout in Michigan as well. Secretary of State talking about that. What are you seeing at the polling
She said
site
nuts
where
and
you are?
yogurt.
Yeah, they say they were on track for record turnout in the whole state of Michigan, and certainly where we are in Macomb Township and Macomb County, just outside of Detroit, they're seeing this. I mean, we're right in the middle of the lines here. They've been wrapping around the building here, coming down, casting votes, and then up here they enter them into the machine. Keep in mind, this is day 10 of voting here. There were 9 days of early voting. That's new. Voted in via
that sounded
constitutional amendment in 2022.
I
So
wasn't
this is the
paused.
first presidential cycle with that early voting. And I talked to the township clerk here. She said she's seen lines as long as 60, 90 minutes every one of those 9 early voting days. Maximum enthusiasm. She says voters are telling her they really want their vote to count this year. They see their vote as counting.
And then
She's
count
seen a
last
big
time?
number of first-time voters as well. And that is not just happening here in
My
Macomb
wife got the white cheddar
Township
ones.
and
I don't even
Macomb
know how
County.
those work.
It's happening
Ain't even
across
offer me one,
the state.
motherfucker.
Even before today, more than
Yeah,
close
that
to
means she
3.5
like it. That's how
million
that
people
works.
had already voted. Close to half the active registered voters.
He's about
in
to
the
get that
state.
sausage
And
on a
one
stick.
measure of
I
that,
started
it's
making
really
fun
hot
of him.
today. It's these I voted stickers, and they were
I
part
thought
of
you really about to put
the
that in your
state.
mouth.
Kids in the state, high school students.
I got a sausage on a
adults.
stick
One
right
of the
here.
favorites is "Hope I voted." If you know the Midwest,
man.
a little bit of a Midwestern expression there as well. That's one sign of the enthusiasm in the state of Michigan.
That's because I was number one.
Incredible enthusiasm
It's gonna be like,
everywhere. And then we'll
super
see
bad. He's
how,
like, I
how
couldn't
it
eat
turns out.
anything
Let's
that
go
was shaped
to
like
Grand
that.
Rapids, Michigan. Kylie Atwood has been there. And Kylie, earlier when I was speaking to you, you were showing us how it works.
What's
where you
Raising
are.
Cane?
What are you hearing now from voters? It looks a little quiet
Garbage.
behind you. Do you think you sort of
Think of it like
coming
Popeyes,
in here at the end?
but it's not as good.
Yo, they just showed the
It has
Popeyes
been a
commercial.
little
They're
bit
doing a
quiet, but there's
Cajun
been a
turkey again
consistent
now.
flow
They do that
of
every
folks
year.
coming in
Miss
to
Yeah, they-
vote
it's that
here on
time.
the
Raising
western
Cane's
side
is
of Michigan
basically
in
a
Grand
chicken
Rapids.
strip joint
We have one
that
voter
literally
with
only
us
thing
this
that carries it
evening
is the
who
sauce.
actually voted for Trump. Josh, can you tell us a little bit about why you cast your vote for Trump tonight?
No,
I
it's a
guess it
quarter
had
his
to do with,
cousin.
I'm more of like a blue collar worker, and I know that one of the things he said he was going to do was cut
Pretty much.
taxes for overtime.
I wonder, do
So
he
that's
smell like
how I make a
cactus
lot
and
of
bologna
money. So it
sandwiches
was,
also?
like, probably the main
Nah.
You should ask him if he
What's-
ever
So
peed
for
on
you, it's
himself when
really
he was
a
drunk after his
financial
wife went out
decision more
without
than
him.
anything else.
Right. Yeah, I'd probably say that, especially with the way the economy.
What's
been,
that
so
dude's
He
name?
smell like
Did you vote for Trump
regurgitated
in the past in
Progresso soup.
2016 and 2020?
I didn't.
Hey, Kira,
You didn't.
we like it
So,
when you're nasty.
Did you vote at all in 2016 and 2020?
No, I didn't actually.
Oh, interesting.
ma'am.
So this is the first presidential election that you've cast a ballot for in a few cycles now.
Yeah, I think Obama was the last person I voted for. I won't
And
lie.
there it is.
All right, back to
Well,
you
I
guys.
told y'all.
And he
The
ended
type
up
of
voting
voter
for
that the
Kamala?
Campaign is going to
Thought
need
you
to
said he
see
voted
out
for
here,
Trump. No, he voted for Trump.
in Oakland.
Oh, okay.
Win this campaign.
Yeah, absolutely, Kylie. And there you go.
You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Who didn't vote in the election in 2020 or 2016.
Look,
John
I did
King
my
was saying,
civic duty. I voted
Barack
for the
Obama
black
was
man.
The last person that he voted for. I mean,
That's
there
the
you go.
last
That's
time
what
I
they're
vote
trying
for
to
one
do.
of them.
You're trying to find voters
Now I'm
who are
gonna vote
open and
for my
available.
interest,
There are
the white
25
man.
counties. We'll watch them later tonight. 25 counties in America that voted twice for Barack Obama, then for
Oh,
Donald Trump,
shit. They
and
brought
then
out
for Joe
John
Biden.
King.
Those
Here
are
we go.
voters who
Now
swing at the
CNN
moment,
about to
right?
get
We'll track
live.
those counties later. But let's go back to where we just heard those voters. We were just in Michigan, right? This is the 2020
motherfucker
map,
don't
right?
age.
Let me show
It's
you.
going to get
2024
really
map.
good
It's
after
gonna fill
5
in
o'clock.
just a minute. We'll start getting votes.
Well, where
Bravo
you at,
Valley
it's
with the
already
last
after
Massachusetts
5 o'clock.
2020 map.
Hey, you
Yeah.
guys think McCain can raise his arms in the
No, you
afterlife
just heard a
now?
voter out in the Grand Rapids area. That's
You
Kent
foul
County.
as
It used
hell
to be
for
Republican
that.
territory, and it's become more Democratic. However, the margins here matter. You see that 52 to 46
I know.
around the former president up there. So a 6-point race in Grand
That
Rapids in
is some
2020
foul
when
shit
Joe
right
Biden
there.
Look, Kira just had a moment.
Right, you go back to
Live.
2016 and you look at the
Cosima
margins
is
here.
grade A
Hogan
petty.
Hogan
Trump on
She had
top,
a moment.
Hillary Clinton.
You're damn
I'll
right.
tell you right here. So the margins within some of these battlegrounds matter. If Trump can turn Kent County red, Trump is well poised to win the state of Michigan. That's Michigan 2016.
How you
Let's
know
come
he
back
didn't
to
go to hell,
2020,
and that's
and
his
let's bring up
punishment,
here where
never to
Jim
lift
Sciutto
his
was. You
arms
see
again.
Detroit. Detroit is blue right here, but look just north of Detroit. That's Oakland County.
That's
Used to
good.
be a
That's a
Republican suburb.
good
More educated, more
yeah, that
affluent.
might be the
This
case.
is Macomb County. This used to be a Democratic suburb, blue collar, auto workers, people in the mechanized industries here.
He
You
used
see,
to be
this
a
is Trump
Democratic
country,
suburb.
but the margins matter.
They really
Joe
think
Biden
Trump
gets
gonna win
45%
Detroit.
in 2020. When Joe Biden carries Michigan, go back to 2016. Hillary Clinton's getting
Eminem
only
telling them not to
42%
vote
of the
for
vote. So
Trump.
sometimes you're looking at a county and it's red or blue.
A lot
That's
of
not
black
enough.
folks
You
in
need to
Detroit
look
is
at the
voting
margins.
against
This is
Eminem.
all about turnout.
Mhm.
For Kamala Harris in Macomb
Like,
County,
just to be
let's go back to
real.
2020 as an
They voting
example.
for
It's also
RoboCop.
about
That's what they
whether
voting
union
for.
allies
I don't see
succeed
Trump
or
getting
fail
Detroit or
in getting some
Chicago.
of their workers to set aside guns issues or cultural issues or social issues or affinity for Donald Trump. You just heard the workers saying no tax on overtime pay. Can labor unions convince their workers actually organizing and other labor issues are more important?
Even if
So you
he
look for the
does get
margins in a place
Chicago,
like
he
this.
won't get
And if
Illinois.
Vice President Harris is losing
No, if
votes
he
there,
gets
she
Chicago,
doesn't
he
attract
does get
money.
Nick
Illinois.
Gregory
But let's
still
assume
doing
she's
the
a little
weather
below
on
by
Fox
in
5.
Macomb
Jeez,
County.
I'm
Well,
old.
then you're doing the math. She has to make it up in more affluent Oakland County.
You got to think about this, church. The reason it stays blue is because of Chicago. Everybody else in Illinois, I think outside of Peoria, Joliet, and I think maybe Springfield, the rest of that state is red.
Wait a minute, you mean Chicago that's rated like in the 20s for crime and violent crime, but yet it gets talked about like it's the most violent place on the planet?
Yeah.
That's Chicago?
Yeah. I told y'all, remember I told y'all a year ago, if Chicago go red, that's the end. That'll change the country.
I could have swore Illinois was historically always damn near blue.
It's only because of Chicago. That's the only reason why it stays blue.
I don't know. They gotta get them. They gotta get the you saw the black citizens of Chicago. They tired of the migration. They done.
That's true.
Yeah, but are they more tired of the mayor or are they more tired of Pritzker?
Wait a minute. What was the mayor again? What's his name again?
Brandon Johnson.
Brandon.
But here's the thing though, yeah, and we call him over here on this side, we call him the dictator, Brandon Johnson. But I do think that they're a lot more tired of the dictator than they are of JB Pritzker, because I think that what Pritzker's been doing, he's basically been using Johnson to basically be his front man for that situation. You get what I'm saying?
You mean?
Yeah, basically the scapegoat. So I don't even think people are even blaming Pritzker for the issues that Johnson is doing.
They're not. But why? Early in the evening, we can't reveal how they broke
he
down
never said
the
anything.
candidates, but we can reveal how they're feeling. We asked about the direction of the country. This number is key. Those who feel like the country right now is moving in the wrong direction. 7 out of 10 American voters. This is 10 points.
And it's nothing to him because it's just another Negro mayor that he can replace. Like Lori Lightfoot was doing the same thing.
You can see some of those darker areas on the heat map, especially those Sunbelt states. This is where they don't like how the country is heading or where it's heading. And that could be very revealing as we continue to watch the election results throughout the night.
Yo, speaking of which, did you guys hear about Dave Chappelle losing his job up there at SNL?
And Americans just haven't been feeling good about their finances.
He was supposed to host SNL after the election, but then they removed him.
And look at
Oh,
this.
boy.
While
Why?
13% say they're getting
Sounds about
ahead.
right.
56% holding steady, 31%.
Anybody that looks right wing, they're gonna get rid of.
Falling behind. That's more than
Yeah, it was pretty much about his LGBT stance and all that, and he's going to further divide us and all that. A bunch of
The
nonsense.
funny thing is when he said what he said the last time they brought him on.
This key finding, we're going to have a lot more as we move throughout the evening. We'll break it down.
I know why they said no.
Asylum seekers. We know immigration is up
because
there.
He probably had jokes about Kamala.
We asked voters, do you favor or oppose reducing the number of immigrants allowed to seek asylum in this country? Those that said that they favor reducing the number of
66%,
nearly 7 in 10 voters. So this is just some of what we're seeing early on. We'll have a lot more, guys, as we move our way throughout the night with our Fox News voter analysis.
And if you're seeing 7 to 10 voters saying this,
thank you, Sandra.
if you see 7 to 10 voters saying that they want immigration, then you should see the same thing result in the electoral vote, right?
I can't see the screen very well, but I was able to see it over Greg's shoulder. And one of the ones that comes up says, "How
even though that's
worried
a
are you about
sample
the
size,
price of groceries?
Yeah.
And how much is that on your mind?" 67% said very.
Nigga, take
That's
your
how you also
kid
get
off
to 70%
off
thinks the
film.
country's going in the wrong
Somebody
direction. I
gonna go
think
vote.
that those numbers are quite similar. Then the other one I noticed was on
You gotta be
housing.
Haitian.
It was well over 55% and said
You must be
worried about it.
on X as well. I'm like, who the hell are you talking to?
Yeah, look at it. Somebody,
she definitely
vote for Trump. Boy,
man,
you
that
gonna,
wig.
you in Florida doing that, you gonna get shot.
Is that like a
Hey, go back, KG. Go back, KG, because that wig is diabolical. I don't give a damn what anybody.
Yo, that's a shower cap with braids on it. That's a shower cap with braids on it, dude.
That is literally
that's a swimming cap with braids on it. My bad.
The Predator's wig. She literally got on a Predator wig.
This scumbag took this man's video and didn't even give him credit.
Oh, here goes the pancake coon right
Look
there.
at this. Dude, give the guy credit.
Y'all seeing this in real time.
Scumbag.
I don't give a damn what anybody says.
How are you gonna just take somebody's video and not give him credit?
That wig is diabolical. That's why she's diabolical. You ain't getting it.
Him to the polls. We're gonna vote Donald Trump. I'm not playing big boy.
Who's fucking weed? How you know your old lady? Hey, why they playing that weird ass music? I can't believe this man is still alive.
That man, old lady, went into the voting booth and Kamala.
Right.
That wig says she's a. I'm telling you, that wig says she's a Kamala voter. That's all I need to know.
Look who it is.
It was evacuated
Oh,
for
no.
about or so. Everything stopped down there for
Who that Van 2.0?
voting. Voting will continue until 7:58 p.m.
Little Vanessa Jr.
coming in, a ruling from a Superior Court judge here. Let me show you. This is the Grace New Hope Church. We are
Grace
just
New Hope. I still don't understand why
another
churches agreed to
rush
this.
here that's expected. I spoke with Margie, who's the poll manager here, and says that
The
as we get
wish
closer to
version of
7
that.
p.m., this polling location will close at 7. That she's expecting another rush. This morning, she says she's never seen anything like it. People who showed up, she said, women, people of color, Asian Americans as well.
People of
There's a
color.
lot of excitement from young people.
Yeah.
Aaron,
Notice he didn't
A lot
say
of
no
excitement
black
from young
people.
people. We're hearing
He
that in
said
Atlanta.
women,
Of course, we're hearing
people
that
of
out
color,
west. We're hearing from the Secretary of
And
State in
Asian.
Nevada. We'll see what it means.
and Asians.
Let's go to Kate Baldwin. She's at a polling place outside Philadelphia.
Speaking
And
of
I know there
Asians,
was
y'all see
a
what
response
happened
there
on
from
that
talking to
Canadian
response
version of the
to
Shark
social
with
media
Simu Liu?
posts from Trump.
No.
No, what happened?
The company,
Absolutely.
this
Look,
company
disinformation,
came on there. This
misinformation,
the white
it's
guy
been
came on there
running
talking
rampant,
about
and it's been something.
his version of boba tea, and Simu Liu was like, "Where's the? Isn't this cultural appropriation? You gotta see it, yo." I was bugging, but he was right, and they all got on Simu Liu about it. Like, yo, he was like, "Where's? Isn't this like cultural appropriation? Where's the Asian authenticity to this? What's going on here? Boba
Oh, now
tea."
y'all care about Asian authenticity.
He's
Oh.
always ran his mouth about that. Shang-Chi always worried about it. It's the Americans who didn't.
Joel Embiid suspended for 3 days, not for 3 games.
Why?
You said who?
Because he shoved a reporter.
Wait a minute, who's suspended?
Joel Embiid.
What does that got to do with the game?
Because it was
I think
after the game,
who
and the
said
guy
something
was
about his
attacking
brother?
and his father. I know his son.
Yep.
And he said, next time you try that, I'm gonna do something to you. I ain't gonna tell you what it is.
And what's his name too? DeMar DeRozan. His reaction to Drake saying he gonna pull his if they put his number, retire his number in Toronto, he gonna pull it down himself. DeMar DeRozan was like, "Yo, he got a long way to climb. Tell him good luck," and just walked off.
See, that's
Because him
that
and
black
Chubbs were
man
trying to
energy.
stay. They were trying to
That's that
stare him
black man
down.
energy. Love
Somebody
that.
was like, "Yo, Drake, you better stop before they put a no-fly zone on you on LA."
Yo, he already moved out of California to Texas. He know better. Pussy.
Are you saying people in Texas are pussies?
No, I'm saying Drake is. I'm saying he moving. He near Jay Prince. He feel protected now.
Hey, he better not feel protected if I see him, because Jay Prince, I don't give a damn about. I'm from California. Damn, Jay Prince.
Yeah, I just don't like people who I don't like. I
You
never
can't
liked
affect
them.
church, right?
You said what?
You know you can't. You know, y'all know y'all can't get it under church skin, right? That nigga, that motherfucking state got Keith Lee now. Y'all can't say shit to that man.
That's it. Do not mess with Keith Lee either, because that's my man. Hey, that's my dude. Pause all the way around.
Can I start some trouble?
Here we go.
Can I start some trouble?
Here we go. Start the trouble. What you want to say, man?
Why your
Sailor
jalapeno
Moon.
cheddar? Why your jalapeno cheddar sausage sucks down there?
You know what? I can't even tell you why. I don't know. I don't even like the jalapeno sausage out here either. Pause. I kind of feel like when I went to Mississippi, they had a better jalapeno sausage.
Pause.
That's just me. Pause. Pause, man. Pause.
We just want to make sure.
You didn't even give me a chance to say pause. You just out here.
Yeah, pause. But why y'all don't put beans in y'all chili?
Y'all who?
Texas.
I damn sure got beans in my chili, but as I said, I'm from California. Texas, you got to ask JD Informant. JD Informant, why don't y'all put beans in y'all chili?
Now he don't want to answer no questions. You see that?
Nah. Don't ask no questions.
And why I gotta go all over your state to find some good brisket?
Did you try the brisket at Buc-ee's?
I had the chopped brisket sandwich.
Did you like it?
Not really.
Not really.
I had to put jalapenos on it just to give it an extra score. I gave it like a 6 out of 10.
Oh, so you like your brisket to have a little kick to it?
It don't even need the kick. It's just I don't know what it was. It just wasn't good. And that was supposed to be their hot selling item. So I'm
gonna be honest with you, man. I'm kind of questioning your taste buds if you saying it wasn't. It was just it was trash, is what you saying?
I didn't say it was trash. I said it was 6 out of 10. I didn't say it was trash.
6 out of 10. Okay, that's
it was just like everybody was hyping it. I'm like, okay, I don't see the hype. Oh shit, what is she talking about in Atlanta now?
Oh, you talking about the Buc-ee's brisket sandwich?
He's talking about the brisket sandwich here.
Well, Aaron, we learned that there are 5 locations here in Fulton County that will be staying open later because they had to be briefly evacuated today because of these non-credible bomb threats. Obviously, this is an issue that folks in Georgia, as well as a couple other states, have been grappling with today. Now, we just learned from county officials here in Fulton County, the polls will be open anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes.
If they were non-credible bomb threats, the polls would have still been open.
Close. Again, this is designed to give voters an opportunity to vote to make up for the period that these locations were closed today. Now, as Pam Brown was just pointing out, Georgia does have a rule that says an hour after your polls close, you need to report early absentee advanced voting. And in speaking to officials, they still believe we are going to see very timely results in Georgia, even though we have these 5 locations in Fulton County that are going to be staying open later, as well as a handful of other locations across the state. Still a lot of optimism from officials here that we are going to see some speedy results tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Republican Secretary of State there has been so confident in that. We hope that's the case. All right, Sarah Murray, thank you very much with that latest.
What's the name of this commentator on the left?
I'm peeking behind you at the wall. I see Pennsylvania is up.
For some reason, she always looked like she's trying to keep her attention on what the person is saying.
Let's start out west, and I'm going to walk over this way.
She has a short attention.
This race comes down to Arizona and Nevada, which is
he got bigger.
The counts there could take a little bit longer.
You right.
11. If it comes down to out west,
in the break. What the hell?
We get these, which some will be late tonight, some could be tomorrow or beyond. We'll get more. So let's wander back over here and go through what we just heard. And I'll have Pennsylvania.
That'd be hilarious.
Just heard
Trump
from Kate
actually
Baldwin.
got
so let's start
the fucking
with Kate Baldwin.
California.
She's
That'd
here
be
in Bucks
hilarious.
County. This is one of the key collar counties right around Philadelphia.
Hey, if
Democrats
Trump get
need to run it up
California,
big
it's
in
over for the
Philadelphia,
Democrats
and then do
there.
all
I'm
the
gonna be
suburbs
honest.
around it. Bucks County, blue collar, cops, firefighters, close to Philadelphia, which is just here to the south. This has been the most competitive of the collar counties. The more affluent, more educated, Montgomery and Delaware, have become overwhelmingly Democratic. Look how close Bucks County was in 2020, 52 to 47. Go back to 2016, it's even closer, 48 to 48, or 49 if you round up Secretary Clinton to 48 there. So that's a very important point when Kate is saying, there could be keeping precincts open a little bit longer to deal with that. That's what happens on election night, number one. Number two, if you're still voting and you see things on social media, check with your state officials or your county officials. Be careful about what you believe on social media, especially if it's coming from somebody who has a stake in the outcome of the election. So that's Pennsylvania there. I just want to go quickly down to Georgia, where Victor Blackwell was, because he makes an important point. Both Sarah Murray here in Fulton County, some bomb threats, so they're going to keep polls open. An absolutely essential area, 10% of the state population. You see how important it is to the Democratic coalition there. But then where Victor was out here in Gwinnett County. Again,
Angela Bassett just updated her profile picture.
8, 10, 12 years ago. It is increasingly Democratic territory now.
Yeah.
Right there. But keeping the polling places open for a little
wait
bit
a
longer
second. No,
would be
we ain't about to
incredibly
skip
important.
over the fact that JD Informant came out of nowhere to tell us about Angela Bassett's profile picture. He ain't talking to us about why there's beans in the chili.
Thanks so much. And we're getting a new read on the issues that matter
to
voters. David Chalian back with more exit poll information. David, how concerned are people about this?
I'm working on some stuff, man. So I'm coming back and forth, man. I missed that conversation.
So you telling me you can't tell us why Texas don't like beans in their chili? That's all I want.
Oh man, I mess with beans in the chili.
I mean, it got to be some sort of valid explanation.
Sometimes, not all the time, but I mess with beans in the chili, man.
Secure or threatened?
All right.
73%
I'm a beans and a chili kind of man myself.
According to these preliminary exit poll results, say U.S. democracy is threatened. Only
It's like an
25%
integral
think
ingredient,
it's
I would say.
Are you
Yeah,
confident that
absolutely.
elections
Depending
are
on which
conducted
beans, especially if they're kidney beans.
I mean, without it, it's pretty much like picante.
It also depends on what you eat too, man. So if it's like rice, I'll do rice and chili. You gotta have the beans.
Well, that's confirmed. She's going to be storming Secret Wars.
Who?
Angela Bassett.
BS.
Is that right? No,
If she did that, and Kamala wins. There you go.
Ain't no way she gonna be storm. No,
They
she's
always
already
tied her to that role back in the day.
she's already T'Challa's mom.
Yeah, Sherry passed away.
No, but Secret Wars.
But remember,
you can play with
remember that Channing
yeah.
Tatum was supposed to play Gambit, and that movie fell through. So that's why he was him and Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, but they had
Angela Bassett. She was a dream cast to be Storm back in the day, but she was like, I just was never offered the role.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Thing,
that was a fan cast, but they already been eyeing like people like they offered it to Rihanna. I don't know if she turned it down, but she was in talk. She was in talks for it,
and then turned it down.
You said her forehead.
No, Amanda Steinberg turned down the role of Shuri because she was like, her racial background. She knew that the backlash would come.
Yeah, I think back in the day, Angela Bassett was in talks before she got hired to play T'Challa's mom. She was in talks to play Storm, like back in the 2000s, something like that. But that was at the same time that they was talking about Halle Berry, but we already know how that went.
Yeah, you know what happens to a toad when they get struck by lightning?
Hey, I don't want to hear that, man. That was one of my favorite villains, man. They're gonna do that to him, man.
Nah, homie. I'm telling you, the way they did my boy Derwin was wrong. Period, point, and blank. Because that man was supposed to be able to just adapt to anything that happened.
He was another contender to play Black Panther also.
The guy who played Derwin?
Yeah, Edie Gathegi, whatever his name is.
Yeah. I don't think I could see him playing Black Panther, to be honest with you.
Look at this. Why would you write this comment to me? Why would you write this?
They're trolling you, man. They're trolling you. Look, they're getting the desired outcome. You got your hand on the forehead, everything.
You helped the cause tremendously. Please note that was sarcasm. So I said I could care less. I don't care if you like.
Wait, Kara, cashews. You said cashews are beans?
Yeah, they are. No, they are beans. No, they are.
What are they?
Yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah, they're
that is one beans. Thing I did not know about cashews. No. Mm-hmm. What are they? Hard beans? Paul's? I don't.
Yeah, they're seeds. But they are that you can consider them as beans. But yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Charles. I feel the same way. You learn something new every day. God dang it. That's the best part about being.
Continue, Kara. Continue. Gotta liven up this chat a little bit.
Hey, you know what? Someone once said that beans was nothing but salty nuts anyway, like a soggy nut. So
come toward the election.
First polls close in a minute.
Governor Shapiro and the team in Pennsylvania have done a laudable job in doing things. They're transparent. We don't have butcher paper up on the windows. like we had in
Butcher
the last
paper.
election.
Why
were
would you have
being
butcher
shown
paper up on the
things,
windows?
No,
there's
you
like
didn't see what happened in
cameras
DC?
there. So I am confident that this will
Yeah,
be a
everybody
fair
put up
election, a
plywood.
free election, and that it's going to come out.
Okay,
The
but
way
I'm
it's
wondering
supposed to.
why he
People are
mentioned
voting
butcher paper.
in
though.
record numbers, and
I don't
I'm
know.
hopeful that
I didn't know
our
we was
party
making
wins.
brisket.
To me, it is interesting that democracy, which should
Where
be a shared
is your
value, has now
base?
become almost a partisan
Hold
issue.
up. So the first post
When
posed
you
in
looked
52
at
seconds.
concern for
Yeah,
democracy was not very
Kentucky
high
and
for a
I wanna
party,
say
the Republican
Indiana, I
Party, that's
think.
supposed to be the party of liberty, the party of patriotism. Something's really happened. I think the
What time did
Democratic
the
Party,
polls
I think,
close in New
has
York?
picked up the banner of a deeper kind of patriotism and a
8?
deeper kind of commitment to democracy, and I think that shows in these numbers.
It's interesting, though, that I mean, the people were critical early on of Kamala Harris for running on the defense of democracy idea. It seems certainly just from these exit
Who
polls
cares?
that it.
Yeah, I mean, look, but I don't think she ran on those
Well, I think
alone.
early
It would
on,
have been a mistake to do so. I think the people who care deeply about that were going to be with her, and so that is in the mix. But on your point about democracy, look, Donald Trump's project has been to raise doubts about all institutions.
Our coverage
that's
continues
dangerous.
right now.
Shout out to Johnny Gibbs. That's exactly what I said. It's going to be crash out season no matter who wins tonight.
But you know what actually kills me is they crying about he raises doubt in all these institutions, but then the institutions prove him right. That's the
It is
big problem with these guys, man.
In America, these are live pictures from a polling place near Milwaukee, Wisconsin, one of the 7 battleground states expected to ultimately decide.
Did you guys know
who
that
becomes
X
the 47th
scrubbed the
president of these
hashtag for
United
the
States?
couch?
I'm Jake
Vote
Tapper
the
in CNN
couch.
Election Center. The very first
Did it?
presidential votes of
Yep.
2024 are about to be posted.
Oh,
The
the damage has already been done, though. It's already done. It's already done. We, bruh, when y'all weren't paying attention, it showed up in the mainstream.
To the first
Even
major
Fox
round of
News
poll
said the
closings and our
couch.
first chance to make projections. That will be
This
about
is
an
why I
hour from
say
now.
y'all gotta stop.
60 of the 270 electoral votes.
They
needed to
said
win the
once
presidency
the
will be
damage
on
is
the
done,
line
let's
at
go back and
7
scrub
p.m.
the
Eastern.
damage.
That's when all voting ends in Georgia.
It's already
Indiana.
Hey, guess
Kentucky,
what?
South Carolina, Vermont,
The Wayback Machine
and
already
Virginia.
got the receipts.
Some
so
polling
it's
places
okay.
in the Eastern time zone in Indiana and Kentucky are actually closing right now. And we expect early results
Sir,
from those 2 states at any
you be
moment.
an alpha male still day
Georgia
trans
is the
woman.
first
As
crucial
long as you don't
battleground
get
state
paid by
on
Russia,
our radar this evening. The state
you
was
should be
pivotal
fine.
in the Democrats' 2020 presidential victory. And Georgia's 16 electoral votes could be decisive in this election as well. Our correspondents are tracking election day voting in all the top swing states and will be on the scene as the first vote counts are reported. Our correspondents are working their sources inside the Harris and Trump campaigns. Let's check in with Abby Phillip, who is at Harris headquarters at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. And Abby, what are you hearing from the campaign at this hour?
Yeah, there's only 2 tweets for the couch.
Well, Jake, these are the critical turnout hours for the Harris campaign. And I'm here with my colleague, Jeff Zelody. He's got some new reporting about how the Harris campaign, Jeff, is trying to, in these final moments, reach the people that they need to reach
get to
who
couch
maybe haven't voted
2024.
yet.
It's so extraordinary, Abby. Even as the vice president is at the Naval Observatory here, about 100 miles away in the campaign's war room in Wilmington, they are checking these turnout numbers and literally going door by door. A senior advisor told me just a short time ago, if you have not voted yet, you will get a knock on your door, or someone will give you a phone call. Just a few moments ago, the campaign sent out a blast release saying, trying to get volunteers to
And
call
they told
people
Abby,
who
get on
have
the
not
plane.
voted. So that is how micro this
Abby
is. But on
Phillips
a
looks like
broader
somebody
sense,
who
the
used to
Harris
have the
campaign,
unibrow.
as you've been reporting earlier, she is feeling
I'm so
optimistic,
serious.
we're told, but cautious. And one question is, yes, they do believe turnout is high in cities like Madison and Milwaukee and Detroit, but the high turnout can obviously
Kamami
go
don't
both
win
ways.
tonight. She's out of
so
a
the question
job.
of the gender gap
Yeah, she's
is
out of
front and
there.
center
You see
here.
all the people
Or
they
Howard
interviewing.
University, obviously, and her supporters will be coming in here shortly.
Especially after she
And I'm
let
told
Mehdi
that she has
Hassan get
also been
disrespected like
working
that.
on a speech.
Is she in control?
We do not know if she will
They
deliver
are
it
not
here
going
tonight.
to the
Of course,
pit where
it
all
could
the
be
homeless people
one or
at
two
now in
times, but
Cali.
we do know that she will be acting very quickly to whatever the Trump campaign
Who the hell
does.
is
So
playing
look,
gospel
1 hour
music?
before polls close in critical Georgia, this election is still going on. People are still being
Hold up.
contacted if they have
Which
not
one of y'all
voted.
playing gospel
And
music?
as you know, Jeff, one of the key advantages
Are they really playing gospel music in the background at Howard University?
No, they're playing "Lift Every Voice and Sing." That's exactly what
they
I
gonna
was
piss white people off.
Thanks,
Wow,
Caitlin
they
Collins,
about to
who's
piss white
Trump
people off.
headquarters in
Let's
West
get it.
Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are
They're
you learning
playing
about
our
Mr. Trump's
anthems.
mindset this evening?
And you're gonna play that today on this sacred day?
Well, check it. There's obviously a difference in Trump and his campaign itself.
Oh,
Trump himself has
hell.
been making baseless claims about
This
fraud
is
happening
gold.
already, even though officials that we're talking to in those cities like Philadelphia say they have no idea what he is talking about or what reports he's referencing. I'm here at the convention
So wait,
center
y'all about
with
to really
Kristen
loot
Holmes as
Trump's
well.
song?
And obviously, there's what Trump is saying on Truth Social. What are you hearing from the campaign about the numbers that they're tracking behind the scenes and what they're paying the closest attention to?
Well, Caitlin, right now everything is coming down to voter turnout on election day. I mean, there's a lot of
It
confusion
is
and a
dirty
lot
work.
of wondering about how that early voting actually translate on election day. Are those new voters? Are those new Republican voters? Or are those people who were going to actually show up on election day?
Lift
There's a
every
lot of trying to track
voice
that. Now, we know
and
with Donald Trump is
sing.
he's actually doing the exact
Curry
same thing that we
stains
hear the Harris
are
campaign
a
is doing, is trying to
new
reach
thing.
those voters to drive out turnout today. He has done at least 5 tele-rallies with various demographic groups. That
That's
includes
messed up.
tele-rallies in Pennsylvania,
So wait, they're not doing a
Wisconsin,
Fantastic
Michigan,
Four movie
as well as
again?
tele-rallies
Yes,
targeting
they
young
already
men,
finished it.
unregistered voters,
They're
and
doing
seniors.
post
They are
production right
trying to
now.
get
Supposed to
as
come out
many
next year.
people to show up at the polls as they possibly can. Now, in terms of what they're
Next summer.
tracking, they are actually looking at one of their apps that they had set up, the Trump Force 47, which is their way of essentially
I'm
giving
still
away
mad
their
at the Reed
ground
Richards
game
they
to
decided
people on
on,
the ground,
man.
to
But
volunteers.
it is what it
They're
is.
looking to see how many of those
They're supposed to be
volunteers are
older,
tracking
5 years after the
their
snap.
people that they were supposed to reach out and bring
I
to
I think he's
polls
gonna. I think he's supposed to
actually
become the
voting,
premier.
because if they're not tracking the number, they want to reach
Dude
out
from
again
The
and
Office
make
looked
sure that
old
they're
as
actually
hell.
doing
So I
everything
don't
they
give a
can
damn.
to get those people to the polls. The ground game strategy. It's also why it's so risky, because you're depending on volunteers instead of actual professionals. We'll obviously have to see if it pays off.
Yeah, it's a big bet that they are making on this election day vote. They felt good about the early vote. We'll see how they feel about the numbers that we're seeing coming in now. And obviously, Jake, North Carolina and Georgia, those polls set to close. Those are 2 of the states that the Trump campaign is watching the close list as maybe a read on how the whole night can go for them.
All right, thanks, Caitlin and Kristen. We're getting another important read on the electorate from the exit polls. David Chalian's back. David, what are we learning about when voters made up their minds about who they were going to vote for, whom, I should say, for president?
Jake, we've talked so much about how each candidate was closing at the end and the very small slice of voters left undecided. Most voters decided long ago. Look at this.
Oh, the creepy
When
white
did you
man on
make up your mind and
MSNBC's
decide
back.
on your presidential vote? Only 3% of voters.
He's still on that
Results say
line,
in
being
the
a
last
creep.
few days. 3% say in the last week.
I thought you're not allowed
6%
to.
say in
that
October,
was probably just
7% in
Georgia.
September, 80%
They're
of
giving out
voters
candy.
say before September they were
They're
already
giving out
Who's
candy
giving
and
out
cookies.
candy?
And it looks
Isn't
pretty
Elon giving out money or something?
Yeah, he already
They're
did that.
giving
He gave
out
somebody $1
candy for
million.
people to vote.
No, to be online, so they can keep their energy up.
supporters versus Trump supporters. Among Harris supporters, only 3% in the last few days.
That's crazy.
In the last week, again, 80% before September were locked in. And on the Trump side, we look at his supporters in the last few days, 3%. In the last week, 4%. 81%.
That's what I'm saying, Tori. They're giving
were
out
locked
candy
in,
like it's Halloween.
Before September. So it was a small slice of folks here that were deciding at the very end, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, fascinating stuff.
You all
David,
know the
I
Halloween
mean, that's
candy is
most people
50%
made up their
off.
minds
Man, they
long
told
ago,
man
but
to
still,
go get them
in an
tears
election
ready.
with margins this thin, 3% making
Who
up
is
their
this black
mind
woman?
in the last few days. 3% making up their mind
I'm
in the last
telling you,
week.
bro, they're
That's
bringing
not
out all of the
It
Negroes
is
they did not
insignificant,
show
and
in the
this
past
matches
4 years.
exactly what we've been
Let's
told.
see
Like
if you
Wolverine
vote.
said on the old X-Men series, they're coming out of the
Yes,
woodwork.
relative to the whole
Oh, she's
electorate,
coming.
it's
She's
very
coming for
small,
Joy
but
Reid's
how
job.
targeted
Look at her and
they
tell
have
me
tried
she's
to
not coming
be
for Joy
towards
Reid's
those, what
job.
we call late breakers. And this is just proof that they were right about how narrow it is, again, broadly, but how and why it was so important for each of those campaigns to be targeting the people that they thought were most likely to come their way.
Pause.
And we saw it in the messaging, particularly if you think about Harris, even in the last 24 hours, reaching out to people if they weren't sure, promising that if they're a Republican or an independent, that they are not going to have to worry about her governing anything other than
across the aisle. Whether they bought it, that's a different question.
Chris and I were chuckling earlier at a voter from Grand Rapids, Michigan. His name was Josh,
Yeah.
who said that he was coming out to vote for Donald Trump. But what was interesting is he was voting on the economy, and he said he had not voted since Obama. That is the Trump fantasy, the low propensity male voter who comes out and votes on the economy.
You know,
Oh God, here they go. Find somebody to blame it on.
3% in the
She's
last
definitely
few
coming out
days,
for-
3%.
she's coming for Joy
even I can
Reid's
do that
job,
now,
I
6% in the last week is not nothing and could be the difference between victory and defeat. On the other hand, when you think of how unknown Kamala Harris was to the general electorate, the idea that 80% of the people had decided they were going to vote for her without knowing almost anything about her, only 7% in September, which was the big debate that was generally seen as a big victory for her and not Trump. Yes, if the billions make the difference between victory and defeat, it was worth it. But man, 87% before we even got to October 1st. That's pretty amazing.
Because that's America right now. It's shirts and skins.
They're
The
saying Trump is
80%,
winning the
not to say
popular
that they
vote.
didn't love her, but they're likely like either hardcore Democrats or hardcore never ever am I going to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but to go to Chris's point, you had to
I'm be
slingshot
honest
her way
with you,
into the public
Bunker TV.
consciousness
I
and
ain't
very
seen too
quickly
many
against
women
somebody
mad
who's
at
been
Roe
running
v. Wade.
essentially for a
I only
decade.
see that
They're
on.
not.
I think it's actually
Facts.
pretty remarkable what we're seeing.
All right, we're
I-
counting
I
down
see that
Only
our
the
first
vocal
chance to make
minority.
projections in the presidential
That's it.
race. That's at the top of the next hour. We're inside key polling places in these final hours, and minutes before they close, this election night, we'll be heading into overdrive very soon. Brew a cup of coffee for yourself. Stay with us.
We should take bets on who's going to be the most sassiest if Kamala Harris lose.
Oh man,
Go ahead. I want to go for Roland.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
Roland.
No, I'm not going with Roland. I'm going with the dude that blocked you, that unblocked you because he wanted to make sure you could see his sassiness. That's who I'm going with.
You don't know what he did?
He blocked you. I saw it. He
No,
blocked you
but
and then
remember,
unblocked you.
Elon said you could see people that block you. You can see their tweets. You just can't interact with him. And he started it today. That was diabolical. He wants chaos on the app.
Wait a minute, who's sassier, him or Hershey Walker's son?
Van Jones.
No, Kenny Walden.
Killed you.
Kenny Walden sassier than Christian. Christian looked like he could pull a female.
Shout out reparations.
So Walden is ultra instinct sassy.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat room. A lot of people in the chat room saying Van Jones. That could be Don Lemon. I forgot about Don Lemon, man.
Trump carried it in 16.
Oh no, Don
Obama
Lemon,
carried it
he
in 12.
tends
There
to
are not
hold
many
his
counties
sassiness a little
that have
bit.
had
I'm gonna be
that
honest.
trajectory in American politics. There are 25 of them. This is one of them. We're going to look at this one for a clue, maybe about how North Carolina. I don't want to say Carolina. Folks in South Carolina aren't going to like that. How North Carolina is going. We're up at Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. Again, lots of places
Damn,
to
like
look.
he had a
We're
lot of
gonna
caffeine.
zoom
Look
in
at his
on
energy.
Lackawanna
Oh,
County.
he got to go
This
to
is where
like
Joe
midnight.
Biden is from.
You might have to go 3
Originally,
a.m.
remember now, Joe Biden won the state of Pennsylvania by just over a vote. This is Lackawanna County, where the city of Scranton is. Look at this journey Lackawanna's been on. It used to be just an overwhelming, blue-collar Democratic county. Barack Obama won this by 28 points. Donald Trump comes along.
Romney was
he nearly wins the
terrible.
thing in 2016. Then Joe Biden, originally of Scranton, gets it back
Bro,
up
look
to
at those
8.5
numbers.
points for
Over
Democrats in
years, man.
2020. This is a key
This
question
is what
tonight,
I'm
because
saying,
the
bro.
Trump people think if they're going to flip
Bro, I'm telling you, by 9 o'clock, his tie is
Northeast
going to be undone.
Pennsylvania, and this is the heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, is a key place where they think they're going to do it. Is
Like,
Trump back
boom,
to his
tough acting
2016 level?
Connecticut.
Is he flipping Lackawanna County? That's where the Trump campaign wants to be. Are the Democrats holding the Biden number? That would be an extremely good sign for Democrats right there. Now we'll go over, moving to west here to Michigan. Michigan, by the way, it was very slow in 2020, as you may recall. They have early in-person voting now for the first time. They also have pre-processing of mail-in ballots. That's a key thing. It's a technical term, but it means they're going to count things a lot faster, we think, in Michigan. So again, Biden won this by 2.5 points. There's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County and Detroit, but I'm going to look immediately north of Wayne County for a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties. And those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats.
fix
this
it
is
there.
Oakland
I
County.
feel that.
This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. The demographics here, these have been Trump friendly. Now,
Bruh.
here's the test we're going to be
Why are he trying
applying
to give you
throughout
the
the night.
tiger
Take a look
fist?
at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to pull that off, here's how these 2 counties went. Clinton won big by about 53,000 in Oakland. In Macomb, Trump won by 48,000. The key, basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number, and Trump won the state by about this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up that Oakland number. He almost doubled the Democratic support here, the percentage. 108,000. Meanwhile, Trump lost a little ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, advantage Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later, but we're just taking you through the East and the Midwest closings right now. Wisconsin.
Yeah, so basically what
again,
he's
a lot of
saying
places
is
we could look here, but the word
they
I'm gonna
canceling
use, if
each
this
other
is a
out
word
if
all
they can
night
do
in
that.
Wisconsin is
Yeah.
bow wow. And what I mean by that,
What the hell does Bow Wow got to do with Wisconsin?
River area here.
Bow Wow.
B,
Yippee yo,
Brown
yippee
County.
yay.
O, Outegamme County. That's where Appleton is. In W, Winnebago County. That's where Oshkosh is. And then right here, the Collar County, sort of around Milwaukee.
Oshkosh,
3
gosh.
core Republican counties. That's
I heard one of the
Ozaukee
worst
County.
battle rap
That's
bars
Waukesha
ever.
County. That's
He was in
Washington County.
Oshkosh.
Wow and bow. You got to go backwards to
Play
get the
it.
bow there. But the importance
I'm
here is
gonna go get it.
these
You
2
got to hear
collections of
this.
counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin.
Is
Let
it
me just
like
show you again.
computers shooting
These are the
bad?
bow counties, and what's happened in them, they're very demographically similar here. They've got the same sort of about 85% white, a lot of blue collar white, the median income about at the statewide average in these places. In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. It's collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans in 2020. He gave back some of that improvement. This dropped from 10 to 7, given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result. This
He
was a
gave
very
back some of
significant
that
drop in support
improvement.
for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the bow number back at 10, wants the bow number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now, the wow number has been diminishing for Trump and has been diminishing for Republicans since Trump came along. You can see in 2016, Trump held more of the Republican support, almost won the wow counties by 30, lost 5 points. There's a lot of population in these counties. Waukesha county's got 400,000 people.
Wasn't
These
that
are
where
places
old boy
with
ran them
large
people over?
concentrations of college degrees, higher incomes. These are suburbs. Again, this is an area that's been good to Democrats nationally. The suburbs of Milwaukee have stayed a little more Republican than other suburbs nationally. Can Democrats make another big cut in this Republican margin here? That would be a very good night. That would give Kamala Harris a great chance in Wisconsin.
Steve Kornacki, I know this
That's
is
a lot
the
of
start of a
information.
lot of talking you're going to do tonight, and a lot
Steve,
of
per
information you're going to be
crazy.
giving us. Thank you for that outlook on what we're going to be looking for and sort of bellwethers that we're going to be looking for with the first couple of major poll closing hours. Right now, it's about 17 minutes past the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Lots of poll closings, of course, coming up at 7 p.m. We are just getting started right here. We're so glad that you're spending election night with us. Ahead this hour, before we get to that poll closings at 7, we've got Senator Raphael Warnock joining us
Oh,
live
Lord.
from Battleground, Georgia. We'll have Steve guiding us through.
Oh Lord! Now they brought him out.
Yo, he was down here last week with Sylvester Turner.
Mm. Let me see if I can find this board. This shit was trash.
What the hell are they showing? Kennedy photo? Oh, that ain't Kennedy. What the hell is going on?
Good
That's
Lord.
how long this man been in the office, huh? Black and white. Lawrence O'Donnell. What happened to the video, KG? You say you was going
I'm trying to look for it.
Okay. I'm sitting here waiting on it.
I'm trying to find it. I don't want to play the whole battle because I'm gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, we gotta stay woke for that 2020 magic, man. Because god dang it, I didn't see 3 articles today talking about issues happening at certain voting places. Hell, even out here, and I was just saying this in the chat. They do the polling at TSU at my college. Man, this morning we got an email saying all the power went out.
Real shit. You know your boy had to come and pop out the blue like a gender reveal. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. What? Yo. Hold on. I'ma turn Irving Plaza to the trap house. Y'all gonna count for the fiends. Smack, you pay them in shoebox money. It don't account for a thing. Bands everywhere. And drugs, a money counter machine. The straps is everywhere. And snubs, or you gonna count the machines. A triple beam, and a trap phone. Is y'all peeping a vision? A gem star and a plate. You take a seat in my kitchen. They say your name in vain. Oh, this twerk gonna sell well. I'ma chop this twerk up and fit his whole body inside of a 12-12. Let's get it rocking.
I can't find it. Where is it?
Oh.
Hold on. Let me see what CNN's talking about. They sent a black woman out there to talk to these white people.
This election.
Yeah, Kara, that's how I feel. Sounds like Fat Joe to me.
From a female perspective, I think it's awesome.
I noticed that
Are
did
you a
this lovely
female?
thing where
Wait a second. Did he say from a female's perspective?
how it was working. I heard you guys talking
That's
back
the
and
right
forth.
way. Oh
It was
well.
just wonderful to see
But yeah,
families
they brought me
teaching
back.
and also learning
Oh,
about this
man.
really important process that we all should be taking
Okay.
part in. And Cedarburg, as we understand it, may have up to 95% of the
Who is
voters
this
coming
woman?
in to vote, which is
I
an
mean, it's a
incredibly
lot
high
better.
number. So thank you
It's
so much
still,
for
but
doing your
it's
civic duty and coming in
Wait,
today.
KG,
As the
It's
whole
who
still
is
like
this
in
woman
this area,
doing this interview here? Because
but
I haven't seen her
the,
ever before either.
No,
like
she been around. What was her
it's the
name?
arm feels a lot better.
Okay, good.
That's what's up. I forgot her name, so it's not important.
Calm
Here
down.
you go. Church, you about to laugh your ass off.
Okay.
Really must be dope because I don't feel a thing. I'm dozing off, but every line I give to y'all, it's bugging y'all, so I overcharge. Oshkosh for God.
Skeleton,
Looking at the
I'd
best
say about maybe
overall.
like
What? The shit was trash and they hyped it.
What the hell was that? And they threw the horns. They put the Jamaican horns behind the shit.
To have spoken to some of our reporters
Gosh,
about around
gosh,
states
but
across the
gosh,
country
you're
who
looking at
have
the best
chosen to
baby
vote for Trump.
overall.
So we'll see what it all means. Thanks very much to you, Sarah and Anderson.
They
That's
let him
the
get
most
away with
fascinating
that.
part
I
of
just
hearing
know
from
what
eligible
colors go
voters
with
and their
it.
different reasons for making the
All
choice
right.
they did.
Yeah, and the potential turnout
Hey,
in that county
pause
incredibly
this
high.
for a second,
David Chalian
please.
has been looking at exit poll data.
My
over the last-
God. My God, why?
What happened?
How long were you sitting on that, KG?
On what?
I kind of feel like you would have been played this or clipped this or something. Did you clip that, man?
What, the Oshkosh Bagosh thing?
Yes, man.
No, I had to go search for it.
Okay.
You need to clip that, dog. You need to clip
I
that.
don't even
Oh
want
yeah, because that one got the thing on it.
Oh my God.
Oshkosh Bagosh.
That could be
Best
another
baby
one.
overall. What?
That could be the next clip after yo wrap around. It's a wrap around, wrap the wrap.
I still don't. And it's been at least 7 years, and I
All
still
right.
don't understand what that means.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
He thought he was coming
Okay,
with
I'm
Kendrick
sorry.
It was
Lamar
too
bars.
extreme. Only Harris.
Oh jeez. Oh God, I needed that laugh. That was hilarious. See, this has been
I got
a great election day.
Sotomayor is live. Okay. I guess
Oh, what
it's-
is he talking about?
Talking about the election. You know, he got Griff.
Bro, I just got recommended somebody called Uncle Coon. What?
Don't. I've heard about him. Don't do that. Don't do it to yourself.
Yo, did y'all hear about that guy, that black guy that got shot by the cop for no reason at all?
The one that was
Cop
getting
said,
off
I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
a
sorry.
lot of interactions. You got to be a little bit more specific.
You talking about the one that said get off my property?
No, this was it's what's his name? Dr. Rashad, whatever his name is from.
Was he the one in the middle of the street?
Yes.
Yeah, well, somebody pulled up a car, and he was going to the car, and the
Yes.
police.
Oh yeah. Oh, the one in Maryland.
Yo,
I
no
don't know.
reason at all.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that cop was thinking, man. That was just stupid.
Well, at least they charged him.
Yes. You hear him on the camera. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's Fernando Castillo all over again.
Yeah, you a sorry ass little motherfucker too. That's exactly what you are.
And the
Highly
lady
sorry.
got out like, what you do that for? What you show them for?
Man, I saw the Hodge twins actually defending black people because some police officers was kicking people off the side. No, they wanted people to walk on the sidewalk.
Wait. Did you say the Hodge twins were
Defending? Yeah,
defending black
Hell
folk?
officially froze over.
Whoa. Whoa. All right, go ahead. Continue. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't
The
tripping.
grift is over. It's the sounds of it.
I couldn't believe it
Man,
myself.
look at her
either, man.
forehead, Sue. Jesus Christ. I can't even get that in the whole
She letting it
frame.
ride, bro. It's a good
Hey,
night.
what is she saying right now? Because I want to see her actually defend her position. She know they coming for her job.
And so what you've seen in the last couple of weeks, if this is an audition for managing a complex organization like the United
Damn,
States,
yo. Rachel
Kamala Harris
Maddow
has
looked
passed
like
the
a young
audition
Fonzie.
flawlessly.
How did she?
This has been,
She led
in many ways, a
nothing,
perfect
ma'am.
campaign. A
Stop
brief,
it.
but and she had barely any time to put it together. But just as a
Fonzie.
managerial matter, it's been
Can I ask a
very
question?
done.
Frantic
She's
to
reached
you
out
guys?
to every possible
Yes.
constituency.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
When they did that summit with black women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they call Kamala to come through?
That's a damn good question.
Why ain't her
KG over here
Cross
asking
get
drop
them
the
on
mic
line?
questions.
I'm just asking. They didn't ask her to come through. The closest, the only politician they had there was old Ayanna Pressley.
That is a drop the mic question. No, that's a good damn question.
You know they should have had the girl Corey over there. She ain't got nothing to do now.
I just don't.
If she's out there, she's trying to gain as much money as she can. Why wouldn't they have her there?
Yeah, but it's not that
Yeah,
kind of
where is she,
election.
by the way?
So
Isn't she
far
in
as we know.
Michigan?
And I think I was going to say,
No, this was when
Yeah,
she was
she's
still vice
a lot of
president.
clues that these late deciders.
No, I'm talking about
No,
Corey.
he said right now.
Okay,
I
so
think
that's
she's in
close.
Michigan right
But
now.
there's
Yeah.
other things going on here. Late deciders matter. You know, some people they know they're going to a restaurant. They look at the menu in advance online because they're those kind of people. Other people never do that. Other people, and you say, "How come you didn't do any research?" These are different valence level decisions for different people. Chris,
Sitting at the table when we sit down.
Corey
everyone
wrong as
just gets
hell.
the
He
menus.
said that she looks like Freddie Gibbs.
ready? Okay, let's gonna come out. We're gonna be all ready. Right?
Wrong as hell. Damn.
But this has to do with what you care about and what your obligations are. And other people are closer to politics or government because it's adjacent to their job or things they care about or someone in their household. And other people's less so, and it depends on the year. There are late deciders, as amazing as that might sound to someone who's followed this closely. And what did they see as they did tune in that late last 10 days, right? They saw Donald Trump demeaning people, hosting misogynist hate gatherings, talking about murdering innocent Americans who happen to be journalists, which is his special extra problem, people who can hold him to account. And they saw something very different from the closing campaign of Harris, which is, oh, wow, she's with very famous
I got that
Republicans. You
loaded
don't have
up.
to
I
be
got five.
political junkie to know that the Cheneys
CNN,
are famous Republicans. So I'm watching Late Deciders. I'm watching the women's vote, and we have Steve Kornacki here all night. He talked about the Bow Wow counties. I want to know whether the Ohio rapper Lil Bow Wow knows about this yet. We'll find out about it.
Lil counties as well. Joining us now from Atlanta is Georgia U.S. Democratic Senator
I don't care.
Warnock. Senator Warnock, it's an honor to have some
Miss
time with you
Denise
today.
is
I
a
know today is
beast.
a
I
full
swear to
strength day
God.
for all Democrats in Georgia.
I
Thanks
really
for
don't
being with
care.
us.
But it is what it is. Somebody I ain't
Yes,
gonna win
indeed. Great
probably
to be
tomorrow.
with you. Welcome
so it is
again
what it
to
is.
Battleground, Georgia.
Oh
I
no.
don't know.
Are
50-50. I
Democrats
don't know. It
doing
could be
in
anybody.
Battleground,
Doesn't
Georgia?
matter.
This
If,
dude
if you're
came
black, you're
down to
screwed.
Why is
We've
the
had a lot
neck
of
so
practice
damn
in
long?
very tight,
Oh look,
This
very
dude
tough
came
black, you're
down to
situations.
TSU and literally most of the people didn't show up to
Say
his
hi to the
event.
audience because they hear you.
Oh no.
Ju-
Audience.
That's my mother.
Hi, how you
ladies and
doing?
gentlemen. Somebody said
Hi,
hi. How are
Mom.
you doing? They said hello, mother.
Hello, how you doing?
Okay, time for me to sign off.
No, they can't see you. Calm down. They can't see you. Who do you think is gonna win?
That's a good
Based
question.
on what I've seen them speaking about, it looks like Miss Harris may just pull it out by the skin of her teeth.
Do you believe
Okay, here's a
everything that
question.
you see?
Hold on, Mom. I gotta ask you this question. I meant to ask you this like a year ago, but I didn't know
hope
how to
I can
ask you.
answer it.
Yeah, you could. You're Jamaican, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel like she's Jamaican?
I think she has part of the heritage in her
Oh wow.
because of her father.
But is she black?
What difference does that make?
Because you know Jamaican. Well, when I say black, I mean like Black American, as opposed to being Jamaican.
But what difference does it make?
Because they haven't established who she is.
But what difference does that make?
But if they're
We vote-
making it like she's a black woman, but she's not, wouldn't that be like isn't that bad to be cosplaying like that?
Yeah, but I think the most important thing is, can she do the job?
Can she do the job? Then answer
Yeah,
that question. Can
but-
she do the job?
Excuse me, is she the lesser of the two evils?
Don't
There's
do that,
there's
Mom. Come on, you
problems-
can't.
Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
There's problems on both sides. Neither one
Uh-huh.
of them are completely 100%. But when I hear the rhetoric on one side and the rhetoric on the other side, I have to go with the rhetoric that is, okay, I
The
can
lesser of two evils is
This
actually
sounds, my mother.
subjective.
This sounds
with
just
the
like my
other
mother.
individual.
Yeah.
I don't think I can, because we've sown so much hate and so much divisiveness in this society that no, I'm not going to be able to. I think I stand a better chance with her. I'm sorry.
Okay. So what would happen if she drafted Victoria into the army? Because they're currently debating that in Congress, and it's automatic.
Okay, if and you're trying to tell me the other side is not doing that?
I didn't say that. Did I say that?
Oh,
But you
okay.
said she's gonna win, so she's gonna have it.
Okay, but guess what? It's not her. It's not him. That's something that they're doing in Congress, and it would.
But she has to sign off on it.
Right, it would come to him to sign off or her to sign off. Okay.
So if she signs off on it, would that change your opinion?
I can't.
Actually, that would
do the what
move through Congress before she gets. to
You just did a
president
what
if she
if. You said the lesser of two evils. That's a what if.
There is.
Evil is evil.
That's a what if though.
No, evil is evil, and the lesser of two evil is subjective.
Okay.
Because I believe that people should be able to have an
yeah.
intelligent conversation. You believe what you believe. I believe
Correct.
that we just
And I still love you.
honest discussion. But when the voices begin to be elevated, then that's an issue. Okay.
I would never yell at my mother.
I know you're not yelling. You would never. I would
Right.
have to come. I would have to come take a visit.
I feel you on that. And you don't tell me when I'm coming, right? All right,
Real
will you
mom
show- will
shit
you show
though.
the 30 beef patties when I give you the money?
Maybe a half a dozen.
Half a dozen. I'm giving you the money. I can't get 30 beef patties.
No, you can't get 30. It's not good for your health.
Ask her, can
I
I
ain't gonna
get
eat it
two
every
beef
day.
patties? I just want 2 beef patties.
I love you, my
really
son.
good.
I love
beef
you too,
patties.
my mother. Hey, did you vote?
I did. I happened to. I was very smart. I did
Yo,
early voting.
Netanyahu fired his defense minister.
Capitalized on Halloween
Why?
between the hours of 4 and 5 because I figured everybody would be putting their candy together, getting those little children into their outfits and trick or treating, and it worked.
Yeah, those beef patties are pretty damn good. I ain't gonna lie.
I timed it, and I was
Mhm.
out at 5:30.
Then you were out at 5:30. Okay.
Yes, I was.
And you voted. And you voted for the Jamaican.
I cast my vote for the candidate that I think would be better suited for running the country.
And that's for
fine.
Hindu.
Okay, very good. That's a perfect answer. Now, did my father vote?
Your father, I am not sure. I know up until yesterday he hadn't. I think he
Okay.
made his stop today.
Okay.
Yes, but
That's
you know your father is not missing an opportunity to vote.
I know. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Who do you
And
think
one of
he voted for?
Let me guess. The older one.
The older one did by absentee ballot. Yes, she did.
Okay.
And the younger one was having some issues getting to the polls.
Mm. Okay.
I'm not sure if she got there today. I will be checking on her.
Okay. All right. All right. Yes, you can talk to her. Yeah. Okay. All right. The little one wants to talk to you.
Okay.
All right. Here. Hold on. Let me switch the thing so she can see you. Here. All right. There you go.
That was a very informative back and forth. And
you see why I told y'all we ain't talking about that election.
yeah, and here's the thing though, and I'm glad. And for those who don't know, my mother, she's actually, her family is Caribbean. My FBA side comes from my father's side.
Mm-hmm.
I hear and I speak to my mother every day about this, and my mother, she's totally opposite on the Kamala Harris thing, and maybe because she's not from Jamaica, you know what I'm saying?
But you know what it is? I don't know who she picked. She might have said, she might have went in there and picked Trump. I don't know. She used to be a Republican, so it is what it is.
She did say that she went with the person that she felt was best for the country.
Right. So that could be either or.
So
or she could
I
have
can
picked third party, which would have been hilarious.
I can respect her opinion on that because a lot of the things that she was saying was opinionative, like choosing the lesser of two evils, right?
Mm-hmm.
Evil is evil. So the lesser of two evils is literally subjective, right? It depends on who you believe is the lesser out of the two evils. You see what I'm saying? But regardless, you're still dealing with evil, you know.
Exactly.
So,
bro, yeah, I told y'all I had to black pill my mother. I had to do it because she played the Republican with Bush and them, right? Then she voted for Obama. Then she went back and voted for Trump in 2016. And then I had to politically educate her because it was like, especially with 2020, because we had that war over the Belle Biv DeVoe. I was like, listen, I'm not taking
whoa.
What?
What was this war over Belle Biv DeVoe?
She wanted you never know that's what I call the jab.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my
I
that's my
thought
code
you
word
was
for the
talking
jab.
about the actual BBD. You know what I'm saying?
No.
The East Coast, man. You know.
That's what I call it so I can get around YouTube. I call the Belle Biv DeVoe.
Okay. Okay.
She and my father wanted me to take it. I was like, I'm not taking it. And we got into wars over that.
Someone for governor is actually attacking
So-
community, attacking Manchester.
Who
as
cares?
governor, we should be lifting up every community in our
Okay,
state.
wake it up then. Who cares?
Hey, outlawed, perhaps the
Anyway, so
That woman looks like a zombie. I swear to God.
yeah. But she said she and my dad voted for Biden in 2020. I was like, okay, we'll revisit this in 4 years. and here we go. So who knows? He might have went back on the Trump train. So it is what it is. But you know, whatever. I don't care. Y'all know who I voted for and got white people upset. I ain't never seen nothing like that before. As soon as I told them it was a little 60 people.
The most popular candidate got scrubbed from X. How about that?
I don't know.
How about
Couch?
that?
Oh yeah, the couch. Well, no,
Yes.
Couch 2024 is still there though. We got to use the pseudonym. But yeah, but again, Elon, you did it too late, sir. You should have did it the first day. But again, it already got to the news, so it can't be stopped. Can't stop, won't stop. No Diddy. You did all that. You wait till 11th hour to scrub the couch.
Hey, but here's a big thing though. Like I was saying though, on that issue, they literally waited till around election time to say, "Hey, we're releasing the Diddy tapes," right?
But how's that?
Why didn't they do the same thing with Epstein?
Because they got
Epstein
underage stuff, and
implicates
that'd
way
be
more
disturbing.
people. Okay, you know what? We're in the vortex, so I can just say it because it implicate them folk.
Oh yeah, that definitely. Damn, look at those
So
bills.
they can't have that outside because it's bad enough.
I mean,
Everybody turning on
underground
them
caves
folks over that war.
those tunnels in New York should be something.
And
That mattress that had that weird stain on it.
and that's my point. It's the fact that they're trying to protect people that's higher than the people that you're seeing on TV nationally every single day. You get what I'm
Even
saying?
Obama
Like
came
the
out and said that
politicians and things.
it might not happen tonight.
Well,
gotta
shit,
love it.
Obama, you know he's Democrat through and through, so he's definitely going to say,
Look at this.
Here.
Look at this. Do you see this?
Here he goes starting. This is why January 6th happened.
Bruh.
But the truth of the matter is, hey, we've had certain like court cases overturned because he was telling the truth. And I'm talking about right now in this year. I'm not talking about back in 2020 with that stuff. I'm talking about right now. Like the best thing that he's doing is that he got his lawyers and his people on this stuff early. So he's not trying to let stuff get like through the election
I get
before
you,
he started putting
but-
lawyers on it.
but
He's
he
trying
only-
to call this stuff out right before anything so that nobody can say, hey, this man was delusional. He's delusional. He lost. He needs to accept the loss.
He still got to watch the way he words stuff because we got idiots in this country. PC
Absolutely.
idiots. You know, and somebody gonna end up with another hole in their face. But okay.
But at the same time, he also knows that he's not in control of those idiots because let's be honest, Trump don't give a damn
Plausible
about those people.
deniability.
Yeah, he don't really give a damn about
Hold on.
anybody. Let's be honest. You
Some
know,
fool-
he's using some people in certain ways and using other people in other ways.
So it's by proxy.
Yeah,
This is
absolutely.
what I mean, family. The people went in the booth, and y'all just proving to me that y'all just dumb. Somebody just wrote on my channel because Vincent Taylor said couch and reparations is what I wrote on my ballot. No regrets. Right? Okay. This fool gonna come in here and say, so you wasted your time on something that will not be read at all.
Oh, it'll definitely be read. It'll be read as people who didn't show up because of the fact they had nothing to vote for. This is a stupidity. Is stupidity even a word, or do I just go with stupidity? I want to say,
comment.
I just want to make up a word for this shit. This is the dumbness. This is the idiocracy.
Dude, how the hell else did we find out that people were voting for Harambe if they didn't read out these ballots?
The idiocracy. This is
my
what I'm
God.
saying. Like it's
and you had the nerve to go in the booth.
He's Tyrese without the goddamn fame. That's what that is.
Closing debt.
He's Tyrese without the fame.
He looks white.
He's Tyrese without the okay, he's Tyrese's homeboy, the one that passed away. I can't even remember his name. Dude from Fast and Furious. Paul Walker. He's Paul Walker. That's what it is. Okay. He's like it's still the same. Without the fame.
Oh my God.
No, he's black. See?
Oh damn! Look at him.
Oh no! See, like I
Looking
said,
like
Steven from the Django. That's what he.
Yeah, I'm
looks
about to say he looking straight house Negro-ish.
Hey, did y'all see that other brother crash out? He was like, he looked like goddamn Percy Earl in this bitch. Like, he was crashing out talking about Obama ain't sent nobody
look at
no
it.
goddamn war.
Is Zeke Arkham's father?
How do you want to do him like this?
Is Zeke Arkham's father?
I ain't even gonna do the old geezer like this. I'm gonna let him live.
Come back anyone who might have been scared away in
Abby
those
Phillip
periods of
gonna
time
get
when
quiet and
people
she gonna have a
actually
natural.
cast their
Watch.
ballots.
I'm serious.
Some of those
Abby looks
polling
very
places also,
disgruntled,
Jake,
bro.
are being
Look at her
kept
face.
open a
Bro,
little bit
but I told you
after the
why.
top of the hour.
Because she got pulled into the office after that round table.
You got 30 minutes to get these Negroes in line. If you don't, let me put up
he
all
probably
these
told her,
people that
listen,
can take your
no,
place.
Zasler told her, listen, if Zasloff told her, if Kamala don't win, you better update your resume and call your agent because we're not renewing this contract.
Hey, and she's going to be knocking on the black media's door like, hey,
Who?
big head,
No,
Abby
no,
Phillips.
you gonna
Hey,
see Abby D.
Tariq
Phillip.
already said that he would give her a job.
Who? Abby Phillip?
Abby Phillips. She gonna be knocking on the door. Hey, big head, how you doing? Look, all that right there, it wasn't who I really was. Who I really am, I am pro-black to the core. B1.
B1. B1. Boule first. I see you.
Hey, I get it, man. I get it. You don't want no beautiful woman being out on the street, but damn it, that
I'm not
unibrow
saying new coons. We done went through that already.
Now, let me say this in full disclosure because some people may not understand this. I'm pretty sure he was being facetious, but still. I just got to make sure I throw that one out there. I don't want nobody talking about, oh, no, you was talking stuff about Tariq.
The voters. Yeah, this is our first state exit poll that we're looking at in the evening, Jay, in anticipation that the polls are about to close in Georgia. And the number one issue there doesn't match where it is nationally. It's the economy.
Remember, I put this up last night.
40% of Georgia voters in this
Where
election
is
say
crime?
that the economy is the most important issue.
Where is
It's gotta be
crime?
welcome news to the Trump campaign there.
Notice how they
28%
put
say
like
democracy,
immigration
14%
almost
say
like second to
abortion,
last
immigration
when
at
they
11%,
just showed the polls
3%
that
say
said
foreign
that it was
policy.
literally
We asked
like
about
one of the top
hurricane
of the
aid, and it's
list.
getting to the people who need it. Look how evenly divided Georgia
Because they don't
voters
want
are
to
on
piss.
this
No,
question.
because they don't want to piss off those
47% say yes.
the migrants that are here in
Hurricane
Georgia.
aid, federal hurricane
Spanish
aid
folk
is
in
getting to
Atlanta.
the
They don't
people who
want to
need
piss
it.
them off.
50% say no.
This
it's
mother
not.
lover just
Who
said
do you
people
trust
are
to handle
against
a crisis?
hurricane aid.
Georgia voters,
Oh
slim
my God, are you
majority,
serious?
51% say Trump, 47% say Harris, and then Biden's
Yeah, but see,
job
here's the thing.
approval in
Only-
Georgia
this is all
stands at
mostly southern and middle Georgia.
41% approve of the way President Biden is doing his job. Disapprove 58%.
Oh,
That
another
matches
tropical storm
exactly
coming.
what our national exit poll says of Joe Biden's approval rating as well, Jay.
All right,
Yes.
fascinating stuff.
Because
David
everything
Chalian.
went up
Let's go
in
big picture
Atlanta.
for a second.
Yes.
Chris. How important is Georgia for the Harris campaign, for the Trump campaign?
I think it's more important for the Trump campaign than it is for the Harris campaign, just because there are other ways. There are other ways for both of them to get to 270. But Georgia as a state, it was kind of a shock when Joe Biden won it in 2020. I think it was the first time since Jimmy Carter back in 1980 that a Democrat had taken the state of Georgia.
It was a shock to Donald Trump too.
Yeah, and so the idea that Georgia was even in play, most people didn't think, including me, that it was a
I'm
a
calling
swing
it
state.
now.
So
She's going to take Joy
I
Reid's
think
job.
were Harris to
She's not
repeat
gonna have
Biden's
MSNBC.
victory, that would be a big
If she
problem.
gets fired, she's going to start her own YouTube channel.
All right, I can see that.
They'll,
I can
they'll
see
pay
that
her
too.
out. They'll pay her out, and she'll use that to start. And she'll get a jump because it's her name. She'll probably be like 30,000 within a week, and then it'll
But
probably
I
start to
didn't even
taper
know
off.
she was on there until today. So
Who,
there's
Abby
a lot
Phillip?
of people such as myself. Not
Abby
Abby.
Oh,
Not Abby. I'm talking about this chick right here.
oh no, that chick been around.
there
They just only bring her out when it's
after the
important.
hurricane.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I haven't seen her in 4 years.
Instead
So,
of
like-
the people who need it. I mean, FEMA pushed back, said that was not true. It was a lie. And still that was a Trump message.
It was, I'll just add to that, that numbers that David showed us on the economy. Huge issue.
But
for
here's the
people in
problem,
Georgia
sir.
as they go to the polls.
The people
as it
on the
has been
ground already
across
said
the
FEMA
board.
wasn't there.
And Georgia is really interesting to me
Right.
because, first of all, you have
Kamala had to go
you were
down there
just
and do
hearing
damage
from,
control.
From our reporters. I mean, right now there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling stations. Threats in Georgia. That on top of the fact that residents
Wow.
of Georgia lived through the fight over 2020 and the misinformation that Donald Trump put into the sort of information stream, like almost nobody else, maybe other than Arizona.
Wasn't it the
in this
Democrats running
country,
around
and it was
talking about
Republican
Russian
versus
collusion?
Republican on that.
Yeah, and voter
yet-
disinformation and
yet
voter
you still
suppression.
have
This is
a
ridiculous.
slim
That was
majority
Stacy.
saying
That
they
was
trust
Stacy.
Donald Trump
That
more
was
in a
literally
crisis than
Stacy
Kamala
almost
Harris, which
caused
makes
3
me
major
think
corporations to leave the
we're going to see
state,
the
which would have
numbers.
crippled
It
the
makes me think
economy.
what you do, which is that Georgia is looking better for Donald
Yeah.
Trump.
I
than
mean, I
Kamala
know
Harris.
it sounds like a paradox, but Georgia's the state that's the home to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Raphael Warnock. It's always had this moment, and we saw with Biden, of like, is it transitioning? Does it represent the quote unquote new South?
Yeah,
It
they
has
cooking
such
Caitlyn
a
Jenner.
diversified suburban community that I think this will be sort of an interesting election to see, are Democrats on the path to doing something sustainable there?
You know, one
No.
other thing.
No.
Yes,
It's
economy
the
is
hell
Only in
no.
Atlanta,
20%.
sir,
We
ma'am.
tend to think that favors
Only in Atlanta.
Trump over Harris. But democracy, 28%,
Let me
abortion,
tell you something.
14%.
Democrats don't care about Georgia right now. They care about Georgia in 26 when Kemp is gone. That's what they're looking at. They could give up Georgia.
And they still won't get Georgia in 26 when Kemp is gone. To be
I don't know
honest with
that.
you.
It depends on who they run out here.
I'm be honest with you. Who
Warnock
did the
could
Democrats
resign
have?
and try to go run Georgia. Orsoff can finish up and try to run Georgia.
You think Warnock is going to run for Georgia? Do you think he can actually win Georgia?
I think he could.
Raphael Warnock.
I think he could, because remember, the last few years he's been quiet. He got that stink of the ex-wife off of him. Nobody's even talking about that no more. Yeah, he's been going outside stumping for her, but he's been saying the right things. He's been keeping it nice and brief. It could be a possibility. I'm not saying it's a strong possibility, but he could be in play. I know he want to come home.
I'm just being honest with you. Raphael Warnock just came out here to Texas to campaign for the dude that got running against Ted Cruz. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, Sylvester Turner.
Yeah, Turner. Thank you. So they came out here to TSU. More than half of the seats were empty.
But that's not his state, so I'm not going to put too much credence into that.
That's true. But my point is this. There's a lot of black folks that's not rocking with Warnock at all.
I know, but again, all he needs is Atlanta and a couple other cities. That's all he needs.
But then he would have to get some of those white supremacists on his side to get Atlanta as well.
But you remember the white supremacists got it to a runoff, but the white supremacists didn't come back outside.
That's true too.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know how Georgia's going to look in 2 years. Especially if Kamami wins Georgia. He's already got a head start. Trust and believe. He's looking at Georgia tonight. If she wins,
you might have a point there.
He's gonna run.
You might have a point.
He doesn't want to stay. Do you see this dumb shit? Bruh, look at what they just sent me.
We can't see it. It's blurred.
It says a 773 number, so that's Chicago. Barack Obama, whatever have you done so far is not enough. Rush $20, 700% match to Dem turnout 2024 before 9 p.m. Nigga, if you do not, you know what? Okay, I got something for y'all.
Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious.
I got something for him.
Send reparations.
No, I'm gonna write that too. I'm gonna send him this clip.
All that money y'all giving to them damn illegals, and y'all sending
Here you
fucking
go.
text messages to
I'm gonna send him
us.
this.
Everything came back good, y'all.
Nigga.
That's it.
Smack. Who is this nigga? I'm Wikipedia, AG, Google this nigga. Media takeout, world star hip hop, trying to find somebody that knew this nigga.
Yeah, we gonna send him that.
Hey, still Kevin Trees. I'm with you on that. Raphael Warnock does look like a Doug figure, and I mean from the cartoon. I'm not talking about Kamala Harris.
You mean his blue friend Skeeter or whatever his name is?
Yes. That's
There
what
you
it
go.
looked like.
See, I wrote reparations or nah.
Okay, I see. It's blurry when you show it to the screen, just so
I
you
think
know.
because I got that light on.
Yo,
Oh,
so
okay,
I
that
just
makes sense.
read
Yeah, that
what's
rings
his
right.
name tweet. I didn't know he made a tweet like that. Le'Veon Bell talking about he lead the country if Harris wins.
Oh, you should see the other one he wrote
Oh God.
about black
KG,
men. About black men. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Miss Niecy, I've been
how
waiting on you.
are you,
I'm Miss Nisi.
Cosmo? How are you,
Uh,
Cosmo?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
Results came
Hey,
back decent.
Church.
How
Hey,
you
Jay.
doing, Miss Niecy?
I'm
I've been
fine.
waiting on you to come up for a minute. I knew it was happening.
Well, no, that ain't it. KG, as the unofficial dim mama in the chat, I need some music, homie. Break up the monotony, please.
Okay, so we're risking the copyright tonight. Say less. I can always
No,
erase it.
don't
No, I
risk
can
no
erase
copy.
it. No, I
No,
can
no,
erase
no,
it.
no copyrights. No.
Miss Nisi, I can erase it. They give us the option now to erase the song, so it'll just be dead air. But
Hey,
you'll still hear the
Carl,
voice.
how are you?
Okay, what you want, Miss Nisi? We got
Just
some.
play me some upbeat, but don't you play that fucking song. You know what song.
Why would I do that? You said something
Because
upbeat.
you an asshole. You love stirring and shit.
Well, there it is.
Because
Okay.
people who know you good knows what's going to happen.
All right. I mean, I'm getting shitted on right now. Okay.
You ain't getting shitting on. I just told your black ass the truth.
Okay.
Miss Niecy knows you well.
I guess.
There we go. Let's get some MJ up in here.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, Church, did we have fun doing that Michael Jackson celebration?
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Now I gotta
Look,
stop
even the
for YouTube suspend me. For
That's fine. That's fine.
Hey, even the COs was on beat though. You gotta admit.
Yeah. Hey, we got 3 minutes, and then most of Georgia closes except Fulton County.
Hey, crew, Royalty, how you doing?
Ooh, look.
What?
They did not bring out.
Outside.
Did they bring out Michael Steele?
Yes, he did.
Very important.
Oh wait, they did.
One of
They
them
told
was
Georgia
the
to
vote
take a break
streaming
from
now.
happening in
your
states
couch.
like North Carolina.
The quiet vote.
The quiet vote, and you know where you
Oh, she
saw
got a
that
better
play
hairline
out.
than me.
Iowa.
Ain't that
Iowa
a
is
motherfucker?
one big crosstab
Damn, look at that
for this
head
for,
shape.
for this
She's
night.
like
Hey,
one of
look
the
how
Dora
serious
Milaje.
she's
Look
trying
at
to
what
look
happened
though.
in
She
Iowa,
ain't trying
and
to
you
lose
start
her
peeling it
job.
back to and applying it to other states.
But
You
here's
begin
the
to see a
thing:
pattern.
nobody cares. They
And
put
so
her
when
on
you're
the
starting to
weekend.
look at how this is playing out,
That's
North
Nobody
true.
Carolina
checking
becomes
for her.
very, very interesting.
She's gonna
The
be another one. They
reality
gonna
of it
find out
is
later that
the
she's leaving at
gubernatorial
the end of the
candidate
year.
there is dragging down the presidential candidate. And that is, is amazing given that the presidential candidate is pretty good at doing that on his own. But it speaks to one of the things that I keep trying to emphasize and help people understand. Elections are not just top-down enterprises. It's not just about electing a U.S. senator. It's about electing the state rep or the state senator who's going to help her get her number. Because
What about the local
unless she's fantabulous and doesn't have to worry about down ballot races play an important role in how top of the line, top of the ticket outcomes.
So voting down ballot is racist now.
From 2020 was that.
Racist.
All right, Rachel, all the insiders
Okay.
are texting.
KG,
Everybody's
pause for
talking.
1 second,
We'll come back with
please.
more updates in a bit.
All right. Well, we'll send over some portable chargers.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, who's that? Linebacker Sanders?
Yeah, that's that's
Why didn't she go to the damn barbershop and get the peach fuzz cleaned off her head?
She got a head shape that she like one of Dora Milaje with that head.
She wanted it to match with the peach fuzz on
Who
her
is this?
chin.
Who is this Asian?
What Asian?
Who is this Latino?
This Asian woman.
Who is
this
this
Asian Latino woman?
Who is this?
She ain't even Pacific Islander. She's literally Asian. She's Chinese and like Puerto Rican or something like that. This is what this looks like.
I don't even. All right, whatever. 45 seconds and then Georgia.
Alex
goes,
Wagner.
And then the fun begins. Alex Wagner. She married a white man.
Faced by women in states where abortion access is threatened.
Her
And I think
parents
that's a
wanted
huge
her to
question.
be a white
It's
man.
gonna,
Her first
in many
name
ways,
is
maybe even
Alex.
determine the outcome of the election, how women see each other in each other's shoes.
It's a practical matter. In the case of a national abortion ban, even if you're already in a state with a ban, means there'd be nowhere to go.
Oh, shut up.
Okay, I'm going back into the chat.
Okay.
All right.
Bye, Miss Nisi.
And here are our first projections of the results in these states.
Come on with it.
Starting with Georgia. In the great state of Georgia, the presidential race in Georgia at this hour at NBC News
Too early to
projects it
call,
is
of course,
too
'cause it
early
just
to call,
closed.
although we do expect we'll get a lot of Georgia vote very quickly. Moving on to Kentucky, where we had some polls close an hour ago, but now the state of Kentucky is closed. There, NBC News projects
course.
that Donald Trump has won the presidential election
Republicans always
in
start out
Kentucky.
first.
Moving to the Northeast, to Vermont, NBC News projects that Kamala
Yeah,
Harris
of course.
has won the presidential
That's
race
Joe
in the great
Biden's
state
state.
of Vermont.
No, his state
Moving
is
now to
Pennsylvania.
Virginia. NBC
Technically
News
Pennsylvania.
projects that in the state of
Well,
Virginia,
Vermont
the
is where
presidential
he
race
was
is
senator.
too early to call. Moving now
Biden?
to
You mean
South
Sanders.
Carolina. South Carolina polls are
No, you're
closed,
right,
and
Sanders,
NBC
my
News
bad.
projects that it is too early to call. And finally, our last poll closing of this hour is in Indiana. We had Indiana, some polls closed an hour ago. Now the state of Indiana has closed. NBC News projects that in Indiana, the race is
Look at those
too
numbers.
early to call.
But
I will say
Indiana's
we
gonna
are
go red,
expecting
so-
quite a lot of vote from Georgia
But
and
my
most
point is,
of Florida,
like,
even as some of Florida
there's
voting precincts are
millions
not
of people
closed.
in
We'll get a lot
Indiana,
of that
only
vote soon.
200 and some
Right now, in
thousand
terms
voting.
of the road to 270, we're
No,
very
you gotta
early
figure
on
once
that
we get
road. Donald
Indianapolis
Trump with
out
8
the way just
electoral
to
votes,
finish it,
and
and a
Kamala
couple
Harris
college
with
towns,
3.
the rest is red.
Let's take a look at
So
what we've got in the Senate
that's
race
Trump's
thus far.
11.
We do have some Senate races in states that have just closed. In Virginia, we've got Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine and
Who'll
Hung
probably
Cao, who
win.
is the
Yeah.
You know, Hung Cow. No, Hung
I was
Cow
about
was
to
gentleman
say,
at work the other
look
day.
how that
too early to call.
Hung
Going now
Cow,
to
yeah.
Indiana. In the Indiana Senate race, we've got Republican Jim Banks and Democrat Valerie McRae. Indiana projects that,
Why
NBC
she
News
look like
projects
Little
that the
Richard?
Indiana Senate race is too early to call. And up
Don't
to
do that.
Vermont,
She do
where
though.
incumbent independent who caucuses with the Democrats, Bernie Sanders, is
Why does his
facing
head look
Republican
like that?
Gerald Malloy in Vermont. The Senate
I
race,
don't know,
NBC
but
News projects,
Bernie
is too
Sanders
early
needs
to
to
call. Let's
fucking
look at a couple
lose.
of governor's races.
That's all I
He's
know.
not
In
gonna lose.
Indiana,
Not in
we
Vermont.
have
He's not
a
gonna
He
lose.
very
needs
closely
to.
watched
I'm just
governor's
saying.
race,
I
which
know
itself
he's not, but he
is
needs
interesting
to.
given
It
Indiana's
would be
reputation
nice,
as a strong red
but
state.
this is why I kept
Republican
saying
Mike Braun
vote
versus
them all
Democrat
out, but
Jennifer
nobody want to listen.
McCormick. The Indiana governor's race is too early to call. And finally,
just
the
started.
Vermont governor's race. At this hour, between Republican incumbent Phil Scott and Democratic challenger Esther Charleston, the Vermont governor's race is too early to call. Those are our initial projections for the
just
first big round. of
Why
poll
include
closings.
any place that's too
But there's
early
gonna be
to
a whole night
call?
full of them.
Because they just want
Steve,
people
what
to
have we got
see
since we last
that
spoke?
they might have had, just like with
Yeah,
Kentucky,
so what's
they
about
already
to
had
happen
it.
here
They already
in
knew they were
Georgia
gonna vote for Trump,
is
so.
that by this new state law,
Let me
every
see.
early
Where's
vote
this
from
chick
every
from?
county has to be
Where's the
reported out
people
in the
from?
7 to 8 o'clock
But why
hour.
not
The early
say,
vote is 204
okay,
million
here
votes. We
are
know that
the
it's
states
about
that
80% of all the
we
votes. So we're just waiting.
can
This
call.
could start
You
lining
get
up
what I'm
any
saying?
second if
Like
it goes
the
to plan.
too
While we
early
wait
to
for that, I
call
do
make
want
it
to show you
seem like
Florida
you're just
because
trying to
Florida
lead
is a state
people
that
on to
counts
continue
super
to watch.
fast. And while we
You know
don't
what I'm
think of
saying?
Florida as that
Does that
competitive
make sense?
tonight, one that we wanted to look at, I want
There you go. There you go.
The earliest child of immigrant parents. Up.
Manifested by a mother who worked 80-hour weeks to provide for my siblings and I. No dad. Here we go.
There we go.
Democrats, let me help you. That doesn't move us
In
anymore.
the campaign trail, we were very interested to see what plays out here. Now, here's the backdrop for it. Donald Trump.
Why are they playing with Florida like as if Florida is going to turn
Remember
blue
what
all
happened
the
last
time?
time?
Donald Trump lost this by 25 when he first ran.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
at this
Remember
in
they waited
2020. We
like
talked
an
about
extra-
Hispanic
You're
voter
absolutely
growth in
correct.
2020.
15,
The
20 minutes for
25-point
Florida.
deficit became a
Yeah,
14-point loss. This
I
was
remember I
one of
told
his
y'all the
biggest
other
leaps
day,
in Florida.
I'm watching
What you're
Florida.
looking at here is even closer right now with the vote that we're looking at in Osceola. Now, take this one step further. What we get in Florida in these initial batches is the early vote. It's the vote by mail combined with the early in-person vote. Usually in Florida, this initial number, and it's 70% of the vote, is as good as it gets for a Democrat in any given county, because then they count the vote that was cast on election day. That's usually more Republican, and that actually increases the Republican share. So if that pattern holds, Donald Trump in one of the most heavily Hispanic
And the black
counties
population in
here
Florida is only
poised to take
16%.
another big step forward. And again, given the events of the last week, you know, the
Haitians already
fact that there's a
said they were
large
going to
Puerto
try to
Rican
sabotage
population
him
has
in
made this of
Miami
particular interest. We'll see, because there's the
because of that dumb
possibility
shit
here.
he said.
These patterns we're used to,
He
where
don't know how to shut
Republicans
up.
vote more on election day.
Yeah.
Maybe that blows up a little bit this year, but we're going to see. That's been the pattern. We wanted to keep an eye out for that county. Again, all eyes though on Georgia. I'm hoping to
No,
see
they're
some
not.
light up here. What they're doing in Georgia, just so you know, I said Florida is one of the quickest, most efficient vote counting states in the country. Of all the big states, it is the most efficient. What they're doing in Georgia is trying to replicate what they do in Florida. In Florida, the law is half an hour after poll close, all the early vote reported out. In Georgia, it's now 1 hour. All reported out. So you see how fast it starts coming in Florida. That's the aim of this law, that they're first time it's been in effect here. That's the aim of this law in Georgia tonight. Look, we're about 5 minutes past 7, nothing yet. But again, if it goes to plan, we're going to get a lot fast here.
Chris.
Just something to keep your eye on in Florida tonight. The last New York Times Siena poll had Trump up 13 points in Florida, which is sort of an outlier.
Talk to us, Drew Carey.
One thing I'm looking at tonight is what you might call the Florida heat sink effect, which is we have the Electoral College. I think it's a terrible system, but it's what we have. From the Electoral College standpoint, it makes no difference whether you win Florida by 1 point, 10 points, or 20 points. There are many MAGA diehards who have moved to Florida over the last 4 years. We know this from moving data from colder Midwestern states that are in play. There is the possibility that Donald Trump and Republicans end up on the wrong side of that trade.
Let me interrupt you here for a second. We do have a couple of additional calls. In Indiana, in the presidential race in Indiana, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won in the state of Indiana. We've got an additional call in the Senate race, the Indiana Senate race. NBC News now projects.
Oh, I did not expect Jim Banks to win.
Again, early calls just after polling.
All right.
In Indiana, there is an additional race in Indiana.
I
That we are
did not
watching.
expect
This
that
got
man to
nationwide
win
eyes on it,
whatsoever.
which, again,
So
is a
I
remarkable
can't
thing,
even tell
given
you, bro.
Republican.
This is like every 4
prospects
years. It's
broadly
always
in Indiana, but
19-3.
that gogovernor's race in Indiana.
That
has
man
been
looks
one to
like a
watch, and so we'll
serial
keep eyes
killer.
there.
I saw people
Sorry to-
was
sorry
not
to
going to
interrupt you.
deal
No,
with that,
just
man.
to finish that point, that we know that a lot of conservatives move
What?
Oh, you ain't right.
What?
Harris is leading
Dude,
60%
hold on, sir.
to 39
Wait a
points.
minute.
I personally think we should have a national popular vote. It shouldn't matter if you move
Sir,
from Saginaw,
you don't want to
Michigan.
play that game. Oh my God. I explained this the
Hey,
other day.
Jesse, I feel
if
the
you-
same way.
If you do the national popular vote, that you're not going to get honest candidates. Well, I shouldn't. They're not honest, but they're all just going to lie to you.
Facts.
They're going to tell whatever happens that day. They're going to say, okay, if there was a terrorist attack, the first person is going to come outside and say, listen, I'm going to bomb that country.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go side with them because you're going to play off emotion.
And the popular vote in itself is literally built off of nothing but emotion.
That's what I'm saying.
Who's more
So it's not gonna
emotional
help
towards
you.
the candidate? Yeah.
But they so hung cow exactly in Indiana. Hung cow.
Doing better with young voters in Georgia than Joe Biden was doing against Trump 4 years
No
ago.
shit.
Trump got 43% of the youth vote in Georgia 4 years ago. He's down to 39%
No
now.
kidding.
So that'll be something to watch. And then non-college white voter. This is obviously Trump's base.
Which is how he won in 2016.
Non-college white voters.
Yeah, no, but that's how he won in 2016. He got the white, not educated voter, male voter. That's how he won.
Better than he was doing 4 years ago, though. 4 years ago, it was 35% of the electorate. So as a share of the overall electorate, it's come down. Harris is winning 18% of them, a tick under where Biden was 4 years ago. This will be the story of these exit polls in Georgia. Independent voters. They make up 31%
The voting block
of the
that you guys don't like,
that is a
acknowledge it, but
slightly
understand
larger
that you
share
need.
than what they made up 4 years ago.
Mhm.
Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin,
Because
from
they
9
were
point
pissed
advantage 4
off,
years ago with
sir.
independents for
That's
Biden
why.
to now an 11-point advantage with
They
independents
were
for Trump
mad.
in Georgia. Jake.
Wow.
But KG,
Giant,
isn't Georgia a red
and
state?
that
Wasn't
is
it a red
significant.
state?
Yes.
We see some
Outside of
incremental
Atlanta,
changes here and there when it
that's-
comes to
oh
young
my-
voters. She's doing slightly
Outside
better.
of Atlanta, Macon, Savannah, and Augusta, it's red.
It's still red. Okay.
It's
I
still
thought
red.
so.
The only
So
reason
ain't-
why Biden won the state was because a lot of Republicans stayed home.
Do
They
you
were
think
not
a lot
happy
of
with the choice.
Republicans is going to stay home this time?
No.
What do
A
you
lot
think
of
is going to
no,
be
because
different?
we had some of the largest numbers of mail-in voters, which typically lean Democrat. And then when the Republicans go outside today to go vote, that's when all the numbers are going to start flowing in. That's how Stacey Abrams thought she was going to win 2 years ago. And then we saw what happened an hour after the polls closed. She started getting trounced.
No,
They
she
were like,
was
oh,
too
look,
busy.
she's winning Atlanta. She's got Gwinnett. She's got Cobb. She got Douglasville. She got all these areas. She got Newton
Stacey
County. I'm
Abrams
like,
was still believing the hype. She was too busy believing the hype to where she was disrespecting black men too.
yeah, but
Like,
she thought she was going to get like Valdosta and all that. And they were like, no. Oh, it's still Southern and Middle Georgia.
and then she disappeared for 3 years, and then
She-
she ended in
3
Africa
years,
for
you
3
remember
years.
A few months later, she showed up in Nigeria. Went to
What I'm saying,
Nubu.
she disappeared. She was sent to Africa.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
how
I
that worked.
feel.
She-
Like
she
was
went
sent
over
to
there.
Africa.
Tinubu got in. Tinubu sold them all out, and then she came back. And in between her staying over there, her company was getting sued. Ooh, what is this?
What?
You didn't know? You didn't know?
No,
her company was
no,
getting sued?
no, I did not, sir.
Yeah, I did a whole live stream on that. Yeah,
I must have missed that one.
somebody leaked the confidential. Somebody leaked the confidential group chat where they were bullying this white girl.
What?
Oh yeah, they were bullying this white girl. This white girl dropped it all to her lawyer. She said, "Come here, look at this." Sued her.
Look, I'm not typically. I wouldn't typically laugh at
It was
someone being
hilarious.
bullied, but god
that
dang
white girl
it,
was getting
when you hear a
bullied.
white person being bullied, I'm sorry, I'm gonna laugh every time.
Like I told people this morning, if you picked the best agenda for you and your family or yourself, you are not stressed. Is Macon blue? I think Macon might be the only one that's kind of like a mid to large town that doesn't go blue. It's usually
You
you'll
think
see
it's half and
Atlanta,
half?
you see Atlanta, Savannah, Augusta, and what's the other one? I did say Macon, right? Yeah. I don't remember if Macon went blue in 2020. I don't remember. But it's usually those four.
Did Macon go blue in 2020? Hold on, let me look that up
it did.
because I don't remember. Let me see.
Let me see. Macon 2020. Shit. I feel like it did.
Let me see.
20 election.
2020.
Macon, Georgia election results.
Are we both
2020.
looking it up? If you're looking it up, I don't need to look it up. Go ahead, man.
That's a competition, man.
I feel
Go
like
ahead.
it did. I feel like it did go blue. I know it. I think it did vote for Stacey, and then everywhere else around there said, "Damn, we ain't voting for that fat black woman." Nope.
Who's talking about abortions every left and right?
About to take away my Home Depot. No, sorry, Bob. No.
Lord Jesus, man.
Who is you? And screw you. I don't care what they be doing up there in Atlanta. I don't even go to Atlanta unless NASCAR is in town.
What's a Atlanta?
I know exactly what an Atlanta is.
Somebody said
Yeah,
Stacey's
they
big
go
bone.
Yeah, they go blue.
They went blue. He said Stacey's big bone. Yeah, she's gonna need those big bones to support that weight.
Shit. You see how they kept her away from it, right?
Stacey needs the crane to support that weight, but let me not go there. I don't want people hating me for that. I'm not body shaming, but god dang.
I don't even know how CJ Pearson got to be an elector for Georgia, and he don't even live here.
You know who I really want to see go off? What's that dude's son name? The dude that was running for senator. He has that
You
little.
talking about Christian?
Yeah, where's he at?
He went back to California.
Jesus Christ, man.
He said he didn't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, Bibb County. Yep, that's Macon. Yeah, it went blue.
But you see how efficient they are with these numbers? You know what I'm saying? So you know they can get stuff done when they want to get it done.
Oh yeah. Not only that, they can actually decide and figure out who should get reparations while they're sitting there talking about we don't know who should get it and how we can go about it.
Tell them to shut up.
As detailed as this stuff is, and as detailed as y'all go with everything else, you need to go just as detailed on that.
Mm-hmm. But the funny thing is, Fulton County got a whole bunch of Trump signs.
Man, I wrote through. Oh Lord, I wrote through. I forgot what county it was, but I wrote through a.
Why are you worried about Douglas County? Douglas County goes blue. Anything around Atlanta is going blue. Why are y'all worried about these?
I think that's what CNN is doing, like off-vert. They don't want to speak about all the other counties because of the fact that most of other counties are probably
4 or
red.
5 major cities. Nobody cares.
Yeah,
everything goes red. Look at this.
You know, there was somebody in the area. Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then, if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening,
Trump screwed up. He should have started. He should have went to Rockdale and started going in on Biolab. That's what he should have done. But you know, it's fucking Trump. He don't know what he's doing. Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying somebody was predicting that. Harris, like they predicted that Trump will win, but Harris will also be president before Trump. So what they predicted was that Trump's going to win, but then Biden's going to get sick somehow, and Harris is going to have to replace him for the remaining like 2 or 3 months.
I think if anything, Biden will probably pass away.
Nah, he's going to get sick. He's going to be, what is it called? Like when they can't
even if he
25th,
even if he gets too sick. Even if they get too sick, people going to be asking questions after that. They already been asking questions about why you've been sitting here lying to us about his depreciating health. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, I think that if they're going to go that far with it, I think that they're going to actually eliminate him from the board. And that way, Kamala Harris will be president for a certain amount of months or whatever. And she can implement whatever she's going to implement, and then
if Trump gets fucking Virginia, that's gonna be hilarious,
bro.
That's gonna be funny.
They're in Washington right now, burning all the papers. What's up? How you doing, man?
How you doing, fam, man?
Hey, chilly. Hey, but look, ain't that the question they was asking Kamala in the beginning, right? It was like.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh, he's in perfect health," and then we kind of find out he can't even function.
Absolutely,
right. So if he can't run, can he stay in office?
Yes, unless they invoke the 25th.
Yeah, because here's the thing. That's the reason why Kamala's there. If anything happens to him at any point in time for any reason, she's there to take up the job.
No, I get that. I get that. What I'm talking about is like, hey, so kid gravity, right? So say I can't drive you from work right now, right? But I'm already driving. I'm already driving. But I can't drive you all the way home. So does that mean I can't drive now? You know what I mean?
No, because I would have to kick you out the car.
If I make sure, if you tell me you can't make it all the way home to my house and you come and pick me up, guess what? Guess what? The company
gonna
has to
walk
send a
home.
new driver.
We got
that new driver.
Oh, we got to switch seats, right?
No,
Right.
we ain't got to switch
No,
seats.
but no.
The
It doesn't work
company
like
needs
that.
to
He can't
send
switch
a
the
new
seat.
driver.
I'd have to kick you out the car.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way around that. I'm kicking you out the car. Even if you bring another driver in, you're getting kicked out the car. You're getting kicked out of the driver's seat.
Yeah, you're definitely going to jail for not being able to freaking
No,
drive
I'm talking
anyway
about
and
as
being
if
on
we
the
were
road.
just friends and I'm driving you to work or some shit. But you
Oh,
talking
okay,
about
no. You said we was driving in the Uber. Now you're switching the situations.
No. Like, no, if it was a taxi cab or some shit and I can't drive you home. Right.
Hey, if it's a taxi cab, I cannot
if you were the taxi
switch
cab driver,
seats
you
with
can't drive me home.
I have to
can drive
literally
you two
call the
blocks, but not
taxi
all the way
company.
home. Oh no,
I gotta
I
call
can't
the
drive
taxi
you.
company.
Hold on. Wait. Say the question again.
So now, okay, now if I'm a business and I'm a taxi cab, right? And I can't drive like Joe Biden, right? Okay, I figure I'm to a point where I can't drive you all the way home. Well, that means I can't drive you right now, don't it?
Then you giving me back my money.
Right.
Okay,
calling
but
somebody
I'm
else.
still gonna find my way home because now it's incumbent on me.
Exactly.
get
That's the
home.
part that I was worried about. The dude can't drive. So at the end
Okay,
of the
it's like
day-
this. It's like this. You're the taxi cab driver, right? So you're leading me home, right? You can't lead me home. I have to now lead myself home. I became the leader. Now I could go outside and go get somebody else, but I would have to relinquish my leadership.
But what if no
but
one
this
else
is
is
different. This is
available?
a hierarchy. She's already placed. She's already been president.
No, that's what I'm saying. So what if my guy? I say, okay, well, my guy can drive you. I can't drive you, but my guy. But you don't know my guy.
Yeah, but you
don't
understand
know
there's
my
a
guy.
process. But you would understand there's a process to get the other driver there.
And I would still need a refund because you couldn't do your
Exactly.
job.
Right.
Exactly.
A partial refund.
No, you
No,
giving me
not
all
a
my money
partial.
back.
I need
Screw
a
you.
full
And probably
refund.
a free ride.
I need a full refund because
Go-Go,
you
hello,
couldn't
seem new.
do
Hold
the
on,
job
hold on.
that you was hired for.
Hold on. Go, hello. You seem new, but welcome. Gwinnett is Metro Atlanta. She's going to win Gwinnett. She's going to win Cobb. She's going to win DeKalb. She's going to win Rockdale. She's going to win Fulton. And any other small surrounding Douglas
As
County.
much as I
Anything
hate it, she's
around
gonna
Henry
win Houston
County,
too.
anything around Atlanta, the Democrats got.
That sound like
Anything
Chicago.
outside of that is a toss-up.
Absolutely.
It sounds like
Yep.
Chicago in the south suburbs.
That's what I'm saying. As much as I hate it, she's going to win Houston too. You know, and that's just because there's a lot of Democrats within Houston.
But that always happens. The Democrats win the big cities, but then they can't get the rural areas.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
and
was
that's
actually surprised when I went to vote today. I was actually surprised because like last time when I did it, they had the Republicans on one side, they had the Democrats on one side, but this time they had like a straight down the ballot. Like you can vote for like it was like a free for all. So I voted for Jill Stein, of course. Then I voted for Senate. We got Collins and we have the other idiot, but I voted for the independent dude. What's that party calling in? I only voted for him because he's
Working
third party.
families?
Not the Working Family. The other, they're real popular, but not the Green Party, but the other one.
I'm surprised by that because the fact that TSU power went out,
not independent,
and nobody was.
What's the word?
Go ahead.
What they always talking about our free rights to put things in your body.
the libertarians?
Libertarian. There you go.
Libertarians,
I voted
yeah,
for libertarians. Why couldn't-
libertarians.
If there wasn't a Green Party on there, I vote for libertarians.
But I'm surprised by that, Jay, because like I said, TSU was the polling place and the power went out. So it hasn't come back on since. So a lot of people that was supposed to go to TSU to do their polling or whatever, they had to go to different locations. So I'm very surprised that you said that it wasn't really a lot of people at your location.
Oh yeah, I was over
when
there C King, man. So
Yeah, and that's near where.
No,
TSU.
C King. No, no, it's not. TSU is almost downtown. C King is over here on the north side. So I said,
No,
what about,
TSU is nowhere near downtown.
it's almost downtown. It's
TSU
Third Ward, right?
No. Well, yeah, it is Third Ward, but it's not
Well,
downtown.
Jesse, the Democrats always win in Colorado because they got Denver and Colorado Springs.
TSU is borderline downtown, though. It's borderline
Well,
downtown.
This is where the lawsuits come in.
You know
What
what, Jay?
lawsuit?
I
what?
can't even lie to you. I'm not even going to go against you on this because you're more experienced in this area than I am. So
Wait, what?
I can't even say that.
Wait, what lawsuit?
So they said this election is going to be mired in lawsuits. You know, just like they were talking about
the only way to fight in a lawsuit is if Texas goes blue, which is not going to happen.
That's not happening at all.
I don't think, but
No, I know. Wait,
I don't.
No. It's not happening.
You have a lawsuit is Florida.
I will say this. I know people that complained that Carnell West wasn't on the ballot over here in Houston, so that was a
I
disappointment.
heard people took him off in Georgia.
Well, that was his own fault though, that he's not on the ballot in Houston.
Well, that's going to get sorted out in a lawsuit, though.
Well, what's he
I
going to
don't
sue?
think he's suing. I don't think he's going to sue now because he's not going to win. So I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, because
But
he
I don't-
can't
but
win.
at this point, it's not about winning. It's just about getting 5%, so you can when you try.
Yeah,
to
for the
run,
Green
you
Party.
get more money. He's not running.
Well,
He's not running with the Green.
It
Party.
just
No. What I'm
depends
saying
if
is
that's what he wants.
He's not going to even get. He's not going to even get close to 5%. Jill Stein.
I don't know
maybe.
that. I don't know that.
Yeah, because
There's a lot of people saying they voted for him. I don't know that.
Bro, he should have stayed with
If
the Green
that's
Party.
what he wants, then that's what he would fight for, right? But all I'm saying is this: they already have Jill Stein, like people in the Green Party telling her to drop out so that Kamala can get the votes,
those people
and all that other stuff. You get what I'm saying?
The
So
Green Party don't like Kamala.
that's what I'm saying. So
So
when
it
you
doesn't
have
matter
the
that
Green
they don't
Party
like her.
telling your
they want
own
those
candidate,
votes. They don't
right,
have to like they want the votes.
right, exactly.
But they know she's
Bert
gonna screw them
said,
later.
Bert said Pennsylvania will be the most recounted state. He said something about that.
No, if anything, they're probably not gonna tell you till tomorrow who won.
I'll tell you who's going to lose their seat, though. And I can just predict that for right now. That dude from Pennsylvania, or what is he from? Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Who?
John Featherman.
He's a senator. He has 6
Yeah,
years.
he's going to lose his. No, I'm talking about when he goes up again. He's going to lose his seat.
He might not even finish. No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
serious.
what we
I don't
gotta
even
get
think he's
on,
gonna finish
bro.
his term. He
Nah,
might
he's
be
gonna
going by
finish his
26.
I doubt that because
I think
he's somebody who will literally
Bro,
sit
he
in a
just got
wheelchair.
embarrassed by Rogan.
Yeah,
and
but
he's
still, man.
declining. They're gonna get rid of him.
It's about the money.
You
with
know,
him,
you
though.
know who they want that seat.
Who they want?
They want Shapiro in that seat, so he can get the experience, so he can run in 28.
I promise to God, you better not put Shapiro in that seat.
That's their plan.
I know that's what they want, but they should. I promise
I
that
know,
dude
I
should
know,
not
I
get put
know.
there.
I know, but listen. This is Democrats. They want to make sure they keep Pennsylvania. That's an easy 20 right there.
So, but here's the thing, right? I'm asking. We don't know our damn our representatives and our senators like that. Well,
I
don't.
do. I do.
You should.
Bro, I made sure I voted against Sylvester Turner. The other
Listen,
chick-
I voted against Nikema Williams. I don't want her going back to Congress.
But
I don't
like,
want
we
him
need to
nowhere
know
in
these
Congress.
people like we know rappers. You know what I mean?
But this is what I told y'all for years. Y'all gotta start learning that.
Yeah.
Especially, it doesn't even have to be the senators. Learn the people that are local. That's the ones that can really
State
hurt
reps.
Yeah.
We
that's
as
what-
black folks need to teach our children about
Mhm.
these people like rappers, like the old school R&B singers, like the old school funk singers. Like when I was
they
coming
just
up,
locked your uncle up.
that's what I was
That
grabbed
police,
up.
That police
Exactly.
slapped your auntie up.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Let them know who. You know what I mean? That mayor passed a law that made us all broke.
Yes,
Type
sir.
shit.
And my son knows about Kamala Harris because I put that into him. My son's 17 now. He's 17 years old. So next year he's going to be able to vote. For the past 3 years, I've been literally hammering it into his skull what Kamala has done against the black community.
Look at this sassy nigga right here. He look Hispanic.
came to
Indian.
this decision?
No, not Indian.
So I
Pakistani.
wasn't gonna vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my
Hispanic.
phone.
He's definitely
I know a
Hispanic.
Hispanic.
He's definitely Hispanic.
So
I
now
know
I'm
a
here.
Hispanic.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that.
Bro,
but-
he's
Right, he's
but
lying.
it's funny
And
to say
he's
that.
Yeah, he's an
lying,
idiot
So
too.
she asked you.
He's
She
definitely
asked you
Hispanic.
to vote.
So
for
he's a
Harris.
liar.
And so
Why would you go on
Yeah.
film and
Biden
admit
in
this?
2020, but
Why
what
would
were you
she
going to
interview
do
this guy?
I wasn't gonna vote at
Because
all.
he probably just came
And
out of
then
his
gonna stay
home
home.
place.
I was gonna say
He
home.
was honest,
or something.
as
I don't
if
He
his
said, "I- he said,
girlfriend
And
ain't
so you
gonna
came
see
just
this.
before polls closed. But here's the thing: how
He
long
probably
did it?
told her,
Most
"Look,
people
I'll
have been
let
saying
you
it
hit
takes
this blunt if
10
you
minutes.
interview
Tell us
me."
how long it took you to vote.
know. So I got off of work at 4:30. Drove here about 30 minutes.
I feel like he
think I
trolling.
walked in
Asked
like
him
at
what time was
5
he supposed to
or
be at work.
5-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Damn.
Brian, 2 hours
You
to
ain't
fix
even
your
got no
address.
watch on.
2 hours.
To fix
Brian
your
Flores,
address.
thank you so much. Aaron, back
Did
to
you
you.
see a watch?
Well, that's devotion.
Did you see a
Oh
watch?
yeah.
That's
He
But you know
looked
what?
at his
devotion. 2
wrist.
hours to
I
fix
ain't
the
even mad
address
at him
of
because he
the
said he
state.
wasn't gonna go vote. I ain't even mad at him.
All right, Tom,
He
you
looked
got
at his
it.
wrist.
The
Where's his
Harris
watch?
campaign wants.
You know
More
what?
My
stories like
girlfriend gonna
that.
break
That's a
up
vote
with me.
today.
Bro,
It
I
was
just
not
gotta
meant to
go.
be there yesterday or the day before.
That is right.
Which in a competitive race, it starts with one, and that's how you
Bruh,
build.
if she can't
right.
stick
So what
with
do we
you
have so
over
far as we
something
look at
that
the map?
comes
Let's
up
come
every
out to the big
2 to
picture
4
first.
years,
Sorry, I
then
was
y'all
just
don't need
peeking
to
in
be
there.
together.
It's early. That's the big headline here. Look at a lot of that gray as we go from east to west. We have a
Dude,
lot
we're
to
not doing
count
the
still
popular
tonight.
vote again.
But we have some interesting things happening. Let's start in battleground Georgia, the one battleground state where we do have some
Why would they
results
make
right
Florida
now.
a
And you
battleground
have a
state
very
anymore?
narrow lead for Donald Trump. Well,
Pause.
that's
Why
I
they
guess
made
better
it
than that.
look like that?
Lead for Donald Trump,
Because
54,000
he's
votes
leading
now. I
so
say
far.
narrow and it grows. That's what happens on live television. You see that.
They always do the reports when they get the
And it
first
was
No,
going.
I'm talking
So you're
about the
looking at the
shape
map.
of
You
the
see the red
shape
filling
of
in
the
the small
states.
rural counties. That
But
is
look,
the bedrock.
he's getting all the
of
outlying
the
counties
big
that are
rural America.
traditionally
The
red.
challenge for Harris is to run it up here. We have nothing from Fulton County.
Run it
Go
up
up here
here.
to Blackwell earlier tonight in Gwinnett County. Very
He's
early on.
gonna
You have a
get
little more than
that.
1,000
Why are
votes
we
there.
even? Why are we even
So we have a
doing
long
that?
way to go. Just for comparison purposes,
Oh
Joe
my
Biden gets
God.
58. So
He's
can the
not
vice president
winning
keep it there
Gwinnett.
at 59?
It's false hope, KG. It's false hope, bro.
There's no way. Gwinnett is too
You're
close to the
mismatching
city. There's no
coalition.
way
The
he's
last
gonna
guy to
get it.
win
It's
the
right
state
next to
It's false
DeKalb.
hope.
4 years ago.
But
And
it's
if
right
you're
next to
not, if you're losing in
DeKalb.
some
He's
areas,
not
you make
winning
it up
that.
somewhere else. So that's where we
Hey,
look at
That's like
motherfuckers
saying-
remember when Glorilla and them was for Trump
Virginia
and
used to be
Sexy
a
Red.
battleground state. It's reliably blue now.
Hey, 7 p.m. Friday,
Right, that was just last
apparently.
year.
If you look at this right here,
Motherfuckers ain't gonna
42% of the
remember.
vote
They
in.
gonna
Again, you
remember
see,
them bitches
what,
flipping.
45,000 to 43,000.
At the end of the
Come
day,
back
the
to
day got
lead.
in.
Come back to lead. Let's get it.
Even higher than that by the end of the night. So this is very,
Because Trump,
very
I'm telling
early
you,
on.
Trump give
52% of
Virginia,
the vote.
boy.
But you look at the map. And
I'm
you
running
see
on
there are
X.
surprises here. This would be a surprise. Prince William County in the suburbs. You see, D.C. is right here. Very blue suburbs
It
here.
just
Fairfax County,
started,
go back
sir.
20
You're only
years,
5 in.
Republican
Calm
leaning.
down.
Now you come out here to Prince William County. Again, it's only 5% of the vote. Trump up by 6 points there. Just go back and take a peek. This was blue. And
Look,
it was
after
decided.
this
He's
over,
not getting
very
Prince
we gonna
William.
name all
He's
these
not getting
counties
anywhere
that
near
our kids
DC.
too.
No way.
One Republican area. Just a thing we keep an eye on. You mark it early on. Right now, that's where
Oh
Biden
my
did very well.
God.
At the moment, Trump, if Trump can improve in the suburbs and the exurbs,
He's
that's his
not
path back to the
getting
White House.
Prince William.
It's early on, but that's the thing you look at as this plays in. What else are we looking for here? This is Chesterfield County. Richmond, Virginia is the capital. Suburbs beneath it to the south, suburbs around it to the north. Only 6% of the vote in. Harris getting 51%. Again, your test is match it up to Biden. He had 52. She wants to stay where his number is. You say, oh, it's a point or so. A point or so can matter. Maybe not in Virginia. She may still win the state. But if she's underperforming Biden in the suburbs, that would be a warning sign. This is way too early. Way too early to say that's the case. I pointed out just that these are the markers we're going to go through as we go through the night, as we look it out. When it comes to Virginia, here's my test here. Again, this is 2%.
Notice that
Those
they're going
numbers,
through all
forget
the
about.
cities
If
that
in a long way
Kamala
to go there.
has won, or they
Here's the number
think
you
that
wanna look
they
at.
that
This
she
was
has
a
won.
10
Yeah, they only
race.
focused on the big cities.
10-point race
Right.
4 years
That's
ago.
easy.
Right? It was not a 10-point race.
Because that's the
in
only place they
2016,
have
right?
a
It was
vote.
still blue in both races. That's Obama. Sorry, I went all the way back to Obama there. Let's come to 2016. Run the clock. Here we go.
Yeah, the computer
How do you have the
It was a 10-point race.
votes
Yeah,
in the
that
bigger
matters. That
cities
matters.
before
Because
you have them in the
Virginia might
smaller
still stay
Because
cities?
they're
blue.
more
The
concentrated.
question is Donald Trump tighter in the blue states? Because that means he'll be better in the battleground states. And Jake, that's what you watch. Counties come in, you take a look, you try to learn some lessons.
All right.
Now, if
and
you
we're
look
coming
at the
up-
You
map,
take
it
a
looks
look
like
and try
it's
to
all
learn
red.
from
in
lessons.
the Harris-Trump presidential race just moments from now.
No,
I
I
the
want
map is all
Republicans to
red.
understand. You see how
North
messaging
Carolina,
works?
as well as in Ohio and
If
West
you just
Virginia.
kept it on the
Total
issues and
37
stopped trying to be
electoral
social media
votes up for
darling,
grabs
no
right now.
problem.
And CNN can make a projection that Donald Trump will win the
Miss
state of
Niecy's
West
pissed off.
Virginia, West Virginia, and it's 4 electoral votes going to
Hey,
Donald Trump.
shout out to
all
Miss
4 of them.
Nisi on that one because she did call that.
Carolina with its 16 electoral votes, or
So like
in
Kamala
Ohio,
was gonna
with
win
its
in West
17
Virginia,
electoral
where
votes. Let's
West
take a look at the
Virginia,
electoral
your
Well,
cousin is
they
your
got
wife.
Charleston and a couple
a state for Donald
college
Trump. Donald
towns.
Trump has
You never know.
23 electoral votes in the lead of Kamala
Who
Harris,
live
who
in
has
West
3
Virginia,
electoral votes.
kid?
What about North Carolina? Who do
Nisi.
you think you guys are going? Who do you guys think is going to win North Carolina? Because I believe Trump is going to take that.
That's the
I
trouble
don't
right
know.
there.
I don't know. I don't know.
I truly
North
believe
Carolina
Trump is going to take North Carolina, bro.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Charlotte is too much like Atlanta and Chicago.
I get that. I
No,
get
but
that.
there's
But
other
Charlotte
places,
is
though.
not North Carolina. Charlotte is
No,
Charlotte.
you got
feel what I'm
Durham, you
saying?
got Raleigh, Fayetteville. Yeah, but it's the other places. Plus, what's going to determine is how many people are pissed off over what happened with the hurricane. Who are they more?
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm
How
saying.
pissed are they
North
at
Carolina is a
Biden
big
and
place
Harris?
to go and look at.
Donald Trump in the lead there.
Because Western North Carolina could be where the race is determined in North Carolina. How many people can be able to vote? I know it's been like what? It's been like what? A month and a half now.
Most of the vote
Yeah.
in, a majority of the vote, 64%.
Yeah. Are they even back?
Not even that. It's only been like a month. It hasn't even been a whole month and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. So did they even get the vote?
Yeah, did they even go back? Because like you can't vote in another state if you're from
No,
North
it's not
Carolina.
even that.
Right,
You would just ask for ballot. You would just ask for your ballot.
Vote lead. That's with
No, because actually, I don't think you can vote in another state though. You probably can mail it in, but you can't actually vote.
You can only vote in the state where you got.
If
those
you
IDs.
go, if you go to North Carolina after the hurricane and you have not changed over your address from to whatever state that you're in, you cannot vote. And in some states, you still have to be a person who's been in that state for 6 months to a year. So even if you come in right after a hurricane comes, you wouldn't be able to vote in that state at all.
At least 30 days in most states. At least 30 days.
Yeah, in most states it's 30 days.
Yes, Miss
6
Nisi.
months in the bad states.
I told you earlier, West Virginia is predominantly white, so I'm not surprised it going red. It's been red for years.
Right. They say
I know, it's
Indiana
just, it was
red.
just funny.
It's
I was
always
like,
red.
yo.
Indiana got a bunch of niggas in there.
Yeah, but
The
they're only in
Hoosiers.
Indianapolis though, and Notre Dame,
No, I'm
and
talking about
Bloomington. That's it.
Indiana. The Hoosiers. The
No,
Hoosier
but-
is a nigga, a black
No, I
American.
understand that, brother. But what I'm saying is, outside of Indianapolis and where Notre Dame is, the rest is red.
No,
JD Johnson just said that
bro,
NC is
Gary,
going blue as
bro,
fuck right
Gary,
now.
Hammond, all this shit, Crown Point, all this shit.
But
Right
is
here
that
outside of Chicago.
enough to cancel out the rest of the state?
Yes.
Not much of it in yet, right? So
No,
Right
they
outside
picked
of
Trump,
Chicago.
but they picked Trump.
It's
though.
not, bro. You got to
No, I'm
understand
talking
something.
About 37%.
What I'm
voted.
saying,
They're
not
getting
to
some votes in
cancel
there
the
pretty
rest of the
quick. Ways to
state.
go. But let's
What I'm
just match it
saying
up.
is
Harris
it's
gets
heavy
60%.
over here.
Let's see how President
Yeah,
Biden
it's heavy.
No,
Don't
we're
get it
not saying
wrong.
it's not heavy.
But
We're
the
saying
niggas
that
that
it's
live
not
over
enough.
there,
It got to
that
be
live over
heavy
on that
enough.
side.
Change it.
stays that way. And
It's
that's
not
Right.
enough
It
blue.
has to be heavy enough to change the color of the state itself.
What I'm saying,
And
though,
there's not
is
enough
most
there's
of
not
us-
enough enthusiasm to do that. That's what I'm
saying
saying.
is folks that live on the other side of State Line Road, right?
Out here,
Mm-hmm.
76%.
You get me? And we're from Chicago. We're from out here. We're from the Illinois side. But we
And
moved
shout out to Chicago.
You get me? But we moved to the other side. We moved to Hammond, to Gary, to Crown Point, and whatnot. You get me? Just
Yeah, but
so
are y'all
we can buy our
y'all
guns
messing with
correctly
white boys
and
though?
stay out they fucking way.
So tell me, let me know this. Do you believe that Chicago is going red or blue?
It's probably gonna stay blue.
Well, I'm not sure about Chicago, the city proper.
Yeah, I'm talking specifically about Chicago,
But
not
yeah,
Illinois.
I do think it's changing. I don't think it's finna flip right now.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't
I
think
think
it's
it'll be
gonna
a more.
flip
I
when
think
Johnson
it
leaves.
might go from 60-40 to 55-45 type shit. But
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
too many.
think it's
Y'all
gonna
got
flip.
way too many white liberals in that city.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
just
and-
saying
No,
it.
but
way
them
too
white
many.
liberals is
That's true.
racist, and them white liberals, if they white liberals, they gonna go with what the niggas say.
But
Well,
that's
no,
what I'm saying,
those
but the
white
niggas already
liberals in
established-
Chicago,
They
in
already
Chicago,
established that it's Democrat city.
Yes, but
in
they
in
gonna
Chicago,
listen
the
to
white
us.
liberals, you have to also think about it like this too. They also been in ties with people in the higher ups in the government for a while. So those white liberals, a lot of the times they're gonna sit there and they're gonna fight for what they want in the city. But the truth of the matter is, the people around them is going to dictate what happens in the city.
Well,
They
CRU,
have
let
to
me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Because you still connected to Chicago, right?
You
What
asking
happened?
me?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm
Okay.
right here in the
Are the
borough.
white liberals complaining? Are them white people really complaining over there?
They're doing what they always do in Chicago.
So it's gonna stay
Yes.
blue.
And what is
So
that?
it's gonna stay blue.
But they're still complaining. Like, so I haven't hollered at too many white girls since I've been back out here.
Mhm.
You know,
I don't
Go
care about
ahead.
that, but go ahead.
Hey, I
No,
look,
but like,
that hit me in the chest a little bit, but I laughed. Go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
because I was living in North Dakota, right? So,
Okay.
but
Just
since
the
I've
way
been
you
back out
said
here,
the shit at
and
first.
like right
But go ahead.
outside of Chicago in Indiana.
Ooh, they got a Senate seat. Uh-oh.
Who? What
Oh, we
state?
got
What
one.
state?
Your
Who?
state.
Who
Your
got
state.
one?
Your state.
What? West Virginia?
No, I
Oh,
live
Jim
in
Yep, West
Justice.
Virginia.
Uh-oh.
Take me
Hey,
home.
Yeah,
Where
they
shout
like
out to West
Indiana, West
Virginia.
Virginia, Kentucky.
That crooked motherfucker.
There you go, Miss Niecy. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Miss Niecy,
you thought
Miss
I'm gonna let you get
Miss
off.
Niecy, you
Hold
gotta
on.
tell me.
Hold on, Miss Niecy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. Jim Justice is just as fucked up as Donald Trump. You know I don't. Ooh, you know I'm mad because I don't never said that other asshole's name. But Jim Justice was Democrat for many, many years and then decided to switch parties and just screwed the whole state.
Do you see that? Bruh, if Bernie Moreno get that seat, bruh.
They're fucked.
Bruh. Imagine if she wins and then she has a House and Senate that's full Republican. My God. The crash out for 2 years and she can't do nothing. This country's racist. This country's racist. That's all we're gonna hear for 2 years. And you know what I'm gonna say?
What?
You know what
I
I'm gonna
told
say?
you so. I told you so.
No,
I
I'm gonna say this.
And why should I guess?
Because you should have
Shout
told
out
your
to
girl.
Harvey
She should have
Owen.
done
I'm not shocked at all about West Virginia. I'm from here. I know.
That's why
It's too many of them. I live in Charleston. That's where the majority of our people are, in Charleston, Charleston proper.
Right, in
Anything
Charleston, yeah.
outside of Charleston proper, sure, hell no, it's all white town.
I got a
Hey,
question
why
for
you
you,
ain't
Miss
get
Niecy.
them? Why you ain't get them niggas up north for y'all? Because they said North Carolina going all.
Why you
Kamala.
call them them niggas? Why you
Right.
call them them
Look, I
niggas?
went to college. I went to HBCU too.
Wait a
I
minute,
went
Miss
to
Niecy. I do have a
HBCU.
question for you.
I went to HBCU.
Hold on,
So
Miss
I'm
Niecy.
black.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
I
This
said,
Jim Justice
how
character.
you let us niggas in North
Wait,
Dakota?
no.
North Carolina.
KG was asking the question. See,
Oh, my
CRU.
It's all good. CRU. I'll let you reign.
Much
this
love,
second. Hold on.
family.
Hold
my
on.
bad.
Miss Niecy, I have a question for you, beloved.
All right.
This Jim Justice character, is he related to Buford T?
Probably.
There you go. I remember Buford T said the N-word in one of them movies.
Come on now. I've been in West Virginia. I was born here. I was gone during that time when I was in the military. But once I come back, ain't shit changed. West Virginia is one of the poorest states in the Union.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm fortunate. I've been blessed to work at a decent paying job with benefits. Thank you, Lord.
Miss
Yes,
Niecy, my sister, my queen. Will you tell me who it is that's the representatives of Virginia?
I'm not in Virginia, baby. I'm in West Virginia.
I mean, I'm sorry, West Virginia. I wasn't speaking about Virginia. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know, but I know it's majority
Whoever
white.
they are, they messing up.
God
And
damn it.
there's
That's what I was just saying. That's what we need to be
Oh.
knowing. We
Listen,
need to know them like
I
the
got
rappers.
Henry O. Johnson, so it is what it is. And he was on that committee.
You got
when they were
Henry
doing
O?
arms, so. Yeah, Harry O.
Wait,
Johnson.
you got
not that Henry O.
Johnson? I
Not
thought
Harry O. No, Henry O.
Henry O. Okay, cool.
And I got
Don't be
Orsoff
bringing
and
out
Warnock.
Harry O,
So we're
goddammit.
screwed. Orsoff and Warnock, and their initials spell owl, so we're already screwed. But
I'm reading. Let me read. Let me read Jersey DeVos, or have you? Excuse me for mispronouncing your last name. Yes, black people. Ain't that many of us, but yes, black people live in West Virginia, baby. I've heard that all my life.
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah,
Vince Young lived
I
there
got
for 4
family in
years.
West Virginia.
Say again.
Absolutely, I got family in West Virginia. Absolutely.
What city?
God dang it. Give me a second. I gotta pull up the contact.
I
now.
had somebody on my program that lives there. She
'Cause
lives
I'm
in
not. I'm not
Hey,
from
Niecy,
West
I'm gonna say hi
Virginia.
to your family and say hi to his family. I'm gonna say hi to both of y'all in West Virginia.
Okay.
Hold on, let me.
Absolutely. Every state
Is it
has
Sulphur
their own
Springs?
unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting.
White Sulphur Springs.
White Sulphur
So
Springs.
meanwhile, a Democrat-leaning district in deep
No,
red
it isn't.
Nebraska,
It's
around
hold
Omaha
on.
area, could hold the key to the presidential race. Garrett Tenney is live in
Pull
Omaha,
'em up.
Yeah,
Nebraska.
Randy Moss is in DuPont. That's outside Charleston proper.
Bro, look at him. He need to be playing that clown.
Just
It.
over an hour in. Pretty quickly, we should get a
Damn, that chick got destroyed, bro.
What the hell?
That wasn't even close. There you go, Church. He lost.
Okay,
Mallory,
so my
he lost.
Where is
I
that?
got cousins-
What state?
Vermont.
I got cousins
Oh,
in
okay.
Ann Arbor.
You said
I'm
what?
sorry, where?
I got cousins in Ann Arbor, and then I have another cousin in Berkeley.
Now, is that Berkeley County or Berkeley Springs?
No, Berkeley County.
Okay. So that's
then I
up.
have
No, that's up north, northern West Virginia.
And then I have another cousin out in Colorado,
Okay.
Virginia. I don't know what that is. but
Colorado, Virginia.
yeah, apparently
I ain't never heard of Colorado, Virginia.
that's what it says on my thing. Maybe I wrote that down wrong, or put it. Maybe she put it in my.
Yes.
thing. Definitely. Says
So
Colorado.
why did they hold on? They said West Virginia governor, he down 3. How did they call it for him? I don't get that.
What you asking me for? Do you know these motherfuckers lie?
Ooh, the token black. Let's see what she talking about.
And I'm your host, Harris Faulkner.
They let her host? Oh my God. Whoa. Let's go.
President Kamala Harris
Shout
put
out to
7
Faulkner.
particular states in focus. And in those battleground states, if you live there, you know it has been
Hey,
intense.
G.
Voters are
Mhm.
telling me all about the
Pause
tidal
for one
wave of
second.
campaign ads and polling experts trying to
Mhm.
dig in and learn how they voted and why. Well, that's because in recent
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Carl Langley, I want to read your question. Would you like our Madam VP to teach you how to cook greens? Carl Langley, I say this in love. Fuck you.
I knew it.
Damn.
Look at this.
I
crowd.
knew where that was going.
Miss
This crowd.
Niecy. Miss Niecy.
Yeah,
Are you sure you're not from Chicago?
I'm not from Chicago, baby.
You sure sound like
No, he did not.
polling
all
expert
the
Lee
ladies
Carter,
from
president of
Chicago.
Maslansky and Partners. Warm welcome to you, Lee. You got a big night.
Thank you. Big night.
Who is this
so
white
excited
woman?
to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking to voters and so on and so forth. And let's just start off with the show of hands.
The
real
black chick
quickly.
said, "Give me somebody
Because
that's
the
stupider
numbers
than
for
me
early
to be my
vote,
co-host."
84 million. Just now,
What the heck?
and still
Which white
counting
woman
all
are
those
you
mail-in
talking
ballots.
about?
So it's
Oh,
huge,
the one on the right or the left?
incredibly large, setting records this year. How many of you voted That's a
Wow.
lot.
Look at
right?
Mark
That's a lot.
Robinson.
Yeah, and how many of you voted today? Yeah, well, we would expect not as many, right? So how does that
Yes,
compare with what
some.
you find in your analysis?
Well, what we're looking at right now, they're saying that about half people have early voted. And I think that's and so we
Half
could be looking
people?
at record turnout. Now, there's some people who say it's going
What
to be more
is
than half
half
have already
people,
voted
man?
early, but
I
I
don't
think
know.
we're going to be looking at the numbers are showing that we're
She
looking for a big
glitched
night.
out.
Yeah, that would be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay, a quick rundown of what we'll be showing you tonight before we hear from the audience. Our team compiled key moments from the
think they've
Trump and
dumbed us
Harris
all down
campaigns,
to
and
Call
Lee
of
is
Duty
showing some of
players.
those comments to American voters along the way, and they used their computers to respond to those in real time. The lines on the screen that will show you their reaction: red representing Republicans, blue for Democrats, and gray for independents. And our first topic, we heard a lot of this, fiery rhetoric. This from Vice President Harris.
So listen, so much is on the line in this election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him.
And
Not
this
even the
time,
Supreme Court.
But he's just going to be running the
which
country with no
months
checks and
ago
balances. Okay,
told
keep
the
going.
former president that he is essentially
judges
immune
just went to
no
sleep.
matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself
Joy
right off
vibes.
the bat as somebody who was going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, the more negative independent voters got towards her. And I think we saw that happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined.
bro, is she a data
once
analyst
she
or
sort
something?
of turned very negative.
All right, here's one from former
She was
President
watching.
Trump.
She was watching it.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today, we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not
Oh,
surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think
Because it's called, there's been a lot of people that were voting for Trump that are independent.
Is this MSNBC that's giving the poll?
No,
Also?
this is Fox.
Okay.
Real quick, to Miss Nisi, my cousin just texted me back. It's actually Cottageville, not Colorado. My apologies.
She gone.
Why the white girl thicker than the damn black girl?
Because Harris Faulkner's never
Because
been.
they had to make it look like that, bro.
Because it's two
Being
white
strong
girls.
on our greatest ally.
They're trying to
Israel,
perform a narrative. This
economic-
is literally
economic strength, fighting the
I see
border,
two white girls.
and peace through strength.
is
And Donald
propaganda
Trump
at
has
its
a
finest.
40-year history
Wait,
of Donald
pause
Trump
this,
as
KG.
president,
This
and
is
he
propaganda
demonstrated
at
all
its
of that.
finest.
And it
They put a goddamn woman who's a little bit thicker than the black chick, but the black chick is literally sticks and bones. That's propaganda at
I
its
don't
finest.
think there's a black chick on the stage. I think there are two white chicks on the stage.
I feel that, but there's a melanated person on the stage, which
Somebody
a
just
lot
fell
of people.
asleep on the beach.
Look at all
a
these
little
people in the
longer.
audience, man. You see all these people in the audience? They all look. Something's wrong with them. Say it like that.
Listen, they got to go to the Fox News building and be on TV. They ain't complaining. And it'll be all over YouTube.
Is that the countdown until
The
where
next
they
polls-
at the
And where
Those are
they
8
get the
o'clock
countdown
polls.
from? That countdown came from us on YouTube.
straight propaganda?
Oh no, listen, they worked and stole our ideas. They did. okay.
Yeah, it's all propaganda. God damn it, that's all I know.
All they did was fit in the commercials, right? Hey, Kid Gravity, bro. All they did was fit in the commercials, right? We did the countdowns. Everybody been doing the countdowns for years.
Facts.
You get me?
Look, listen. When I said I was gonna do this, I already knew everybody was gonna grift this day. I already knew it. That's why I said I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna do a 15-minute intro and piss everybody off.
KG is always
Fuck you mean I
freaking trying to
turned
piss.
into all this shit for intro?
No,
KG is always trying to piss somebody off. No, I'm with him on that. That's real shit though.
Everybody else. Ain't nobody did that. No, think about it like this. Nobody on in any of these
in that
networks
KG, you are fucking
did what I
different.
did. None
And
of
you
them.
are different, bro.
Think about nobody. They had time. They have crews. Nobody did a special intro from what happened in 2020 all the way till now. Nothing. They just played the same stupid stuff that they have in the files that they sit there for 4 years. Election night in America. Dun dun dun. Okay. And guess what? I put in things that most people forgot about.
Nah, Kid, you got them drops and shit. Dog. You got
Hey,
everything.
Listen,
That's why I was saying when
down
they-
again. I
when-
keep telling y'all it's 50-50. You better not say that. What do you
bro,
mean
you
De La
sold
Soul
your
is on
computer.
MSNBC?
You
Don't
look,
do that.
Hey,
What
we
the
saw your
hell?
computer, bro. We saw your
yeah, we
computer.
saw you got like an old ass IBM and you been doing
We
all this
saw
great
no,
shit.
it was the Acer, bro. It was an Acer.
Right, some old ass.
Hey, is that really De La
Gentlemen, it's
Soul?
nice to see you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the
Hell
work.
no, that ain't De La Soul. Stop it.
No, that's how
Thank you
kids
very
be
much.
trying to fake the
All right,
funk.
boss. Thank you very much. Rachel, back to you guys. Thanks.
Hold on.
Oh my
But,
God, the guys from De La
no
Soul
matter
just
what,
complimented you. First of all, you got
Kid
that
dropped
interview,
the
and then
shit,
you're
don't
like,
he?
yeah, Jacob,
That
you're
was
great.
them.
Just retire right now.
Dude, that
That's
was
it.
not De La Soul. It better not
They were
have
watching
been.
MSNBC earlier today. What can I say?
It
Wow.
better
Thank
not
you.
been De La
Top of my
Soul.
soul is
Bruh.
Jacob
Them
De
white
La
folks
Soul.
want it.
That is
Hold the hell
absolutely
up.
fantastic, Jacob. Thank you. Got to top that next time we come
Ah,
back.
it was two of them niggas.
I'll see you from the ballot processing center. Not going to be as exciting.
Jacob had
Hey,
Paul
you can
Rudd
trick
walk
all
up to
them
him when I
all them
had
white
him on.
folks.
So Jacob is a bit of a magnet.
Kevin Mercer
Paul Rudd, De La Soul, like, okay, what's
and
next?
David
Next
Literally,
time,
Jay
my
Listen.
college experience
go
was
out
just
next
on
time,
TV.
I'm
That is
Lil
my
Wayne.
like they and Tribe Called
Oh
Quest.
no,
Yes.
that's
That
not
is me in
Look,
college.
look, Joy
David,
trying to
Those
that's
are my two
Joy
favorite.
Powell, De
We are
La
heading
Soul
Listen,
toward
touchdown her
8 o'clock
college.
poll closing.
Gotta
Stephanie
relate.
Rule has joined us. You have a little bit of
Hell
reporting.
no,
I'm going to
bro.
tell you what's next. It's not Paul Rudd and it's not De La Soul, but it is Lehigh University, my alma mater in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I
Shut your
saw
ass
on a
up.
group text of my friends going, I'm hearing that Lehigh might have
Now,
the
what happened
longest
if I
lines
tell
in
you
the
that your
country.
girl look
I
like
told the university president, he said, I'm in line. I have been in line for
Why should I
4.5 hours.
Are your feelings
and he
hurt?
said, I'm surrounded by students and we're loving
girl,
it.
baby
And he said,
girl.
there are
Oh,
tons
really?
of students here and student volunteers.
Baby
As
girl.
a student waited them
That is
5
my
hours.
favorite
He
part
said
of that
it is
clip.
peaceful, it is relaxed. And he said, as long as we
Oh,
got
girl.
here by 8
Baby
p.m.
girl.
and they're all there before 8 p.m., their votes are going to be counted. They think they're going to be in line quite a bit longer, but nobody seems to mind. Like, this is democracy in action. I'm impressed. Would all of you, if you were 19 or 20 years old and the line was 5+ hours, would you definitely wait?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else you
no.
gonna do?
We're
Go to class?
Hell
I tell
no.
you, the Harris campaign just
You ain't
told
finna go to
us
class?
that Paul Rudd is actually at Lehigh.
I'm not gonna go
Right
to
now,
class
he's gone to
anyway,
Lehigh
but I'm not
University,
about to
where
wait
those
no
gigantic
line
lines are.
either.
They sent him from Temple to
No,
Lehigh.
that's why
Sent
they
him
were
from
trying to
Temple
get us
to
not to
Lehigh
vote
to help
because they made these
persuade
lines
Boston.
Not many
ridiculously long.
celebrities go to Bethlehem. I
I've
talked to
never
Mark Cuban
waited
a
in
few
a
minutes
line,
ago. He
dog.
was
Every
FaceTiming with
time I
students
go
in line at Chapel Hill. And he
vote,
said, I thought I was
dog,
going to need
always,
to
I'm
keep
right
them going,
there and
but
then I'm out.
they're happy. They're waiting. They're
I've
getting the
never
job
waited
done.
in
That's
a
what they did in
line
2008.
until this year.
I've only waited in line one time, and that's when I voted for Barack Obama the first time he ran in
Even when he
2008.
ran, I never waited in a line, dog.
In Philadelphia.
After
Nah,
that,
I waited-
I didn't
I
vote
waited
for him
until
again.
The Democrat
Wait,
you
like
need
15
to run it up in Philadelphia. So she just said we'll get about 100,000 votes, right?
Well, even with Barack Obama, I only
Joe
waited for like
Biden wins Philadelphia.
12,
Barack Obama, I was
maybe
in-
13 minutes.
Just over 6
No,
hours.
I didn't
Yeah,
even wait.
it wasn't even a lot of
waited in the
time.
line.
And you
like-
know why I was in and out? Because I went at 6 a.m.
After that,
because the
especially
polling
if
place
it's
is like
early
right
Yeah,
up the
that's
street.
what I'm talking about. Like my
Well, I was on a
waiting in the
college
line is
campus,
like
so-
me waiting for my mama to
That's
give
one
me
of the
my
things we'll
coffee
see.
in the
But
morning.
this is the building block. for any
Yeah, I was on a
Pennsylvania
college
ain't waiting
campus.
for
Pennsylvania,
shit.
it
So
has
I
to be
went in,
not
I
only
went out, and you would
5%,
think that it
but
would
you
be
want
a
a
lot
higher
longer
rate. You
because of
wanna
the
do
fact
raw
that
math to run up your
it's
margin.
Barack
Then we get
Obama
into
and
the
it's on a
suburbs of
college
Philadelphia,
campus,
the
but it was
Colorado
at
Bro,
Springs,
I've
UCSB at
never
the time.
waited.
and
I
Delaware,
never
and then you
waited
start
to
moving
vote
out to the
until
extra to
this
see how it's
year
going.
at all.
Pam just noted two places that I'll keep an eye on tonight.
Ever.
And
Again,
who'd
I
you
said this
vote
at the
for?
beginning of the
No,
program, if you weren't with us.
I
There's
don't care.
25 counties in America. Only
I just
25
hope.
counties in
I
America
posted
that
it.
voted twice for
I
Barack
voted
Obama,
for
No, I
twice for
saw
Donald
it.
Trump, and then switched
Yeah,
back to
I'm
Joe
just
Biden.
playing with you,
Right?
bro. I
Those are
know.
your
I
blue
know. I
zones. Two
saw
of them
it.
are in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. One is in its northwest corner.
I waited in
Excuse me,
line
where
for
Boston
3
came out
hours
there.
to vote
There's
for
Erie. Look how close
reparations.
it was in 2020.
I
the
did a
winner
mail-in
is
ballot
Tell you,
for
they
that
go
reason.
watch the dudes
And
get
then you
pissed
come
at
over
us when they
Pam just
report
mentioned
that. We
Northampton
begin
County,
we
which
begin
is right
writings
along
of
the Jersey
reparations
border
across the
right
country.
here.
That's
And
what
there are
I
four
really.
Before go get
That's
upset.
the
Right,
real
that's what I
project,
want
great
to
group of
see.
voters there. And again,
exit
Waiting
poll
for it in
that I
there.
want to
County. She
see.
mentioned
How
low
many
voting lines
people?
there. I talked
We
to one
had
of our voters earlier
multitudes
today
of
by
people
text. She
saying
said
they
she was
voted for
confident that
reparations,
Harris
and
could
we
pull it
need
out.
to
That's
figure
a
this
bellwether
out.
They
there.
wrote
Let's
that.
Just
take a
random
look
people
at
out of nowhere.
2024 and see what we have on the
Certain
map. At the
districts.
moment, we told you this early on.
Oh
The
my
vice
God.
president is leading in
That's all I
battleground
want to
Ohio.
see.
Not much of a battleground anymore. This is a reliably red state.
Kara, I
So,
know
And the
you
reason
didn't
I
vote
did
for
it is
Diddy.
be-
I know you didn't vote for
I bet you
Diddy.
she did.
Some states are
But the
going to
reason
be
No,
I
you
did it is
did.
because
I bet
and
you
then
she
you get
did.
election day
I
voting.
hope you
I want
didn't.
them
Always
to
keep
know
it
that I
ahead,
voted
10 to
couch.
20%.
Come
And the
here.
expectation by the
You
end
If
of
give
the
me
Diddy
year
was
is
running
that
the country,
Republicans
where
will
would
look
the
to vote.
country be?
We
That's
heard
all
the
I
former
want to
president
talk.
earlier tonight. we talked
Baby
about
oil
Henry
day.
County, Indiana, a suburban
Baby
county
oil
just north of
down day.
Indianapolis, where the vice president was leading when we were
Friday,
over 50%.
every
We're above
Friday, every
62% now.
quarter
Still
would
very
be a freak
competitive.
off.
Still could be a sign that she's competitive in
And it
Republican-leaning
Freak off
suburbs.
Friday.
Donald Trump is
We
Why
pay
we
you not
gotta
to go
wait
to
till
work.
Friday?
You just go be in
which
the
of course
sun.
is a red
And
state.
it be
Wednesday is
mandatory.
tomorrow.
Now,
It
Fact.
gotta be
check in on
mandatory.
the Commonwealth of
Take
Virginia,
that
then we'll move
Thursday.
south. Again, if you're Harris,
Take
Joe
that,
Biden
take
has a
that
10-point lead.
Thursdays.
Right?
I
You're
am.
in
Take
Nigga,
that
take that
Thursday.
one
Wednesday.
states to come out roughly like
And
they
then
did
the
then.
Thursday
Only
to
at
rest.
22%, but right now she's in the ballpark for a 10-point win.
That
We'll keep an eye
motherfucker,
on that.
he come out with a
If you get
law
that
talking about
10-point win
something.
there, the
I'm
question is,
renaming
can
every
you
day of the
carry it
week.
over?
Call we
This has
call
always
it
been
Mon
Democrats'
Diddy,
frustration.
Two
How do you
Diddy,
get Virginia from
When
Kentucky to
Diddy,
North Carolina?
Third
When
Very,
did he?
very
When
similar.
did
You
he?
even say there are some more advantages for
Friday
Democrats.
Diddy,
Research is trying
That was
Saturday
good.
Diddy,
When?
Black voters.
Sun
When
Diddy,
Right
did
now,
he?
the vice president has the lead, but again, we are very early
Christmas
on
Diddy,
in the state of North Carolina.
Oh hell
Thanksgiving
no!
Go
Diddy,
back and look for comparison.
Memorial Diddy,
126,000 votes. She has the
the
lead.
4th of
Why
When
do we
Diddy.
did
know they're going to
he?
be at this a while?
When did he? That was the
Gotta take
one.
about 2.7, 2.8.
I'm
What's
telling
that?
you.
Monday.
No,
Monday
that's
finna be
Monday
Georgia,
Diddy.
right?
Let's just take
That's
a
Two
look at
Diddy.
Georgia before we get to
That
the
fourth
When
Monday
of
did
Diddy
he?
Memorial
is gonna
Diddy.
be different.
Veteran. Yeah, Monday finna be veteran Diddy.
Donald Trump leading
Facts.
at the moment, 180.
When he shooting off the fireworks on
and not much in yet from the Atlanta
on 4th of
suburban area,
Diddy,
but Jake, in the hour
everybody
ahead,
is like,
a lot of
all right, you got to put on your
Indeed.
ponchos now. Here kind of
Voting
oil.
is about to end in
No,
16
man.
states and the District of Columbia. The
And
biggest
then
round of poll
there's
closings
accidents
all
all over
night.
the place. Everybody
A
tires
whopping
slipping.
171
Yeah, it's
electoral
finna
votes at
be
stake,
veteran
including
did.
19 in Pennsylvania, the battleground that could decide the presidential election. And let's bring you some
Indigenous
CNN
Diddy
projections.
Day.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state
That
of
was
Florida.
that
with
was
its
2
30
weeks ago.
electoral votes,
Fact.
as expected. Donald Trump, CNN projects, will win the state of Tennessee, as
course.
expected, with its 11
I mean,
electoral
you
votes.
can still hang niggas
Missouri
in that
will
state.
go
Of
to
course,
Donald
if
Trump.
you go give it to
Missouri,
him.
as expected, will give
You can
Donald
still
Trump
hang
10
niggas in
electoral
Minnesota.
votes. Here are 2 more projections for Trump. Alabama,
That's
CNN
Tim
Do you know
Walz
it'd be
State.
funny
will
if
go to Donald
Minnesota,
Trump with its
not
9
Minnesota,
electoral
Missouri
votes,
goes
and
for
Oklahoma,
Harris
CNN
because of
projects, will go
Marcellus
to
Williams.
Donald Trump with its 7 electoral votes.
But we know
have
that
some
ain't gonna
projections
happen.
for Kamala Harris as well.
What's
CNN
his
projects
name?
the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with
Torian
its
and
11
little
electoral votes,
Mamacita.
as
She
expected,
moved
will
right
go to
out that
Kamala Harris.
motherfucker.
CNN can project that Maryland, as
Man,
expected,
you know,
with its
it's
10
Torian,
electoral votes, will go to
hey,
Kamala
they
Harris.
said that
And
your state
CNN
gonna
can
stay
project
blue. So what's
that the
up?
District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral
Hey,
votes, can go
do you
to
think
Kamala Harris. Here are the states
that
He said he just
Oklahoma,
tell y'all he
polls
stay there.
disclose where we are not
Huh?
prepared to
you
make
think
He said he just
Oklahoma
tell y'all
went
he stay there.
red because of
Delaware,
the situations with
Illinois, Maine,
the illegals?
Mississippi,
No,
New Hampshire,
Oklahoma's always
New
red.
Jersey,
Right, but I
Pennsylvania,
mean, do you think
and
it
Rhode
stayed
Island.
red
No
because of it?
projection
I ain't got no
in any of
protection in
those
Illinois.
states.
No.
Here is the electoral
No.
vote.
No,
They-
he said no.
No.
Has
No,
not
because they
been
know, but they ain't
Yeah,
got no
give a damn.
protections in
Bro,
Illinois.
they love the illegals there.
electoral votes.
They know
You
what
don't
Illinois
understand.
finna do.
Yeah, but you heard Oklahoma.
They acting like
They
this
got
on
so much
fake
farmland out there, and they can underpay them to hell, boy.
Then wouldn't they be blue?
No.
Of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.
I keep telling y'all, both sides love illegal immigration.
I know that. I'm with you on that.
Only
But my thing is,
vote count. It's still a lot of votes.
wouldn't they be blue?
No.
Oh, look at Georgia.
Oklahoma will never be blue.
4.8% of the vote.
Racist ass Native Americans down there, they'll never turn to the Democrats.
Okay. Hey, no, that's the one. You're right. Correct.
In the
The Native Americans down there are hella racist.
54.2% of the vote. Donald Trump
Yeah,
has
so that means they ain't
43.9%
gonna
of the
vote for Kamala.
Kamala Harris with a healthy 115,000
No,
that's true.
plus
The
vote
only
lead.
place that's gonna
That's
vote
with a
for
quarter
her
of the vote
is
counted in
Say
the
she the
town hall.
wrong
Oklahoma,
type of
Oklahoma
Indian.
University,
In
and
New
Oklahoma
Hampshire,
City.
Kamala Harris has 55.7%
Well, red dot or feather, she
of
the
the
wrong
vote.
type.
Donald Trump has
Fact.
43.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris.
I don't even know if there's any Desi's in
Why
Oklahoma.
they vote for her
That's
in
with
New
only
Hampshire?
10% of the estimated
New
vote.
Hampshire got
counted
Because
in
you know why?
Would it
North
matter if there
Carolina.
was any Desi's in Oklahoma if
It's
you were going to be the minority?
Basically Massachusetts
Donald
West.
Trump has 44.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 144,000.
It wouldn't matter, but
in Ohio, that's with a quarter.
trust me, if there was some Desi's in there, they'd have had their crew down there. Even though they don't want to go there, they'd have had their crew down there.
Jake, we said this earlier in the
Remember,
program. We're
you
gonna
saw
say
how
it again
pissed they
because
got.
caution is the
ESPN
operative
got
word
pissed
here.
in
Sometimes
2012
the
when
map early
it
in
was the
night, so
Thunder
it's
and the
still
Heat.
early in the night, even though we're moving on a little
They
bit.
really wanted the
Sometimes map
Lakers.
looks a little different. Sometimes it looks a lot different.
No,
Like,
you're
oh,
right
you gotta
about
go
that.
Oklahoma
By the end of the
City,
count,
and you
in the
see
states, it takes
Stephen A. Smith
a
was
day
sitting
or
there
two.
complaining.
I say that because it's
He's like, I
Kamala
think
ain't gonna
Texas
win,
is
but if
blue.
she wins,
I didn't see
Both
that
are like-
episode because
Well,
I
not-
can't
but
stand
Texas is both
Stephen
are
A.
like
Smith. So
Both-
anytime
Yeah,
he
it was
starts
when
talking,
he
I
was
turn
doing
shit
the
off.
NFL
President's leading
finals,
61%
and
to 38%, but it's
he
just
was like,
5% of the Texas
because
vote, as you can
everybody
see.
thought it
you
was gonna
see
be
that
them and
they
the
got
Lakers.
Kamala winning in Texas. Are
So
you
he's like,
kidding me?
What? What?
No, it always.
You see
No,
that?
don't panic. Don't panic. They always
No,
do that.
no,
They
I'm
always
not
do that.
panicking.
They always do.
I'm saying
They
it like
count
they're a
the
lying
first.
ass piece of
What?
shit.
They're
I'm
not
in
lying. They're
Texas.
not lying. They count the
I
big
am
cities
in
first.
Texas, and I've
She didn't
worked
win
the
it.
damn.
She didn't win
Hey,
it. She's
tell them try
leading.
it. Try it.
She's leading. She didn't win it.
Okay, she could be leading. She's not. What I'm
She's
saying
not
is,
winning Texas.
she's nowhere near winning Texas. That's my point. There, even if she
They
shouldn't
always
even be
do that though.
leading.
No, but they always do that.
Like, why did you even come with Megan Thee Stallion? Like,
Megan Thee
stop
Stallion.
it. Like,
Well,
you're
it
not gonna win
wasn't.
this
No,
race.
no, no.
Don't
It wasn't
even
about.
come in.
It wasn't about Megan Thee Stallion.
No,
Texas
no, I'm
is
saying,
always
like, no,
historically red, and
no,
even
that's what
in
I'm
the
saying.
like the cities in
That-
Houston and stuff
Bro,
like that.
That's what I'm saying.
it's
That's
not
like her
gonna
having a
do
show.
nothing.
That's like her having a show in Indianapolis. Indiana is always gonna be fucking red. You get me?
Didn't they bring Cardi B to like Minnesota or something like
They
that?
brought her to
No, she was not
Wisconsin.
here. No, that
Wisconsin.
was Wisconsin, yeah.
She's not from Wisconsin.
Right, but that's
But do you
that'll
see
go
my
any-
point?
that-
It's
Wisconsin
still
will
star
go
power.
Either way.
It's
Who
still star
cares?
power. That's all I'm saying.
And how'd that look? The next day she went on.
It looked horrible. It looked horrible.
How much she going and red rum people? Notice how
Red
she didn't
rum.
record that space, but people recorded it. Talking about, oh, I spent $100,000, me and Offset, to do private investigations to find people. Like, bruh,
To find who?
people that
Who
were,
did you find?
No, she
Who
said
did
she found
you
they were
find?
finding people who were making fun of her kid, like they were trolling her kid and putting like making up like saying that Offset was like doing things to their daughter.
I'm not surprised while she was sitting here drugging and god dang robbing.
Yeah, but see, this is what I can't stand
men
about
and
her
all
though.
this other shit. Yeah.
Madam, you live in Sandy Springs. Don't no crime be happening in Sandy Springs.
But not just that. Hold on.
And you got private security.
She came out for a party that's talking about protecting women's rights, but then she sent a bunch of dudes to a strip club to beat up a woman who literally she thought was sleeping with her husband.
Right.
You're pulling this person out to talk about women's rights and why
everybody,
Kamala.
you know why? Because everybody last year listened to her where she said everything is high and I ain't voting for none of them.
Yeah. She said that, and that's
then
my
she
point too.
flip-flop like a
She
pancake.
flip flop, just like a lot of these dudes. DL Hughley flip flopped.
Bruh, if she loses tonight, that man better not come on X for about 2 months.
Hey, here's the thing though. All right, so I just posted one of my broadcasts yesterday about DL Hughley. Well, not about DL Hughley, but in the broadcast, I spoke about how they're bringing out all these different dudes that's talking about protecting black women. But not only did DL Hughley not protect his own daughter, but this man, when I'm forgetting the dude's name, Columbus
Short.
Columbus Short, when he was accused of beating his wife, this dude came out against dude's wife. He said he didn't believe it. And he also spoke about how, oh, well, you know how many women lie about these situations when it comes to black men.
He's not winning Douglas County. Jesus Christ. Why do y'all keep going around to Atlanta? He's not winning Atlanta.
Nah,
Even
motherfuckers said that they think
even if Kemp promised every citizen in Metro Atlanta an extra $2,000 in their account tonight, he still wouldn't get Atlanta.
How many
By the
black
way-
cities outside of Atlanta and Georgia are they, if you don't mind me asking?
You have
By the way, I
Atlanta,
think our-
you have Macon, you have Savannah, you have Augusta.
Okay.
If you want to
So we
count
got about
Valdosta, you
5.
can count Valdosta. So you got
So we
5
got about 5,
to
right?
make- yeah, you got 5.
Okay.
The rest is
cities,
the
and
rest
then there are
is
suburbs around
smaller
them.
towns and sundown towns.
And this is my point. That's why I asked that question, because
But again, that's what I said earlier. Everybody thought Stacey was going to win in 2022 because she was locking up all the blue counties. And as soon as
Right.
the red counties came in, she got trounced. She lost.
And then they lied and said black men didn't come out to support her, even though we was speaking against her in the new black media.
Black men still went out and voted for her.
Black
They didn't
men
want her.
still went out and voted for her, and the
Here's
rest
how I tell
of
you
the
a blue
people
state
didn't.
or a red state. Here's how I tell you a blue state or red state. Do you got constitutional carry? Can you just put your pistol on you and just hop in the car and go to the grocery store?
Yeah.
Nothing.
You can do it anywhere.
You don't
New
need
York,
nothing
you
else.
can do that. Upstate New York, you can do that, depending where.
You can do that in Georgia. You can do
Hey, in
that
Texas, I
South
can
Carolina.
grab
You can do
my
that all the way from
thing
here all the way
and
to Florida.
go anywhere I want to go
Right.
in Texas.
You can
but
do
that's
that.
different.
Technically,
You can do that in
anywhere.
Illinois too. You just gotta do it outside of Cook County.
No, I can
Bruh.
do it. I just gotta start. I gotta put my pistol on me outside of the state, and then drive through the state and not get out the car in the state.
Well,
Well,
think of
that's
it
not
like
gonna
this:
happen.
in New York,
But
if I have the gun on me, I gotta
once
stop
I leave
before I get to
Illinois,
the
I
county
can drive
line.
all the way down to Texas, Florida, Alabama, Arkansas, everything else.
I wouldn't
and
do that
all
in
this shit
Maryland.
on me.
I wouldn't do that in Maryland.
Yeah, I
Maryland
would
a little
say
finicky
that.
with their stuff.
I said south. I said south.
Yeah, I would
But you
say
said you're
that
coming from
any person
Indiana.
driving like that
Right,
wouldn't want to do that. Like, it's just because of it's not really about laws at that point when you're reaching certain like border areas, certain things. It's at that point it's about social construct. How are those people socially constructed?
Not one,
to-
bruh. They ain't got one
that
dark
Obama?
person on this panel.
What's going on?
They ain't got one. Harold Ford is the only black person on the panel. What is this? Fox News.
Yeah.
Get some color, muff.
This dude right here
Oh,
looks
see,
like
he
an
got his
actor
glasses
who's
aimed down so he can look at what he's looking at with his glasses aimed down.
And you know, I wouldn't
because he
even
can't
that
see
dude.
through the
That's smart, bro.
glasses.
No, he got his ass. He got his glasses aimed down for a reason. What his glasses aimed at?
The script.
His glasses is aimed at
I
something.
told y'all it's the script.
He trying to look at her computer.
That porn, I don't know.
You
Let me
think
look at
so,
porn.
Jay?
He trying to look at her computer.
She might have porn on that.
Look
Can I
at his
clarify
glasses.
something?
They aimed
Politically
down.
for
He's trying to
January
look
6th
at her.
is
Why
computer.
still
why
being
is his
paid.
one
And it also was
eye?
hammered over and
His
over
one
again
eye
by
looks
former
like
President,
a
by current
diamond, and
President
the other
Biden,
one
the
look
former
round. What is
candidate.
going
You
on?
know, the threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The thing about it, I think it's striking, is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways, it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it. Go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this, that our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021 to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's go check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida.
They finally
tonight.
put up a
What's the
brunette.
mood
I'm shocked.
over there? Long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me still hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line. Apparently, a lot of folks are at the Hilton partying right next door and still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the max before they get
Well,
in
your
here.
man got
So
shot
that is what's holding
at
up
and
the
shot
people,
twice.
the spaces that
So
you see behind me, and why
who
that
is
hasn't
that?
filled up just yet. I want to
She
just
looks
talk about
black.
you guys were on the big screen when you called
Turn around.
Florida in here, and everybody erupted
mind.
into a cheer. I was just
Is
talking
that
to
Alec
Congressman
Baldwin?
Mike Waltz
No.
of Florida, of the great state of Florida, and he was telling
What
me
is
how
that?
it was a record early vote turnout,
What
and
is
that's
that?
why. And he thinks that's going to resonate across the country today. People are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Aisha, thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington,
That
D.C.
was
Hi, Jackie.
entertaining. I ain't gonna
Oh,
lie. The
hey,
one
Carl.
with the big ass hat.
Terrence ain't hit the
Guys,
stage
a
yet.
different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris headquarters, we don't actually have
hell is
Harris
she
campaign
playing?
officials because they're all
What
in
is
Wilmington
going
tonight.
on?
So we're
Are
trying to get
you
a sense from
Negroes
campaign officials
outside
about who
really
was
doing
invited
the
to this
electric
event, how many
slide?
thousands will be
They
there,
are
who's in the
electric
crowd.
sliding, bro.
From people close to the
This
vice
isn't
president,
even like.
watching these
Oh
people
hell
come
no!
in. They started tonight very anxious.
Are they
about
line
Georgia,
dancing
and
in
the first batch
Houston?
of data that they're getting is
What is
really
going
This is
on?
a Howard. Why is there an Asian woman
a
at
source close to
Howard?
VP says that they're seeing
Bruh.
a high turnout in the metro Atlanta area. And
Hey,
as
she's
of a
black
short
because
while
she
ago,
went to
they had a
Howard.
10
No,
Don't
that
you
was a
disrespect
baby.
her.
among
Don't you
women
disrespect
showing
her.
up. And also,
She's black
they
because
noted
she's
that
at
black
Howard.
turnout
Look at this sassy
Don't
was low
disrespect
Look
strong,
at
her.
but
Umar.
it
Go
is
ahead,
finishing
Umar.
strong.
Get it,
And then
Umar.
Go,
key factor
Umar.
that the
Get it,
voter overall,
Umar.
thing they've been wrestling with is whether or not they underestimated
Umar
Trump's get out
jumped
the
on
vote
that
effort.
Amtrak, boy.
So far, they're not seeing
He said, I ain't
signs of that,
missing
and
this.
they're definitely feeling happy about that first report.
Yes.
Oh hell
No,
no!
Torian.
All
No,
right,
no,
Jackie,
no, no,
thank you
no.
so
See,
much.
you
Before
gotta
we make
say
some
it
race calls,
correctly, sir.
Harold, you wanted to clarify something you said?
Sir,
The
let me
58%
help
42, the Florida.
you. Mark Robinson.
You lost. Shout out to Mark Robinson and his loss.
Wallow J. Somebody go wake up Wallow J.
So both
Already,
failed.
He probably
Governor DeSantis is
walked into
touting
the store
both
and
of
get
those
something to drink.
things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
Ooh, you got some calls?
We begin in Pennsylvania, home to a razor-thin Senate race between incumbent
How
Democrat
much you want to bet
Bob
it's going to be
Casey
all
and Republican
Democrat shills?
businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision
How
desk
is this
says
a
this
call?
is too
just
early
started.
to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will
What'd I
win
say?
his second
Who
term.
thought he
We'll
was gonna
pause for
lose?
applause down there
It's
with
Rick
Aisha.
Scott.
In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks
Now,
and former
here's the thing with
Republican Governor
Alsobrooks.
Larry Hogan.
How much stock do they take
Alsobrooks
in the
has
fact
a
that she was
lead, however,
money laundering?
in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for
That's
the
a
raw
good
vote total
question.
to come in.
And too early to call Missouri's Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic
It's
Attorney
gonna- come
Lucas
on.
Kuntz. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, we can tell
If
you,
Josh Hawley
will win
loses,
once
that'd be
again in the
hilarious.
state of Tennessee,
If
another
Haw-
reliably conservative state.
Man,
In
that's
Mississippi,
come on.
Does she
longtime
really think she
GOP
was gonna
Senator
win?
Roger Wicker will
Wicker
take
is gonna fucking
home
take
another
it.
victory. The Fox
I don't
News
even know
decision
why
desk
we're playing.
can project that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth
Did
Warren
you
will
really think she
win
wasn't
her
going to
third
lose?
term.
Connecticut's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will also win a third term. Not enough data to project the main Senate race quite yet.
And in New Jersey, current Democratic House Rep Andy Kim will win his Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic House Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester will win her first Senate race.
In Rhode Island, Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term.
Because we
And
really
let's take a
thought
look at the
Sheldon
balance of
Whitehouse was going
power
to lose.
and how it shapes up at this point in the evening. 8:18
Bruh.
on the East Coast. You have 43 Republicans
if they get-
securing their seat. One seat was flipped. That is West Virginia. The former governor
Yeah,
will now be
Kira,
Senator
remember
Jim
Bob
Justice
Menendez
in
got
West Virginia.
indicted, so he had to give
34
up his seat.
Democrats
So
have
that
secured
Asian
their
dude
seats
got
in the
his
Senate,
seat.
and a long way to go. In the
How
upper
many
chamber.
new seats are there now?
Republicans flipped
Starting to
one.
dump in from those early states. More Democracy 24
Which they said they
coverage
need to
ahead
flip
as we
one
await the
to get
next
control.
round of poll
So they
closings.
just gotta. That's why they gotta. I think they need at least 3 to just be.
While you watch Fox
to just be
News, stay
safe.
connected at foxnews.com. It's Fox.
Because if they gets to 50-50, then they really need Trump to win, and they ain't gonna be able to do shit. And that's
So
when fun gonna begin.
let me ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
Are they able to count the votes on other candidates, such as like the Senate and the House, before they do the presidency for some
Those
reason?
are because you gotta understand those are districts. That's a lot easier.
Okay, so the district still doesn't represent the whole state. The state still have the
No,
representative.
the House of Representatives is district. The Senate is state.
Okay, you're correct. You're right.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah. So the House and the Senate's going to be quicker than the president.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Let's
That
see what
makes
crazy
sense.
dude talking about.
Why am I seeing a bunch of like new age KKK members saluting the flag? What's going on here? The Patriot Awards. That's why. Okay. All right. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you stay silent so I can see
Yeah.
it. Okay. All right.
Listen, 83. Wow, Florida's almost done. Holy
Democrats
shit!
have kind of fallen off
Shout out to
dramatically
Florida,
in them.
you bastard.
We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, our Democrats taking strides.
Well, that's why I
forward.
said
They
I'm
think
watching
they can with
Florida.
Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I've
Again,
struck out on this
y'all
every
still
time,
got to
but this is
finish
gonna be very
Atlanta.
big when we get votes
Fulton
from
County's
Gwinnett.
going to give her a big
And we don't have
jump.
many more from Gwinnett.
Stop looking at
It's
Gwinnett.
starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just see if we have any more
Yes,
from
he's
Fayette.
going to get Fayette because they
I'm
got
gonna
more
go back
money.
and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in
He's
Georgia.
only gonna get
and I
as
think
far
starting
south
to see a little bit in the way of
Rockdale and
patterns,
Henry.
just in terms of the rurals, at least in
He's
Georgia.
not
Rachel.
getting.
Thank
Rick
you,
Ross
Steve.
don't
We'll
like
be
her.
checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping an eye on this other story, which is false bomb threats that have been called in at polling places in Georgia. We're now updated from Georgia officials. At least 38 different election-associated locations saw bomb threats today. Fulton Police Chief says
I'll be the
32
Democrat.
bomb threats at different
Allegedly,
locations. in
allegedly.
Fulton alone. Some threats were called into 911. Some were called to the specific location. Some were
Same way we saw assassination
chief saying that
attempt.
all but 2 cities in Fulton County received bomb threats. They were spread all throughout the county. Obviously, it's concerning and
You got way too
disgusting.
many people that
The
moved down
intrigue
there
here is that
moved
both the
from the north.
FBI and Georgia Secretary of State Brad
Nah, I
Raffensperger
think it's gonna go
earlier
red.
today
I don't
attributed
think
at
it's
least
gonna
some
go
of
red.
these threats to Russian origin, which means that an enemy of the United States, a foreign adversary,
okay, I'll
is
explain this
targeting
again.
American
I'm just
voters
trolling
in
you at
Georgia
this point, bro.
to try to
I'm just trolling you at this point.
Close that. My mistake. But you got to remember, they're setting that up to be the new banking hub.
Yeah, North Carolina.
Yeah, there's no way that's going red.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. If anything, It's going to have to go blue or stay blue, maintain blue, if they want to make that the hub. It's going to be like how they did with California and freaking Silicon Valley.
Mm-hmm. Which probably would mean if they do make that, I mean Delaware could go to red. I know you're shocked.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. How would they maintain that though? If it was to go
outside
red,
of Wilmington and Newcastle is very easy. It's very easy. Yes, sir.
How y'all doing, man?
what it do, Wallow Jai?
Mark Robinson getting his ass kicked right now.
Yeah,
They
we
said he
heard.
lost. They already called it. They said he lost.
Oh yeah,
he's gone. He's out of there.
That was just. That's why I've been in right now, looking at my polls with my dumbass politicians. But yeah, I think Trump might make a comeback in North Carolina. Don't.
He's not. I don't see it. I don't see how he can do it. He'd have to flip one of them cities. I don't see him doing it. Damn. Also, Brooks again, her ass whooped already. Let's get it.
Who?
Check out in Maryland running for Senate. The one who was money laundering.
What about Kim Klacik?
That's a House seat. They usually only focus on. Usually when they do these election coverages, unless it's has the House and the balance, they won't report on it. They keep it to the senators.
I got you.
Because that's where that's more with the SCOTUS and stuff. So we could look though.
Yeah, I'm about to say you can look because I'm looking right now because it's like 10%. What is it? 10%?
Well, Maryland just closed like an hour ago. So
I'm looking at North Carolina. I'm sorry.
No, that's all good. Let's see. Which one can I use? I'll use this one. Damn it. Maryland 2nd District. 2nd Congressional District polls. Let's see. See what 538 says.
Yeah, she went. Oh damn, never mind.
Wait, ain't she running second? Hold on. Let me see. They haven't even started yet.
Damn.
I think they just ended. That's why I think they closed at 8.
I got you.
But we'll see.
They called Florida already, didn't they?
Well, they said he's projected to win. I said I'm watching Florida. They can always take it away.
No, they just tell me them Latinos down there now. They don't.
It ain't the Latinos I'm worried about.
What, in Florida?
They ain't the ones I'm worried about.
Who you talking about? The white folks?
No, I'm not worried about them either. I'm worried about them damn Caribbeans down there. That's who I'm worried about.
Well, they fought. Yeah,
no, because remember what he said about them Haitians. That's what I'm worried about.
Them Haitians don't care about that, man.
Bullshit, they don't.
The one that's here. Excuse me. How about that?
Where?
Probably
bullshit. They were the same ones when he said what he said. They were talking about Miami. They were gonna sabotage him. I'm again. This Florida. Remember what they did last time? They waited 15 minutes to call it, or like an hour to call it.
Yeah, he gonna win Georgia.
I don't know.
Hopefully, let me stop.
It's only what 40. It's only halfway. I don't know because remember, Fulton County still got to come in.
Oh,
So she's gonna go ahead off of that. But it's the rest of the state. How many of the rest of the state came outside?
Yeah, they closed an hour ago. North Carolina.
Let me ask you this: if Pennsylvania goes Kamala Harris,
he has to get one of the upper states. He has to
no,
get
no, that's not my question at all. What do you think the percentage of people that's going to come out questioning it because of the ABC leak? You know what I'm saying? What percentage of people do you think is going to believe that?
I don't think most of them people care
at all.
I don't think they care.
I don't know.
I think they like Shapiro too much.
Are you talking about the governor? I thought people didn't like him like that in Pennsylvania.
Now they fuck with him. It's just like you're not gonna see him parade him down the street, but he ain't fucking with him that, enough where they're gonna be like, "Eh, we gonna screw the Democrats over because of you." He ain't Brandon
So
Johnson.
you think that the governor's more important than the actual running president for them?
But remember, they wanted Shapiro to be on that nominee stage during the DNC.
But he had that scandal that came out. That's why he didn't go up there.
Mm-hmm.
They said that was the main reason why that she didn't choose him.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the other one? Well, my governor, he pulled out pulled out of it because of because of Mark Robinson.
Go ahead.
Hacksign. What happened in 2000? What happened in 2008? What happened last year?
Last year.
Remember they waited that long to call Florida?
You mean last election, not last year?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Last election
year. Last election year. It felt like last
Wallow J came in with the goddamn Panther eyes for his damn profile. He's coming with the business, he says.
He only hyped because his man down there is losing.
Damn right. They ain't my man. Shut up, kid. Not my man. Oh.
Wait, you said damn right, and then you said that ain't my man.
I know exactly. He all confused. Kodak Black got who? Kodak Black. They killing Kodak Black right now. For what he did with Kai Cenat.
What he did with Kai?
I've
He
never
went on his
cared
stream
about
acting all coked out.
Or Kai
People were like,
Cenat.
get rid of him. They said Kai Cenat looked fearful for his life.
Kai Cenat is always fearful.
How you gonna
for
be
his
afraid
life.
of
That's
another
why
Haitian?
he fled.
How you gonna be afraid of another Haitian?
Because he's been around mostly black Americans more than his own people.
This is what I'm saying. Kai Cenat has always been fearful for his life. That's why he fled. And then once he got over here, he started talking shit about us. So I don't give a damn.
Well, wait a minute. I thought he was born. Was he born in Haiti?
All facts.
No, he's a Haitian.
I know he's Haitian, but I was like, was he born here?
He came here as a baby.
I don't give a damn if he was born here or not. This motherfucker literally started talking shit about Black Americans for no reason at all. So damn that nigga and everybody that goes on his show. And everybody that tends to go on this show acting buffoonish tends to be someone else who was not of this.
He had that other Haitian on there, that Pinky Doll girl.
No, but he othered himself by himself before anybody else did it to him.
Yeah, he did. He othered himself. You're right.
There you go.
Well, of course he's gonna win South Carolina.
Affects the electoral map.
There we go.
Donald Trump in the lead with 99 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes.
See, if the Democrats would have went with, Marcel, that wouldn't have happened.
John?
And Jake, as you come back, you just mentioned the Electoral Council. Let me just wander over here. It's very early in the night. I just want to wander over for a minute. These are the ones, the states we have projected and called. And you see, as Jake just noted, 99 for Trump, 27 for the vice president. We're very early. It takes 270 to win. The thing you look at when you look at this map is, are there any surprises? And the answer as of now is no. That the states that are red, states that Trump has won consistently in the Republican states, and the states that are blue are Democratic states. So we have no surprises on the map at the moment.
Of the votes so far.
None of those states are considered battleground states, but you always watch on election night every now and then to get a surprise. At the moment, the map is filling in as expected as we await for the states that tend to be the swing states and the battleground states. Just one point I want to note, if you look at the big picture, last time we were here just a few minutes ago, Ohio was blue. Ohio has turned red now. Donald Trump with a very narrow lead, but it's the trend as the election day votes start to come in, states that are reliably one color or the other, one party or the other, tend to go back to their DNA. Trump now narrowly ahead in Ohio. We'll keep an eye on that as we do it. So let's look at the battleground states that will matter most. If that map fills in over there, who can get to 270? Georgia is one of the big pieces of the puzzle. And again, in a state decided by 11,779 votes, I believe, 4 years ago, Donald Trump ahead by more than 300,000 votes, or about half the count. Half the count is good, but there's still a long way to go. Just want to check. This is
You
this is
still
where the
got
Democrats have to
Floyd
run it up.
County that needs
Remember,
to
Cobb
go.
County last time we checked.
Stop going to
Trump was
Cobb.
winning.
She's
Harris is
not
now winning
getting
with
Cobb County.
57% of the vote. 57% of the count in. She's
I
got
don't know what he
57% of the
wants
vote.
these
You move over.
counties
That's
around
around where Biden was 4 years
Atlanta.
ago, a little tiny bit above. That's what she
Trump
wants
is
to do. You
no,
come over to
Trump is
DeKalb
not
County.
getting to
Biden
Atlanta.
was at
It's not
83.
happening.
Because they want to
Vice
give
President
a
at
false
75.
sense of
Very
hope,
early
bro.
in the count
But
there.
everybody
Keep an eye
knows
on
that.
She'd have to make that. That
Cobb
would be
County
a
is
big.
the
That
reddest
would be, if
county
she's
in Georgia,
underperforming
ain't it?
Biden there.
Who?
That would be a big deal. And again,
Who?
I said, ain't it? That's the reddest county in Georgia.
Cobb County?
Yeah. Well, that's another.
No, Cobb County is right next to Fulton.
No, I'm talking like the reddest. I ain't
What do you
talking
mean
about
the reddest?
like that.
The
tends
most
to vote.
racist.
No, no. Go to Rebecca, Georgia.
That's where
That's further south. You
Oh,
don't
south.
want to be in
I was thinking-
Rebecca late at night, or you don't want to be there anytime within the 24-hour time span.
Madison. Hold on, move out of my way.
Madison is further west.
Oh, I thought he was in North Carolina. I thought he clicked it. I'm sorry.
No, Madison, Georgia is further west. But Cobb County, no, we just call it count on being busted because them cops will pull you over for anything. But no, that Cobb County that's where the Braves play, and that's where a lot of black folks do live at because the houses are a little cheaper up there and it's a little bit more land. You talking about Marietta, Smyrna, what else? What's the other fucking town? I forgot the name of the other town, but there's some money up there. But that's so close to the city that's already gonna be blue. Ooh, he got Arkansas. Okay, that's great.
Everybody knows David's gonna get that. I mean, come on now.
Arkansas's 6 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map count now. Donald Trump in the lead with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270
New York closes at
electoral
9.
votes needed to win. Let's take a look at where there are states that have not been projected yet in the Commonwealth.
What's the
of
chance that a
Pennsylvania,
lot
Kamala
of those
Harris
electorates that said they were going to go for Kamala actually switch it up and put them in Trump's
Harris
hands?
with a 238,000 plus vote lead.
I mean,
But it's early.
if that's a
Only
protest
8% of
against
the
what the
estimated vote
DNC
has been
did,
in
then
from Pennsylvania.
cool. If
In
not,
battleground
then
Michigan, Kamala Harris has 57.6%.
what I
of the
said
vote.
the other day
Donald
is
Trump
that
has
they're going to,
40.5%
the Democrat
of the
Party
vote.
is going to
Harris with a
split, just like
50,000 plus
Republicans
vote
will
lead.
tonight. They're
That's
going to
with
split. It's going to
6%
become
of the
MAGA
estimated
versus
vote.
Yeah,
From
absolutely.
Michigan,
Can you-
still a
I
lot
can't
of votes
hear you,
to be
kid.
counted in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Harris in the lead there.
I don't know how you can hear me.
49.8% of the
No, I
vote,
couldn't
but
hear
Donald
what you're
Trump
saying
bringing up the
because
rear.
the audio.
48.9% of the vote.
I was saying,
Harris has
he asked me, what if those electorates flipped and went for Trump? What I'm saying is, if that's a protest vote about what they did with the DNC and elevating her, then okay, then you're gonna have a split Democrat. You're gonna have a Democrat Party that's gonna be split now. That'd be great.
Yeah, it would be great.
But whoever loses tonight, that party got a reckoning.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
Absolutely.
The traitors in there, they got to get out.
Absolutely.
Black folks, let me holler at you real fast. You shills. If she loses tonight, I hope y'all realize y'all are nomads now.
Plies.
Plies.
Here.
DL Hughley.
Steve Harvey.
Here's the thing: DL Hughley still got a radio show, so he'll be fine.
God dang. What's his name? Or was it Ricky Smiley?
Ricky Smiley got a contract.
Let's go.
Fine.
No, Ricky Smiley, he probably gonna lose his contract after
I don't
losing
think
this.
so.
He went kind of hard.
They'll let him stay another year.
Pause.
Yo, she's not gonna lose tonight, man. Trust me, man. You know why?
Hey, Jay.
You want to know
Come
why?
on. Pause.
You want me to tell you? You already know why.
2020
You know why
magic.
Sugar lose?
2020 magic.
That could be it. But your boy
Yeah,
Roland
that's the
Martin, he
earliest
has
they
the,
ever called my I'm sorry. That's
You
the
said what?
earliest they-
yeah,
That's the,
your boy Roland Martin has the Avengers assembled over there, man. So she's not gonna lose tonight, man.
Who cares? You think I give a fuck about Reese?
Hey,
Imhotep? I don't give a damn.
hey, guess what? We're the Avengers here in the new black media. We're the black grassroots Avengers.
Who did
So
Roland
damn what
say?
they talking about. Damn Roland.
We're more
Roman's
like the-
antithesis right now is Stephen A. Smith.
Right. We're more like the Justice Society, not the Avengers, man.
honestly, I would say we're more living in the goddamn boys universe with this shit. So
Don't close in on
we got some things to address.
I want to see. No, honestly, I want to see how. I want to see how fucking. I want to see how Arizona. That's what I want to see.
Get some, Mark Robinson, you bastard.
Hey y'all, hey.
I just want to
I'll be
hear his
back,
concession
man.
speech. Where is his concession speech?
Hey, kid,
Where is that? Where is it? Mark
my
Robinson.
little brother
He
just got here.
lost.
He's gonna
He's
blame
the
Black
recent lawyer.
America.
I'm gonna blame us. That we weren't his face.
He's gonna say, "See, if it wasn't for the Black Americans pushing out that narrative that I was on porno sites and stuff
We didn't
like
do
that."
Here's the funny thing. You know who exposed him? A white woman.
It doesn't matter who did it. He's
A
gonna
white woman
blame
exposed
us
him. We ain't
for
got nothing to do with that.
He's gonna blame us for
He can't
amplifying
blame
it.
us.
It was white people that was exposing his ass. It wasn't no
It
black
was
people
white
exposing him.
journalists that exposed him. It can't be us.
Right. White people exposed him. Black people laughed at him.
Black
He's gonna
folks
blame
expose
us.
us.
Look, Mark Robinson was a Republican
with
black
porno
prototype.
stars.
Let it die. There you go. Hey,
There you go.
Byron Donald, I suggest you look at what just happened to him. That's going to be you in a couple years when you decide to run for governor. They're going to destroy you.
Whoever that candidate will be, yeah.
I ain't gonna hold you. I think they're gonna put a woman against him.
A
They're
white
gonna put a Latin woman.
I ain't gonna hold. I ain't gonna hold you. I think it's gonna be a white woman.
Nah,
Just so he can be put into his proper
They
place.
ain't doing that again.
No, I think it's going to be a straight white woman, and they're going to put
There's
a lot
nobody
of money
there.
behind him.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be a Latina woman. I'm telling you.
And she's going to lose to a white woman. That's
He
all
gonna-
I'm saying.
Look, it's about me. It's about us. We are the majority. Yeah, the majority didn't come out for you. You lost.
No, play the video. I ain't never seen see this here.
Robinson was catapulted from life as a factory worker all the way to becoming the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina.
Not the next
He's a
Martin Luther
conservative
King.
warrior. More
Martin
importantly, he's a
Luther
brilliant
King.
guy. And I'll tell you what, he is going places. Lieutenant Governor Mark.
So, well, listen. This is the problem, though. He lost, right?
Right.
But if Trump wins, he cannot angle for a job.
Oh God, I don't think Trump knew.
Yeah,
You
that
never
that
know.
is the
You
fact. That
never
is
know.
facts.
That is a fact, but no, you
that
can't
is
have
a
that fat
fact.
motherfucking
Secretary
job.
job that he could give him.
Put him as a speaker.
Unless Trump was just using him to gain his base, like he do with the other Negroes, like he did with Tim Scott.
Well,
You dig me?
well,
Even
that-
though
that
Tim
would
Scott
only
was
let-
anchoring
if
for
your
that
prediction
position
comes
for
true.
VP, Trump did not give him that position.
That would, right,
You
but
see-
that would only work if your prediction came true that he wins North Carolina.
correct.
Right. Which he is gaining ground on, as we just saw.
But again, you still got all them areas around the big cities that they didn't count yet.
Yeah, I know.
So we don't know.
Mark Robinson. Come on up, Mark. Come on.
Come on here, Carl. Look at my black.
That the American dream is not dead. It's alive and well. It's not even on life support. We're going to make
Boy, look at
America
him. It
great
took him
again,
energy to
and
get
we're
that
going
out.
to bring back what makes this country work, which is conservative principles.
What are you conserving, sir?
Why you
What
look
is
like
his
Big
conservative
Ventures?
principles? Huh?
You look like Big Ventures, man, in that black suit.
I can't even listen to the rest.
Yeah, me neither.
Lord.
Get that nigger out of here!
I'm never saying the N-word again now.
Facts.
She took it all out of me.
Pause.
Is that really pause worthy?
Yes, because you always
woman.
pause
It's a
me on
woman.
bullshit.
But it's a woman. She's crazy, but she's a woman.
no, I gotta agree with KG. That's not pause worthy. That was
damn
actually just that's golden. And that was a golden
And just for that, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to use this as a drop
Oh God.
for the rest of the night.
Look, I was in the kitchen right now and I had to come back just to make sure that I made that statement.
Jesus Christ, church.
So go back in the kitchen.
No, I'm done now, homie. I'm done. Cause we ain't gonna we need to like definitive answer on these rulings. You think?
Here we go. Let me just say that while I applaud them for not supporting Mark Robinson, it's truly striking that they have a zero tolerance for the crazy black guy, but all of the patience in the world for the crazy ass white guy. Because
this is America.
I love how they just skip past that part. Look, no flipping way Mark Robinson lost. NCU seriously effed up. Nobody wanted him. Only MAGA wanted him.
They didn't even want, do you know the Republican Party in North Carolina didn't even want him to run?
Exactly. So when Obama does crack and has male sex, he can be president. But when Mark Robinson said he's an eyes in and watches that, he loses to it. Oh, Jesus Christ. You trolling. Anyway.
Oh my goodness. This is the earliest I think they've ever called a governor's race.
He was gonna get shellacked. We all knew this.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the earliest. Messed up way too early. He messed up way on the issue, bro.
It's way too early to call it good. Like you, damn, it's that bad, bro. All right.
He never had a shot.
No, he never did because they was worried about stuff that's coming out about. They knew all that stuff that's going to come out.
He fucked up. Excuse my French. He messed up way too early. He should have just shut his mouth and let his PR team handle certain situations. But no, he wanted to double down, triple down, quadruple down on those the nonsense that was going on. And now all the people that seen him in those chat rooms, they're voting against him.
Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your three main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé. Okay, but let's go into my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About
really
2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these. The cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten pretty strong, especially in local government as well.
The Ohio State.
This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well.
Even Vivek
greater
couldn't
than
win that
2/3
if he
going
was
to Kamala
president.
Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about a third of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last two times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here.
What is she talking about? That's what they did with California. What are you talking about?
They said the same thing about Texas
They
too.
really no. Was she?
Yeah, they did though.
That's her statement. They brought their Democrat stuff over to Florida and tried it for a year, and they got schooled. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, we love Trump." That's what happened.
And
because
Texas
it didn't
too.
work here in Georgia because they brought the blue stuff over here.
It didn't work. You can't bring that stuff down south.
Yeah, the politics in California doesn't work in Texas.
Right. That's why they're
it
not
wouldn't be the
focused on
same
Georgia.
thing.
They're focused on Texas because they figure they got enough West Coast people in Texas that they can flip that state. And they keep forgetting there's too many homegrown people in Texas there. They're not gonna go for that.
No.
Right.
And the illegals that cross that border, they are conservative. They're not gonna go for that.
But even not just the homegrown people, like when you move here, like myself from California to Texas, you see that the way California works doesn't, it wouldn't work in Texas. You can't just one, you're not going to sit here and try to bring California to Texas because a lot of the stuff going on in California, you start to disagree with once you see how Texans live. Like, that's just how that is. You know what I mean? And I've never met anybody who moved out here from California. And I know a lot of people who have. And we're chilling right now because we're the only people that got cooperated because they're like, oh, we're from California and moved to Texas. Cool. We could chop it up. We have that experience. They're all saying the same damn thing. No, when I moved out here, I got to see the freedom of Texas, one, and then also how it protects the citizens more than anyone else outside of Texas. So I gotta no.
Hold on.
Get that nigger out of here.
Lord have mercy.
Hey, I'm just telling the truth, bro.
Hey, kid, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So with them bringing all the illegals in, why? Just think about it. Why would they bring all these illegals in here? But from the countries they come from, all of them are basically conservative. Because most of the other world,
They need the labor.
Yeah,
but
nothing to do with the politics. They need it for the labor.
Well, they figured that they'll fall in line because they Democrats are
But
pro-
they've already fallen in line. They just need them for the labor. Think about it like this. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. All them Hispanic countries are usually conservative, correct?
Right.
You can't tell with the Caribbean countries though. As much as they play with the Bible, they're very much influenced by which side of the country.
Very true.
I want somebody to answer that question. Which side of the country influences the Caribbean the most?
Oh, Democrats.
No.
Florida?
No.
I said which side of the country?
What side of the country?
Oh, well, like what? Like region of the country? You mean
the South? No.
I would
The
probably
North.
say the East. Probably like New York.
Mm-hmm.
No, I
And
said
what is
the
New
North.
York? What's New York? What's New Jersey? What's Connecticut? What's
diverse as
what's the
hell.
Mid Atlantic? What's
Yeah.
What's the DMV?
Diverse as hell.
Blue.
Okay.
Blue.
What's Orlando and Miami and Fort Lauderdale?
Red.
You a damn
Red.
lie. You a damn
Miami
lie.
ain't red.
What?
Miami only went red in 2020.
Said Fort Lauderdale. Oh, what the fuck happened to him? You said,
Soldier.
Is Orlando red or blue?
Blue.
bro, why he look so damn dirty though?
No, he's not dirty. He used to be a veteran. I think he had an eye injury.
Something happened
Yeah,
to
but
his
it
eye.
look he
Yeah.
got makeup. No. I mean, like his upper face and his lower face look like he got makeup on to make him look like he just got out of the the bombing shelter.
I mean, that's fine.
It don't look like it.
It's
It look like
possible.
it to me.
But damn.
Maybe
that's
that's just
the house,
his
never mind.
natural red skin.
But
Oh yeah.
what I'm
See,
saying
look.
is- but
Oh, that's
but
probably
what
See
I'm
him
saying
in the
is
hospital because it's burnt now.
the Caribbean gets influenced by the left more than the right.
Because the right don't even really like them like that.
Right.
True.
Think about it. When the Republicans go on vacation, where do they go?
They go down
Keep going.
Mexico.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say Costa Rica, but
They go to Central America. Yeah, they may show up in the Bahamas, but you see how close that is to Florida. It's just like going to the Keys.
so they go to Central
So
America.
you can never predict how the Caribbeans are gonna vote,
Oh yeah.
which is why they always send them back the
The
most.
same thing with the goddamn Asians, man. The Asians do the same damn thing.
Asians are very conservative.
No. See, that's a common misconception. The older Asians, they tend to go conservative. It's the kids,
But
that
the
go
younger
liberal.
Asians are what?
They always tend to go liberal.
Okay, that's my point. It does not
It's the
change.
younger generation.
It's it's still Asians, regardless. The younger Asians are going more Democrat, more liberal, and you have older Asians that's going more conservative because they're trying to conserve.
They're trying to stay in the goddamn country.
They're trying to stay in the
Yeah.
game. They're trying to
Because
stay
they
in
don't
the
want
game.
their kids getting influenced by
They're trying to stay in the
society.
game, and they're trying to stay in the country.
They don't want to be taken off the chessboard. That's what that is. and
That's
their
why they're
younger
open.
children,
That's why they're more
they're not
open to tell
understanding.
their stories.
Right. Exactly.
And who good and especially with affirmative action,
Exactly.
who gave them the sympathy?
White people.
Us.
No, which side?
Us.
The conservatives.
There you go.
It was the conservatives because the Democrats didn't even say nothing about it.
Look at that audience.
No, they said something about it. Remember, they
No, it was also the conservatives that took away affirmative action
Right.
to where they're suffering right now.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, though. Which is better for them, the short term or the long term?
You talking about the older or the younger?
No, not even that. The short term and the long
No,
term.
I'm speaking about which one are you speaking of, the older or the younger?
Older.
The older is going to be the
term.
short term. Short term, yes,
They ain't got no dog in that fight because their kid gonna get it somewhere.
absolutely.
If the kids they're not gonna suffer.
Get in somewhere.
That's what she said.
Guess what's gonna happen when that happens? What them kids gonna turn into?
Crazy.
They're going to turn to a bunch of white supremacists.
Mm-hmm. And they lean towards where?
The right.
They're going to lean toward the right.
There you
Absolutely.
go. And that's how. And that's
the same way.
That's how you radicalize a race.
The same way the Somalians that just came out that was
I'm
speaking
going
up
to
for
put out
Trump.
this prediction: in 10 years, we're going to have a problem with them conservative Asians.
Not the conservative Asians.
2032, we're going to have a problem with them.
No, by 2032, hopefully we can de-knee these people.
You watch what I tell you.
Say that again, Church.
I said by 2032, hopefully we could de-knee these people.
I got you. Well,
That's a pause.
a lot of the white people.
Well, that's not a pause. I didn't say anything that has nothing. I said de-knee.
De-knee or de-knee, yeah.
Pause.
That means take away their
What
knees.
did I tell you? They got Aquafina out here
everything relative to the economy. But what really
Not
matters
Aquafina.
is what actually happens. And we have to
Listen.
ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump
did I tell you?
administration? And for me, I can
You
say
gonna start seeing
personally
Fox
that
News
I
bring out
am
Asians.
concerned with
Watch
the
what I
direction
tell
that the
you.
country is headed in. And
And
I
they
would say
gonna
for
really
a
dump
vast
on black
population
people.
of the electorate, that the same can be the same sentiment is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and
they're
ask
promoting
ourselves
Asian
the
girls
actual
putting on
questions
MAGA
of how
hats,
we
talking about
feel
they
in the
voted for Trump.
circumstances.
Who
that
did
we
you vote
face.
for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right, this is the second time. You're 22 that you voted in a presidential
Second
election.
time.
Was your vote different
Interrupted
this time
her.
than it was in 2020? Did
Said,
you vote
who
for him
did
last
you
time?
vote
I
for?
did not vote for him last time.
Sounds like the
didn't vote
economy
for him
made a huge
last time. You
difference.
see that? And it
All
only
right.
took him 4 years for her
This
to
is fun.
turn.
Getting to know all of you as
Only
we
took
watch
her
in
4
real time.
years.
We've got some races that are coming in too, and we don't want to miss a minute with Brett and
Didn't
Martha.
it sound like
So
she said
will
we
hear
got
more
some
from the voters'
racists?
voices throughout the
Instead
evening.
of
We're so glad to
racists.
be
We
here
got
with
some
all of you.
races to
Brett and
win.
Martha, back to you.
Harris, thanks so much.
So we welcome
But
Sean Hannity to
now,
the panel.
hey, Church,
Sean,
now
you're
you
watching
want to
all of
tell me
this
that I'm wrong?
along with us tonight. And
I
you
didn't
that
say
have
you were
some
wrong. I'm
significant
just
takeaways
saying
already.
I had
this
a lot
is
of
an
takeaways
interesting
from tonight.
conversation to have.
Obviously, you guys have gone over the issues and what is
It only
important to
took her
people
4
and what
years
they've been
to turn.
telling all the pollsters.
Mute the sound, King.
We're gonna have a
I'm
problem
looking at this from a
with
little bit different perspective tonight. To me,
They
it's
gonna
a
sound
numbers
worse
game.
than white supremacy.
I was on with Dana and Bill Hemmer earlier
Shout
today,
out,
and I made
Noya.
the point
No,
going
I
into
did
today
not.
that Kamala Harris and her team had a numbers problem. And the numbers
Ain't it
problem
kinda
was
early
they
for Sean
didn't have
Hannity?
anywhere near
No, this is
the
his time
votes
slot.
or
His
the
time slot's like 9
percentages
o'clock.
of votes that they
Okay.
had in 2020 when it was Biden and Harris.
I forget
Now,
I'm an
that's a
hour
math problem
ahead.
that you have to overcome
behind.
with unprecedented day of voting, which Democrats are not used to doing. I've checked in with a lot of people that I trust, a lot of people that I think have a lot of knowledge in individual states. For example, Reince Priebus, long conversations with him. He feels that the turnout was so massive for Republicans in the lead up
Fox
to
News,
today.
why you got your man
and
scowling?
that the
I don't
Democrats did
understand that.
not show up in the
Supposed to be
numbers
your
that
guy.
would be needed to overtake that early lead that was built up in the early voting. And that's also backed up by Mark Halperin. If you took a look, he's been doing a really good
Yeah, he
job
has.
analyzing numbers, I think.
That
Now,
man's
in
side part
Philadelphia,
is
I'm
like
trying to
top
get an
tier.
answer, but I'd like an important question
His
to
hair
you.
is so uneven.
I did notice other networks, they kept showing Temple University and a
So they
massive
got
line of
60%
students.
in
Okay.
Marcel's
The only
district.
problem was,
Say
if
that
you go
again?
back
You got what
to
now?
early voting in
60% in
2020,
Marcel's district.
the Democrats
voted.
had a 1.8 1
pause it.
million
What you saying?
Yeah, pause it, 'cause we can't
heading
hear you.
into election day. This year it was about 400,000.
I said they have brought in. They brought in about 60% in Marcel's district. I mean, Clyburn's still leading.
By how much?
Same. It looks like the same margin.
Damn.
And he only gained 1/10 of a percentage.
Yo, Kid Gravity, check your DMs.
Yeah, people still out there voting. Damn. No, I'm looking at the screen. Damn,
That
people
was
out there
5 to
still.
7.
Yeah, some of these polls don't close till 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, this probably like
West
the West Coast. This probably Arizona, probably, ain't it?
No, Arizona. Arizona. I think Nevada closes at 10. I think. I know Colorado.
I know,
at 9.
but Nevada closes at 10 because of all the people that work at casinos.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, all these lines
Everyone
I've seen
put
have
God first. This would be the results. Torian, what the hell did you just send me? I hate Brett Favre.
What he saying?
I hate Brett Favre. What are you talking about? If everyone put God first, we would be against the government.
Really?
You fool.
we'll have a
Is he including all the people who unalived their parents and things like that within his community? Who unalive all the people at school
How
and
God
all that
first was
stuff
it
in
when you
this
stole
community?
money from Mississippi, sir?
Oh man.
Well, in that case, he put his daughter first.
They always do that down there in Mississippi.
I hate this man.
Damn.
I
God
really hate
damn.
this man. What Fox News talking about? Nah, I ain't finna go back to them yet.
Man, close your messages before we see some Roland Martin type stuff.
Yeah, man. I don't want to see none of your rolling bussy.
I don't do that in the DM.
I'm holding against you for a while. I'm just let you know. Pause.
Nah, I ain't got nothing back to incriminate. Yo, speaking of which, did you hear about that dude over in Equatorial Guinea?
I haven't.
Some government worker. He was sitting there sexing everybody. And he got videos. The motherfucker was trending hard yesterday, boy.
And what was his position? Pause.
He was working in the government.
Where in the government?
It looked like it was a big old position. I don't even know, but he had videos. He had 400,
like
over
people
400 sex
in the
tapes.
government,
like people's wives.
Damn.
Like pastors,
oh
government,
shit!
everybody.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Look, you know what? I can't show because it's that stuff, but there's the link. Y'all go look at it at your leisure.
That man came to play.
He sexed everybody.
He
Hold
posting
up,
here
let me
nasty.
pull that up.
Hey, we made 9 hours and I'm not even tired. Let's get it. All right, let's see. Where are we going? MSNBC. Okay, Trump. They just said Trump got Wyoming.
No
New York's
surprise.
too early to call. No kidding. It just closed.
In the mostly
Why do they do that?
Who you think is going to get the House and the Senate?
presidential race is too early to
Who
call.
you think is going to get the House and the Senate?
Right now, it's looking like the Republicans are going to keep the House and gain a couple seats, and they gained a couple seats in the Senate.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well.
It's probably,
Yeah,
if I had to pick, it's probably going to be 53-49. No, 53-47.
I think that
let me tell you something. If she wins, that's why we was laughing earlier. If she wins and the Republicans hold the House and Senate, she ain't gonna get nothing done for 2 years.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Eric,
The amount, bruh. I will go on X right now, and everybody gonna lose their mind. Yeah, she won, but she can't do nothing. This country's racist.
And we'll get a real border bill within the next like couple weeks.
couple weeks, bruh. January 1st, they're gonna be working through Christmas.
What about the
What?
Jesus Christ, I forgot. Oh yeah, didn't the Supreme who was it? The Supreme Court who one want to retire? What's that dude name?
Roberts?
Justice Roberts and the other black dude. Don't they want to retire soon?
You mean Clarence? Clarence ain't retiring.
Clarence ain't retiring at all. He
gonna have to
got
throw
too
him
many
out.
people. Yeah, they got too many people in his pocket. He's not retiring.
Oh, but they were saying he want to retire. So if Trump got in, Trump would do
they're gonna throw him out. If she wins, there's going to be a congressional inquiry into him. They're gonna throw him out.
But if Trump wins, I think that he would step down.
They'll still have the majority, so it doesn't matter.
That's true too. But if Trump win, I do think that he would step down just so that they can get a younger Republican in. Like the Democrats, they're very selfish in that way.
Please, get Olu Stevens.
Not Olu.
Get Olu Stevens.
Not Olu.
Get Olu.
I want an old girl.
Who?
No, I don't care about these Senate races. I want what's that damn woman? All these old girl from Colorado. I hope she lose her seat too.
Lauren Boebert, she's not losing her seat.
She almost lost it. She almost
had to
lost
go
it.
to runoff, but you know why?
God,
She didn't want to come outside because she was talking too much.
She almost lost it in 2020. I couldn't believe she's.
They
almost
almost got
got
that
her.
district. She's not losing her seat.
Unless she do something really, really crazy, and then they have to get her out of her.
No, because she, as much as Marjorie hates her, she'd fight for her because they don't want to lose control.
I was gonna say she don't really have to do anything. Really
right
crazy.
to abortion, of course, Florida. Of course,
she's
Florida.
already
Okay,
crazy.
Florida. Okay, great.
Really,
you
really
get
crazy.
you get to abort your kid. How is that supposed to help you?
Yeah, because Florida. Hold on, I'm thinking of the population in Florida.
It's like
majority white women.
White women, then Latinos, and then black is third, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
because black used to be second, and then the Latinos moved down there.
Well, migrated Cubans, all that stuff.
Yeah, the one.
Speaking of which,
well, and the Puerto Ricans, don't forget about them.
Yeah, the white Puerto Ricans.
Suave.
Thanks, good shot.
Holy shit! What is this? I got 20.
Suave,
20 memberships. That's what's up. Shout out to y'all. We'll
Shout out
cover
to
all these in
Denise.
my league.
Hey, Miss Nancy. Hey, Kara Clark. And all the women in the chat, hello. Sorry, I didn't speak again.
Look at Joy Reid. Where is the hairline? Why is your hair starting all the way in the back?
Joy Reid, why are they dressing up all these women like they want to be fucking Batman villains or villains from fucking Dick Tracy?
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'm tired of this. Like,
hold on.
They still got rejected.
Church, you know
They
why. Church, you know why.
She looked like the Joker.
Why do you feel a necessity to
You're
insult
acting
people?
again.
Is that
Where's the script? Where's the script? Read the script.
Is this a big defensive thing that you've
Read the
got?
script.
Why don't you read your own script?
I bullshit you not. They had Kareem and Kelly Rowland looking like two villains out of Dick Tracy. Now they got this chick out here looking like one of the Batman villain. No, Dick Tracy is a real goddamn. You know what Dick Tracy is.
Why did you just say Richard Tracy?
She looked like the Joker.
Because his name was Dick Tracy. God damn it! The name of the show was Dick Tracy.
Why did you over enunciate that word?
Wait a
What are we
minute.
doing?
Hold on.
Hey,
they can do that.
Kareem looked like Hammerhead from Dick Tracy. From Richard Tracy.
lie.
Is that better?
Yes, Rich Tracy. Can we call him Rich Tracy?
Rich Tracy.
Hey, D Money in the chat room. He's right, man.
By 4 points,
She watched The
okay?
Color Purple, and now she came
Trump
out here to
right
dress
now,
like it.
Flipping that county, is there a minority
Anything
vote
you
out there
do.
that
Hold on.
something to
Charlotte.
buoy his
Oh, no,
campaign?
Charlotte.
It's
Till you
something we
do
gotta
right
consider.
by me.
Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys?
Everything
This
else
is
will
the
be
part of the
brought
state
back
that
on
was
you.
wrapped by that hurricane, all right?
Which is
This
why I
Right.
said if that
Trump
state don't
character,
come
all
out,
right?
if that part of the state don't come out for Trump,
61%.
he's not winning.
Oh, they was going to vote
Hey,
for him. You think they were going to vote for Kamala?
I don't know how many
first
people
of
left.
81%.
There's another white folks out there,
This is
kid.
Montgomery, right?
First
This
and
is
foremost,
Nashville.
Don P,
You expect
don't
us
be
to go blue, and
disrespecting
Heat
me.
has right now about 2/3 of the
Tracy,
vote.
that ain't got nothing to do
Oh,
with it.
sorry, 60%
Whoa,
voted. She got 2/3 of the vote right now.
Whoa,
I
pause
ain't
the video,
dicking
pause the
Tracy.
video.
If I'm dicking Tracy, it's a woman. That's all I'm saying.
Wait a minute. Now I gotta go
Pennsylvania, I
get the
was checking
call.
this out a short time ago. This is
Hey,
Rutherford,
Get
72.
that
but
nigger out
a lot of
of
that vote's
here.
still out there. Why am
It's
I
no
showing you
pause
this?
necessary if Tracy's a
Your
woman, ain't it?
comparison for percentage is that
Could be a
you
man.
expect
Tracy
Trump
is
to do
also a
well
dude's
out here.
name.
You know, 72.
Hey, I
It's a
don't know
unisex
no
name.
Tracy's.
Haywood, 62.
You're literally
Oh,
naming
no,
We're
no
going to
Tracy.
see through the night.
I don't
whether
know
or
no
not that storm
Tracy's.
damage
Get
had
that
an
out of here.
effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina.
I'm gonna
Just
live
keep
in
that
my
in mind as we move
Kamala
through the night.
lifestyle on that
Also,
one.
a
I don't know
Republican
nothing about
here
no
in
Tracy.
Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on the percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point
Tracy
that he won
Morgan?
the state
How
by
do you
8
feel
points
about
in
Tracy Morgan?
2016, 8 points in
I
2020.
don't fuck with Tracy Morgan.
He was
That's
trailing
why.
there the last time we
Why?
checked out the Buckeye
What about
State.
Tracy
But
Gold?
right now,
Tracy,
Because I
number
feel
has
like
improved.
Tracy
The
Morgan
numbers
is
want
a
men.
Trump,
fucking
so
minstrel
he's
show
starting
as
to
well.
track a little more toward
I
that 8
mean, it
points.
is
And
what it is.
you were making the observation
what it
earlier about the
is.
Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio
So
vote like
maybe
the
a
folks in
proper
Iowa?
term would be to
If
say
Tracy
I
Grady?
don't
poll,
like
but it won't register.
acknowledge male
Kamala
What about
Harris
Tracy.
Tracy
win
McGrady?
Iowa by 3 points. A lot of people
Well, what
dismiss
about
that.
him, nigga?
And
I don't watch
if you're gonna
football.
draw that
So-
comparison
That was basketball,
with
sir.
Ohio, I think
okay,
right now
so
you can
what?
say that maybe
So I'm just saying.
maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
He
So
wasn't on
we
the
should-
Lakers, so
I
why
think
do
we
I
should get a
care?
cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned
Why
her
would
five
I
times,
care?
this evening. I don't think they maybe like
That was
something.
the idea.
Now he upset. You see that?
Yeah,
Give me a Tracy on the Lakers and we can talk about
it. Right? A little something on the side, a little backsheesh, right, Fred? Okay, so this is Michigan. The first time I've looked at it,
Hey,
right? You got 10%.
why y'all let Isaiah score his son your man last night?
Robert Kennedy going to make a difference
said
in
what?
Michigan? He is
Your
on
man,
the ballot. They
Isaiah
tried to get him
Stewart
off the
said your
ballot.
man
The
last
court
night.
said, no, you got to be on the
Hey,
ballot.
look, man.
He's drawn
People
2,455
make
raw
mistakes,
votes.
and
Okay,
things
now,
happen.
If Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night.
Yo,
This
how
is
much
like
money
this
on
is
that?
some sort of spoiler.
I'm
for
not
the
one of
game
those type of
and whether
people
it
that
helps
get
out
upset
Team Blue
about
in
a
Michigan
basketball
so
game
far.
at all.
So
I
what's
will
for you,
make
by
fun
the
of
way?
it
Let's
with you.
interact.
So
Okay,
don't-
so how much money you think LeBron telling them to go spend and go get Giannis to come over to LA?
How much?
He's probably trying to cut out a little LeBronny's contract in order to do that. Like, hey, look, I know that I told y'all to get Bronny, but listen.
Say his ass to Milwaukee. His ass to Milwaukee.
He needs to season his character. He don't know who he is. He needs
Yeah,
to
he
learn
ain't never
who he
seen
is.
no cold weather like Milwaukee.
Shit, they grew up in Cleveland. Be all right.
Cleveland ain't that cold. Milwaukee getting negatives.
Send that man to Chicago. We need some.
What did I tell y'all about North Carolina? Stop. Shut up.
Bruh.
I was just playing, kid. Jesus Christ.
Bruh, he not winning North Carolina.
I know my state, sir. Let me stop.
He's not winning North Carolina, sir.
Well, maybe he can, maybe he will. We'll see.
That's why they're worried because it's 16.
16.
I don't see it.
Oh, you talking about 16?
Yeah,
Bert T. I know Bert T. Yeah, Bert T. I know Bert T.
I
County.
don't see it. He gotta for him to win. He gotta flip
He
something.
got Martin County. Yeah, he got Martin County. That's my county, my former county. Yeah, he was not. They was not gonna lose. He was not losing that county.
I was gonna say
He gotta flip somewhere. He gotta flip somewhere blue in that western part.
I think Martin wasn't Martin like a sundown town.
Martin County.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a town in Martin County that's like a sundown town. Yeah.
Okay, I remember the name.
Yeah, that's the county I
You
grew
know
up
who I
in.
really want to lose tonight, though? I want Carrie Lake to lose.
How do you want her to lose,
Damn,
bro?
41?
What's the percentage you want her to lose?
I want her to lose by 23.
23.
She's in the Senate. She's in the Senate, right?
He said Jordan numbers. I want her to lose by Jordan.
She said, I can't even get the governor. All right, we're gonna go for broke. I want to be in the Senate.
Yeah, because she got her ass whooping the Governor
No,
race.
she didn't get her ass whooped. No, she lost barely, but she tried to say that it was election interference.
Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah.
And they said, nah, we don't see it, but all right. So she said,
Whatever.
okay, screw it. I'm gonna calm down for a couple months and then I'm gonna go run for Senate.
Yeah, Wake is that's Raleigh. Wake County is Raleigh. I know that for a
Yeah,
fact.
he ain't getting that.
No.
He got to flip that county right there. That's still gray. He got to get this one.
I can't see. Move your arm, bitch. Damn.
You were a hell of aggressive, bro.
It's still 51%. So we
Yeah,
still
it's
got
still
it.
early.
I don't see him doing it.
Because Asheville was a blue area. I will say that.
Well, yeah, because it's a college town.
Yeah, because it's close to Boone. Well, yeah, Boone. Yeah, Boone.
You
Yeah,
have UNC Asheville out there.
and you got on Appalachian State.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I think Western Carolina's out there too. Yeah. Yeah, Western Carolina.
Yeah.
Or it might be in South Carolina. I'm not sure. I'm not 100%
Graham
sure.
County, bruh. Ain't nobody Jesus Christ. Who is this white man?
What are you talking
I'm
about,
gonna tell
Graham?
you what. He looks like one of the most magnificent executive conductors in the world. Like,
What is he gonna do? He win the popular vote twice and still lose the election.
He didn't win the popular vote.
Oh, that was
the popular vote in 2020. He didn't win it.
No, just saying. Oh yeah, I meant what I meant was what happened if he wins the popular vote and he gets upset. Wouldn't that be the first time a Republican wins the popular vote and loses?
Yeah,
because all of them been Democrats.
He's less than 100 away though. Need 270 to win.
That means nothing though, because they still haven't counted the West Coast. You gotta remember, we gotta see how Texas goes, so he'll get a jump on that. California coming, she gonna get a jump off of that, and and Nevada. Well, not Nevada.
How many
Oregon.
electoral votes does Texas have?
48. Is it
so?
48? Is it 40? It's 48. 48, I think.
Yeah. So he only needs 240, right?
270.
270. So
he got to get Pennsylvania and Ohio to clinch. He need that.
Those two right there.
He need that, right? Then he gonna need to get one of them upper states, and he got to try.
So what if he takes Ohio
but
not? What if he takes Ohio but not Pennsylvania?
Then he got to flip both Nevada and Arizona.
I was gonna say, what about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin would be nice.
Wisconsin
or Michigan would be nice.
I always thought Wisconsin was more red than blue.
It's red outside of Milwaukee.
And what about Green
Bay? Green Bay is red. Green Bay's red. It's basically Milwaukee and Madison versus the rest of the state.
Oh yeah, Madison
and Appleton against the rest of the state.
Nevada's not expected till 9 o'clock.
The what?
Nevada, 6 electoral votes.
Yeah.
That's what.
The West Coast ain't gonna close until 10.
Yeah, I'll be in bed. I ain't gonna be here all
Oh
night.
no, I'm probably gonna be up all night on this shit. I gotta make sure ain't gonna be no funny
interlude. We could. Let me figure this out.
Hey, real quick. Shout out to Cosmo Fury. I'm glad everything went good with your test, brother.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Cosmo.
Just because Antonio Brown made a fool out of himself yesterday, we gonna do it. Come on.
That's why I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker.
Take money. Hey. First off, in the bitch you playing West Side when we ride, coming quick with
claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife. Some bad boys, niggas fuck for life.
Don't understand. All right, cool. I'm glad you shut it off right there. I was about to say you about to get everybody shut down. Biggie Small and Junior Mafia, some mark ass bitches.
All right, so when was that song released, man?
Hit him up with, what was that, 95?
That was
it
90, late 95 on the Machiavelli album.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the best diss song in the 90s, hip hop specifically?
Michael Jackson's Leave Me Alone.
Hey, I gotta go with that too, bro.
That man did a whole short video dissing the entire
there was
industry.
not just that, not just Leave Me Alone. I would also say They Don't Care About Us too.
Yeah,
that was 90s.
Period.
Okay.
That was not. What year would it be?
I'm back,
I
gentlemen.
just thought that was like early.
Miss
I don't know why I thought it was
Hey,
like
Miss
2002.
Niecy.
I don't know.
No, Don't Care
Hey,
About
G.
Us was 90s.
Okay.
Hey,
All right,
G,
Yes, ma'am.
when I asked for another musical interlude, why you pull this shit up?
Because I
Oh,
had to diss
shit.
Antonio Brown.
Can you play something else, please?
All right,
You know, we
yeah,
keep
yeah.
coming
Like,
for
you
the
know,
peace.
the song that they
Peace.
sampled.
Miss
Say
Niecy,
again?
you know the West Side Ride tonight.
Right.
So, in my opinion, Miss Niecy, I think you'll agree the best diss song in the 90s was No Vaseline.
You would say that.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. No Vaseline was a great diss track. It wasn't the best diss track. It just wasn't.
Man, bruh.
Look, as much as I love Ice Cube, it just wasn't the best diss track. Now you can argue that he was the best battle rapper at the time because he went against all the people he went against by himself. You can argue that. But you can't argue that it's the best diss track when the number one selling diss track at the time was literally Hit 'Em Up. It just doesn't make sense. It's
I mean,
just
it might be the number one selling, but I mean, what sounds better? What lyrics go together?
but when most people, whenever you put on Hit 'Em Up, what does most people do?
I
got
hoes
in different areas. Nah, if you're gonna put on some Nate Dogg, bro,
7-0 and 4-4. I'm
gonna need you to put on some music and me.
Home man.
Bro, you gotta
If
do
you're gonna
Use-O
put
now.
on Nate Dogg, you gotta play some music and me, please.
Huh?
You ain't never heard of Nate Dogg music and me?
No, Paul.
I've heard of the song, but it's the way you said it.
I said if you're gonna play some Nate Dogg, you gotta put on music and me.
If you're gonna talk about hoes, you gotta do.
You don't say how Paul's worthy.
You know what? I because it wasn't Paul's worthy to begin with. I don't understand what the hell y'all talking about.
Boy, y'all cutting up, but you know what? We need
It
this.
sounded like you said music in me. Pause.
No, it didn't, because that is exactly not what I said.
I know, but I said the way you said it, it sounded like you said not and. You said it sounded like you said in.
All right,
Church, you know how KG is. You know how KG is.
I
know that. You already know.
He said Sailor Moon is beating Goku. I already know. This man is full of trolling.
and blasphemy.
I'm still standing.
I'm glad you're all right, Cosmo.
Wait a minute. Look, they said Trump winning Ohio.
Thank you, Miss
Shout
Niecy.
out to you, Cosmo.
Trump wins Ohio. Here
Thank
we
you,
go.
guys.
I was about to get real.
All right, we got Ohio out the way.
I ain't gonna hold you. In 2016, when he won Ohio, I went to sleep.
Damn,
that motherfucker won.
Now, the heart of the problem I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation
Wow,
machines.
Royce
There are
White is
13 of these
leading.
tabulation
Holy
machines
shit!
here at Central
But
Count.
it's only
If you
less
look
than
close at the
1%.
back
Let's
of the
see.
machine,
That's
there
another
are
one MAGA
stickers
looking
on the
at right
back of
now.
the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines.
Yeah, I
then
actually
all
worked
13
for the
31,000 ballots in
polling
question. The city
place at
says
one
they
point.
believe the integrity of those votes.
And if
was
those
never
seals are broken, they will
still,
not accept the damn
107,000
petitions.
ballots. Those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process.
This is
We
why I
expected to get
said
final numbers somewhere around
this
1 or
should-
2 a.m.
I ain't gonna hold
the
you,
city now
family.
only says it's going to.
This should have been a landslide.
What? I'm talking about the race.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But he don't know how to shut up.
That's the problem.
That's
like I
always been
said.
the problem.
I told Torian the other day, I don't think either side really want to freaking win. I think they're playing hot potato. Like, I don't really want it. You take it. No, I don't really want it. You take it. Because literally both sides are sitting here very ignorant.
But what did I tell y'all? This election was going to be won on social media.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You called it. I got to give it to you, KG. You called it across the board.
Look at this. Wait till Fulton County come in. Just wait.
Why? It's gonna do some bullshit.
No, that's where the bulk of the votes are gonna come in, and she's gonna either close this gap or take the lead.
I swear to God, if that bitch wins, oh good Lord.
Damn, whoa.
Yo, we doomed either way. What's the big deal? We know that. We gonna be all right.
No, but she worse.
No, she's gonna be absolutely worse.
She
is Project 2025.
That's what I'm saying. She's gonna push that, and they're gonna love it.
And she's gonna sit here and act like it wasn't Trump that was pushing it before, or it wasn't them saying that it was gonna be on Trump. She's gonna be like, "Oh no, this is something totally new. This is not Project 2025. Let's be clear about this, okay? This
is a new world order."
I promise.
Oh my God. I wish I could say it was truly on my heart, but no, I will not jeopardize KG's platform. But that bitch, oh my God. She the type of hoe you just want to diss. Y'all know, fill in the blank, you know.
Come on with it, Miss Nisi.
Tell them why you really mad, Miss Nisi.
Educated dummy.
KG,
You know what that reminds me of? That laugh?
Her rage with the laughing.
You know what that laugh reminded me of at the end of Batman '89 when Joker fell and the teeth was chattering? That laughing box was on. Yes.
It'd be crazy if he win Virginia. I don't think he's gonna win Virginia though.
He's not winning Virginia. It's too
It'd be
close.
crazy.
It's too close to DC. He's not winning it.
No, I say it'd be crazy if he did.
Young kid didn't
But
even
if
come
he
outside
does-
once.
Hold up,
Well,
Paul. Paul,
once.
I told you before that is an absolutely unequivocally hell no to them damn Greens. Any true blue FBA woman with all black people, you don't take no type of food in the bathroom.
Yeah,
Period.
especially when your daddy just left a black ring around the damn tub from a hard day at work.
Thank you, Cosima.
Shout out to the Dirt Ring Garnish.
Especially when your mama out there making curry chicken in the bathtub too. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
She told her to put the collard
You know,
greens. Kids can get their vegetables.
You know those greens got smoked toe jam in them.
That's it. And it's smoked toe jam for her forefathers.
I know about that
She
Desi
don't-
soup, right?
They call it onion soup where she comes from.
Y'all don't know about
Toe
that
jam
Desi soup? Well, you think I'm lying? You know, y'all think I'm lying about that Desi soup, right? You think I'm
No,
lying?
Carl,
Right?
we all good, fam. I know it's all in love.
Hold on. You think I'm lying about that Desi soap?
What's Desi soap?
That right there.
It's what they clean themselves with before they jump into the bathtub with collard greens.
Do you see what it says?
Cow dung?
Oh,
come
my
on.
God.
Oh, wow.
KG, don't gross us out. This fucking shit show is enough.
God dang, man.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Is that
Remember
is
the
that
man's
why
best
they be-
friends video?
That's why they don't have no problem having like shit like fights in the street where they're throwing like elephant shit and shit at each other. Like this is
But
ridiculous.
you see that, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes.
Damn, that's one damn freeze dried turd.
Mm-hmm.
Why y'all keep showing that county? That county ain't. He is not. He ain't winning that county. We know that
He's
already.
not winning Charlotte. Well, why do y'all keep showing
Because
Charlotte?
they're
That's
not
what I'm
trying to
figure
go
out.
to
Why they
all
trying to
the.
keep showing Stop
They're
showing
not trying to
Charlotte.
go to all the counties that he's winning.
No, but I think he's worried about this one right here.
What's that?
The one next to it.
Oh, of course. Well, what are they? No, 2020. Oh, you
This
talking
one
about
hasn't come in yet. Pause.
Casey, that's not the cackler. She is Coochie Cackler.
Coochie cackler.
You'll be like Old Town 357 Juicy got him crazy.
That sounds like a Batman villain. Who are you? I'm the Coochie cackler.
This is how real it is to The Rock. Chills. This is how real it is to The Rock.
Next polls close in 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's the West Coast. They get in on the action.
And then her numbers goes up.
He's pretty constant and pretty consistent. But 24,000 votes there with 72% 4 years ago. And so then you come forward there, we're only at 25%. So again, if it comes in around the turnout of 4 years ago,
If he
and it
flips
stays at
Nevada
that
and
percentage,
Arizona, is over.
there's a chunk of votes there.
I
And in
forgot
many
about
of these
Nevada.
other small rural counties,
Nevada's gonna be
Donald
interesting.
Trump, which is why we count late into the night and sometime into the morning. He gets small margins, but you add them all up, 20, 15, 20, 30 rural counties, match them up. against
Nevada
one
only
urban
has
county,
what,
that's how you
like
get a
16
battleground state.
electoral
Let's pop
votes?
down to
That's a
Georgia.
lot.
We come down over here. This one here again. And the state
Arizona
decided
got
by
about the
11,000
same.
votes
That's
4
30
years ago,
something right there.
with 75% of the vote in.
Hit that with
Donald
Texas.
Trump's ahead by
You got 100 something right
241,000.
there. He
Where do you
damn
think,
near
we're
on it.
about 75%.
All you gotta do
of
is
the
win
vote.
Georgia or
Are we at the point
Pennsylvania.
of
Is
no
over.
return? Well, let's take a look. Number one, how many votes does it take to win Georgia? Donald Trump's leading right now.
It's
with
going to take
2.1
about
million.
2.5 million.
Joe Biden won it in 2020 with 2.4 million and change, and we hear
It's going to take
turnout
2.5
is
to
pretty
win
good
Georgia.
down there. So it could be somewhere around that, could be a little higher.
Damn,
than
they
that,
sent
number
Blitz
one.
home
So
early.
you
You saw
start
they
there,
sent
and then
Wolf
number
home
two,
early.
Jake,
You
you just
saw that.
apply. What are we waiting for? Right? And look at the size of the blue circles. Again, doesn't mean the vice president's going to come back and win Georgia. It just means everybody take a breath. And let's count votes. Because you see,
He said
Atlanta and the
everybody
suburbs
take a
around
breath.
where most of those big circles
Yeah,
are.
she's
which
going to
means,
get the big cities.
in a place like Fulton County, where 78% reporting in Fulton County. That's actually interesting. We'll see what comes out. It's a big, because of the
He's
population
not going
center,
to
it's a big
get
chunk of
the
votes.
other
But
52%.
he's running at
It's not
72%
happening.
right there. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that.
72.6.
That's funny.
It's a
He's
mirror
not
image
getting,
right there.
even
So
if he
I
gets the
always
other
look at the ones a
22%,
little
he's
bit
still
farther
losing
out.
by 20. It's not
80%
happening.
now in Cobb County.
Stop
It's
showing Cobb County.
57.4. You go back here, it's 50. It's just, she's running. The question is, can he improve?
Damn,
It's really
get it
the
out.
bigger question. I keep focusing on her.
No.
Can he
You
improve
got
in the
8,
suburbs?
what is that,
He's not
80
there.
in?
Let's
He's
just
not
come
winning
over
Cobb
here
County.
to Gwinnett. He's at 39% right now, and he was at 40%. Yeah, there, he's close. He's close.
He's
but
not
those
winning.
little tiny margins
Oh,
can
Jesus
matter. But again,
Christ.
16% of the vote.
He's not
there.
getting
So
Gwinnett.
we got a ways to go. That's a healthy lead for Donald Trump, but a lot of votes still to be counted in this blue circle
Hey,
right here.
kid,
So let's bring
it.
back the map that shows the vote
May
is
not
still
pause it.
outstanding.
Why they keep showing all the cities for the city? I understand the cities is Democratic, but why don't you
Because
show
it
the
doesn't
other?
look like a landslide in the state. It still gives them hope. That's why.
So basically, they just trying to keep everybody with the blue people hope.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
They already knew. They already knew after the election and the fact that they couldn't convict him in Georgia that it was going to flip back red.
It was always going to flip back red.
No, if he got convicted, it would have stayed blue.
All right, so no, Nevada only has 6 electoral college votes.
That's still enough to flip.
The hell you writing on the damn number? What the fuck you doing on TV? You writing? Let me stop cursing.
No, she's saying how many votes are in that
Yeah.
Atlanta area.
Only in America a convicted white man can still be president. I tell you that now.
That complexion for the protection.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he uses this for his complexion?
Jesus Christ, kid.
Jesus Christ.
Don't be calling me-
Jesus.
That's the wrong religion. Which one of the 1,000 gods?
Oh no. That's the religion that Kamala don't mess with, so I think it's the right religion. She's telling people to get up out of
So
there.
churchy. This is what they told us. She's churchy.
So what do you think?
Hey,
both of them-
no. She is Kamala Harris is the church, is what the new video that they dropped says. So yeah.
What? No. Say that again.
Yeah, you didn't see that video, Miss Nisi?
No.
With all the little
With all-
church
with all-
reverends,
with all-
and then
Evangelical-
Yolanda Adams, and then
Stop.
Reverend-
Yes, I did. I saw that
Reverend
damn
Amos.
bullshit.
Yeah.
I saw that bullshit.
The same people that was fighting against our reparations, then they went and used them in this whole little campaign and threw Yolanda Adams on there, like, oh, we're gonna forget because Yolanda Adams is in it.
Nah, I don't forget shit.
Hold on. Somebody
Hey,
said
come
on
on
the
with
review
it. That's
that
what.
has side effects. The review for that soap, they said it has side effects.
It was
the side effects were that they smelled like shit for like 8 days. Every time they used it. And if they continue to use it, the smell continued.
They gave it a 3. They said soap has no side effects.
I had a gross ass story speaking to one of those folks. I work 911, and I tell you, one dude was having a heart issue, and I had to lift him with no shirt. He had no shirt on. I had to lift him onto my stretcher, and his underarm soaked my whole glove.
Ew.
Oh!
I swear, I took those gloves, I threw them on the ground. You heard them slap on the ground.
Root work. Root work. No.
Man, how'd she jump to 117 already? What state did she just get?
Yeah, what state gave what did they call?
I don't know. Unless they're putting California in.
A little bit more than a quarter of the
They
vote
might have added
this
the
would
West
be a
Coast
very
into
good
it.
number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do
Look
more.
how many counties have not
And then
voted.
there's this.
Well, they
About
said
a
Wisconsin
third is
always
in
going to go
now
slow.
in
They're probably
Dane
not going to go
County,
until
and
tomorrow.
this is the mother load of votes for Democrats. It has
What
been.
is that? Wisconsin? Okay, Wisconsin. Okay.
It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the
Regardless
Democrats
if we
are
find out who
increasingly
wins or
dependent on
not,
just
midnight,
running up
I'm
the score.
cutting
This is
this
a
off.
massive county, Madison State Capital,
All right,
University
y'all. I'm
of
gonna go ahead and
high-density suburbs here.
I'll see y'all
All right,
later.
have a good evening, Wallow.
Every election
Yes, sir.
this
Have a
All right,
good
Wallow.
Democrats
See y'all.
have gotten a
Get
bigger
that
and bigger
nigger
margin
outta
out of here.
here.
This is where it landed in
Wow,
2020.
shout
It's
out
not
to
just
Wallow.
the margin Biden won
Hey,
by
yeah,
more than
fucked
50
up.
points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump,
I had to troll
78,000.
real
That's a
fast.
margin of nearly
KG,
182,000 votes for
KG.
Democrats out of this county.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger.
He must have
and
got the
bigger.
good coffee.
Democrats want
Yeah, I'm
to get
about to say
even
he still
more
got the
out of
same
us
level of
tonight,
energy
because
from
again,
hours
taking
ago.
taking such hits in the rural
This
areas
is
of the
when they
state.
really bring
Can
him
they
out. This
get
when
this
he
thing
can.
up to
This is when he can really shine.
195? Could they ever
84
get
years.
this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So
North
again,
Carolina
a third of
got
the vote in there right now.
16 electoral college votes.
But seeing that in Wisconsin, overall now again 10% or so in statewide,
Oh,
and 13% now, and that's what we got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Soboroff, who is standing by in Philly. And
So
Jacob
why
is
y'all saying
actually with
168 to
the
62,
Philadelphia
but
City
Fox
Commissioner,
News is
who
saying
in charge of
195
running
to
elections
117?
in that city. Jacob, over to you.
My brother
Yeah, I
got
was
some
going to ask
cocaine
about
in the
that.
socket.
Why are those
So there
numbers
are
so
three
way off?
Philadelphia city commissioners, all of
They're
them
both
responsible for administering elections here in
every
the city
station
and
wants to
county,
be the
same
one
jurisdiction, at least same
to be off,
populace
but when they
in
call it, they
Philadelphia.
want to be the
There are
first.
2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Seth succeeded
Just depends
Al
on
Schmidt, who's
what
now the
they're
Secretary of the
adding into
Commonwealth
these
here. You were
numbers.
the Deputy Commissioner to Al Schmidt.
What they're doing and probably guidance on how to move forward, Vic.
All right, Victor Blackwell in Gwinnett County and John King, as happens every election, human beings are fallible, machines all the more so.
Right, which is why you want trusted officials to deal with the problem when it arises. And we know from 2020, Georgia happens to be a
Why do
Republican
y'all
Secretary of
have
State.
4
And
years
these
to get
local
this
county
right?
officials, they know what they're doing.
Why
When they have
are
a
these
problem,
machines
then
still
they make a
messing
plan,
up?
right? They have a problem, you try to find it a solution. So where is Victor Blackwell? He is right here. He's in Gwinnett County, one of the most important suburbs in the Atlanta area, to the northeast of Atlanta. And as we noted, only 16% of the vote reported in this
He's
county
not
right now.
winning
So a long way to
Gwinnett.
go in the count, Jake. And this is the place for, again, with Donald Trump with a
I'd
pretty healthy
honestly
lead
be
statewide
shocked
right
if he
now.
got Gwinnett.
That's what
It's
you're
not
waiting for. You
happening.
get a giant basket of
Even though
votes
that's where all the
reported from
legals
there.
be going.
It gives you better context about the real state of the race.
All right, John King, we have a projection for you now.
Here we go.
At home, you people at home.
We mean you
Jake can
people.
project that New York. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will be the winner.
Was that
of the
ever in
28
doubt?
Electoral votes offered from the Empire State.
New York.
The electoral vote count now.
Hey,
Donald
somebody
Trump in the
check in
lead,
on Eric Adams.
4, Kamala Harris with 81,
He
270.
got more problems than
See,
he need to worry
this is
about.
why
them,
this is why I'm be
is
staying
there
awake
as
because
yeah,
this
let's go
is
to Abby Phil,
literally what
at Harris
the
campaign,
Biden situation looked like in
headquarters here
2020.
Washington, D.C. on the campus of Howard University. Abby.
Wow, she won New York.
Trump was way ahead,
They're
and
still
all of a
playing
sudden,
black
Here
music.
has been here for a little while now, and they've been watching the returns as they've been coming in. You're hearing them right now cheering as they're seeing you, a little bit delayed, calling New York for Kamala Harris. They want.
don't she look a little bit more at ease than what she looked before?
She's not in the studio.
These are all people who want to
No,
have a
she was
party.
in.
They want to
She was
celebrate.
right
There's been a
there when
DJ
she
playing
looked
all night long.
agitated the first
But the
time they
results are
went to
coming
her.
in, and they're
Yeah,
coming
because
in
nothing was
slowly.
popping off
But
yet.
each time a race is called for Harris, or she's shown in the lead in one of these battlegrounds, it is a big moment for the folks here at the Kamala Harris headquarters.
But she wasn't shown in the lead in the
And Jake,
battlegrounds
as I'm talking right now,
at
you
all.
can probably hear me talking to you, but the crowd, they're excited. They're ready to go tonight.
Why she
They
talk like
want to
that?
see more reporting and
Because she's
results that they
auditioning.
like to see. Back to you, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip in Washington,
Because
D.C.
she's not
campus of
Black
Howard
American,
University, where Harris
she
is holding
has
her
to
like,
campaign
fight for her position.
headquarters right now. Let's go.
Oh, so she an Oreo? That's what
West
you're
Palm
saying?
Beach, where we find Caitlin
No, no,
Collins
no.
at
She's
Trump
the,
HQ.
she's a tether.
Caitlin.
she's a tether.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, Jake, I should note, obviously,
Same
we're all
shit.
still watching these numbers come in. There is no celebrating happening yet inside the Trump campaign. But one thing that is giving them a confidence boost this hour are the numbers that you and John King were just going over in Virginia. They were looking at that very closely, comparing it
Look,
to
if he
President
flipped
Biden's
Virginia,
numbers
I
there
mean,
in
his role
2020,
got
and it is
easier.
making them feel good tonight, lifting their spirits. Now, no one is saying that this is obviously anywhere near over yet. They are still watching very closely to the blue wall of Michigan,
I'm going
Wisconsin,
back
and
in the chat,
Pennsylvania.
but I'm going
From
to
calling into radio
reiterate,
shows
neither one
in
is going to
Wisconsin and Pennsylvania
concede.
in just the last few hours, as he's at his
Nah,
Mar-a-Lago
Real
Trump
stuff.
he already
he
said
just
that
spoke to
he'd have to
supporters
give it up.
briefly,
He's gonna have to
Jake,
concede.
but as he's talking to the people who are at Mar-a-Lago, who's also getting constant
Sound
updates
good, but
from
will
his
he
own
really do
campaign
that?
team. And right now, they are
Nah,
watching
he ain't
some
going to do
key
that shit.
indicators, including the turnout
If
from
he was
Black
smart, he
males in
would.
Georgia and in other states, but also just watching those numbers in Virginia. We'll see,
He said the
Jake,
same
of course,
thing
if
in
that pattern
2020
continues
too.
throughout the night.
All
But
right,
he
Caitlin
had,
Collins,
but
thanks so much. John
2020,
King?
he could
Take
play
a
that.
fascinating map at the moment. You just updated the electoral vote count, 154 to 81. You're
Because
looking
it
at a
was-
map
it
now. There's
was
a lot of
weird
Democrats looking at this
circumstances.
map and saying, wow, we're having a great night. I would just say, be cautious. Enjoy the moment, but just be cautious. Why do I say wow? Well, at the moment, we touched on this a little bit earlier. The vice president is still leading statewide in Nebraska. What she wants to win is the 2nd congressional district, which is right here. Nebraska, one of 2 states that awards electoral college votes based on congressional district. Only 30% of the state. You see all this gray. Those are small, rural, farm country, beautiful, beautiful parts of Nebraska that tend to vote for Donald Trump in overwhelming numbers. So let's wait to see that one play out. But then you move east, and remember, what was the surprise poll of the last week of the campaign? It was the Iowa poll that showed the vice president of the United States actually no clear leader, but 47 to 43, I think, if I have it right, a little bit ahead of Donald Trump in what has been, since Barack Obama left the scene, a reliably red state? Well, at the moment, only 19% of the vote in. But at the moment, Democrats in Iowa, and I suspect elsewhere, are saying, we told you so, but we have a long way to go in the count. Right? So Polk County is Des Moines, 83% of the vote, and this is almost the downside for the Democrats, if you will. She's getting 56% of the vote, but you're at 83% already. So you got some more coming in, but this is your biggest basket, biggest Democratic stronghold, the capital of Des Moines. If you haven't been in Des Moines in 10 years, it's a very different city than you might remember. A lot of young professionals, insurance industry and the like, Democratic stronghold there. Joe Biden got 56% in Des Moines in 4 years ago. So if you think, oh, wow, look at that, just let's be careful and be cautious. But we are waiting. Ames, College Town, right up here, Story County. Ames, we have nothing right now. That's a place where President Biden got 57% of the vote. When we get numbers here, we'll look at that. But let's see that. If the Democrats are going to surprise us, even by making Iowa much closer than it was 4 years ago, you'll see some math in these blue counties, more people, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm matters in a competitive environment. So we'll see what happens with Iowa. Again, it has been a red state for quite some time. And just to put the exclamation point on the it's early, the state of Missouri, as the vice president of the United States ahead right now, Missouri hasn't voted blue for president in a very long time. Again, let's be open to surprises and we'll count votes. Now let's come in to the battlegrounds where we are waiting. Wisconsin is blue. It was red last time. Still very, very early. 18% of the vote counted. This is critical for Vice President Harris.
And Missouri has what, 10
emphasis on
electoral college
you can
votes?
win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, hold that Nebraska congressional district I just showed you, then you're the president of the United States. Right? That's her easiest. No path is easy, but her easiest path is keep the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So let's move up Wisconsin so you can get a better look at home. She's ahead right now at the moment, but we're only 18% of the vote. And again, John's a broken record tonight, but I want you to look up at all of those gray areas. And I just want to remind you, in most of them, not all of them, but in most of them, you're in rural Trump country. So as you come back to the 2024 map and you say the vice president's ahead, that's where you want to be. You want to be ahead, but you've got a long way to go. So what are we looking for? I'm going to do this in reverse order because of the questions about young voters turning out, whether unhappiness with the White House over Israel-Gaza, Israel-Hamas policy would impact youth turnout. 38%.
They're going to be disappointed either way with the Israel situation.
Essential for any Democrat in Wisconsin to run it up here, not just in the percentage, but with the raw math. So let's look. 38% of the vote. So a long way to go. Long way to go. Let's just compare it to the president. President Biden.
That's the home of Target, so
keep an eye on
I don't see him winning that.
Don't panic yet if you're a Democrat, but keep an eye on that because the vice president needs to be as close to that as she can be. And at the moment, she's running a little bit behind that. That's Dane County. That's Madison. This is the biggest population center. Spent a lot of time here in the last year. The big question here is, do black voters turn out? And the subset question of that is, does Donald Trump make inroads, especially among black men? We did see some evidence of that in our several trips out to Milwaukee. At the moment, I was texting with somebody in Milwaukee earlier, by the way, who said they thought turnout was actually going pretty good for the Democrats. We'll see if that turns out. At the moment, 25% of the vote in, 66% if you round up, 32% for Donald Trump. So let's just go back in time knowing we have a long way to go. And Milwaukee sometimes reports late. But if you go back in time, Joe Biden again, 69%, Trump at 29%. So the 69% is what jumps out. Trump is a little above right now. Trump's a little above where he was 4 years ago. She's a little behind where the president was 4 years ago. It's only 25% of the vote. We're not pouring cement on any of this, but that's where you say, oh, we got to keep an eye on that as we go forward. Then you move over here, you go into the WOW counties, Waukesha, the biggest among them. This is a Republican suburb. Long has been a Republican suburb. The challenge for Democrats, I've been saying this about Trump.
Yes, he did say that, Bert.
In the battleground states that tend to lead in blue, where's Trump's number in the suburbs? Can he compete? He's not going to win, but can he compete? That's the challenge for the vice president here. Waukesha County tends to be a Republican suburb. So there she is at 40%, Trump at 59%. Again, you go back in time, 59% to 39% 4 years ago. Welcome to another 20,000 vote race, probably in the end in Wisconsin based on that. It's a 66% of the vote in there. It's essentially matching where we were in 2020. And again, just so you remember our history here in the blue wall, Harris is leading right now. We got a lot of vote to count right here, but I'm laughing a little bit just at the 22,000 number because if you look at that right there, Joe Biden won this state in 2020 by 20,000 votes. 4 years before that, when he cracked the blue wall and became president, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes. Welcome to Wisconsin. It's a state that tends to hang around the margins of 20,000 votes, which is why that is somewhat amusing to me earlier. She just put it up to 34,000 to shut me up. And there we go as we go through the count in Wisconsin, very early there. Let's come over to Battleground Michigan. Let me come back for a second. See that? If they stay that way, and it's early, Don't call your bookie. Don't make any bets. Don't pop the champagne. But you see Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, right? Especially if you're looking at a map where North Carolina and Georgia are red at the moment. They're not done either. But if you're a Democrat, you're kind of a little, ooh, should we be nervous about this? Then you should be, wow, should we be optimistic about that? So let's take it away.
Oh, wow.
Let's just start to the east and go west. Up to 32% in Pennsylvania. Long way to go. Long way to go. Just want to check on where we are in Philadelphia. Still at 26%.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You get Philadelphia over 50%, then we can start to understand what the math is elsewhere as you go. But again, you see,
they keep going back to Pennsylvania and Georgia.
That's his strength. That is his strength, and Pennsylvania is one of his best states. Let's come up here into Michigan. We're still only at 14% in Michigan, and we have our first votes out of Wayne County, and it shows Donald Trump with the lead in Wayne County. If Wayne County's red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's winning the presidency in a landslide. We're at 1%, so that's unlikely to happen. The question is, where does it end up? This one's more interesting, Macomb County, but again, 500 votes, 506 votes. Trump wants to keep it somewhere around there. Go back in time, you see he's at 53%. If Donald Trump can win Macomb County, it keeps him competitive. Keeps him competitive in the state. The higher above 50 he gets, it matters. This is one of the signature key counties for Vice President Harris and her Michigan chances. Oakland County, the birthplace of Mitt Romney, used to be a Republican county when I started doing this. She's at 55% right now. They're just past half the vote. So look at the 55%. A little behind Joe Biden. That can matter. That can matter. We're not done yet. She's only 55%. A little bit behind. Biden had 434,000 votes when he won the county. And you're just checking on turnout. She's at 234,000 with about 54%. So you're in the ballpark of similar turnout. Let's see what happens as that comes in. And you're going to watch that number, but that number. Tiny changes in the margins can affect the battleground states. So Trump's at 43. Let's do it that way. Trump was at 42. Again, it's tiny. In the close states, tiny can matter. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through the count in Michigan. And then one more, I was already over there earlier. Let's come back out and see. So the blue wall at the moment is blue, and the Sun Belt states, which used to be reliably red and are now battleground states at the moment, are red. So we'll just check in.
Well, I thought he said sundown.
Georgia's at 79%. President's lead is 204,000. It was 240,000 a little while ago. President's lead has come down a little bit. I just want to remind everybody, in this hour, 4 years ago, Donald Trump was leading Georgia by about 244,000 votes. Joe Biden won Georgia when the votes were all counted. Doesn't mean that's what's going to happen this time. It just means you'd rather be ahead than behind, but we're not done yet. Let's come back up to North Carolina. We're at 63% in North Carolina. This count's coming up now. This count's coming up a little bit. You're at 177,000 vote lead. That would be a blowout. Anything in triple digits in North Carolina. Again, go back 4 years ago, the closest of the battleground states Trump carried, 74,000 votes then. You see how close it was, 50 to 49. And so let's come back now and take a look. The blue then is where the blue is now, except for this one out here. I believe this one, Haywood County, well, we're only at 4%. If you go back in time, that was a Republican county. I look out there because, and if anyone's out there watching, we hope you're doing all right. This is an area of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, and the state and the county officials and the local officials, God bless them. They did amazing things just so people could vote. I know that more important things are, can you live? Can you get housing? Can you get food? Can you get water? And things like that. But the fact that people are voting out there in good numbers is a testament to the state and to the county officials. And people have heard a lot of misinformation out there. We see what's happening. Democracy is unfolding in Western North Carolina. This is where it matters most if you are the Democrats. And only 14% of the vote is in. So you see Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, but you see only 14% of the vote in Mecklenburg County, which tells you, let's just take this for a while. Let's just go through and see what happens as we go. It's 11% of the statewide population. The vice president's at 60% right now. So you go back in time. Again, this is, if you're the vice president's camp, he lost. North Carolina getting 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. She at the moment is getting 60% of the vote. Is that meaningful? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It would be meaningful if we end up there, but it's only 14% of the vote right now. So then you come back out here. And again, that would be Donald Trump doing better in the suburbs. If he gets her number down from Joe Biden, that would mean Donald Trump was doing better with black voters and in the suburbs. But we watch that. We still have a long time to go. Wake County is Raleigh, number 2. Mecklenburg, number 1 population-wise. Wake County is number 2. She's at 64% right there. Trump's at 35. You go back in time, Trump at 36. She's at 62. Roughly the same. Roughly the same. Won't make a big deal about that now. Sometimes roughly, you start looking into the margins of roughly if we get to 80, 90% of the vote. Move over here to Durham, your 6th largest county now, right? So Raleigh, Durham, the Research Triangle, young voters, some black voters, some college-educated suburban voters in the healthcare industry and the other industries in the Research Triangle there. 81% of the vote right now with 85% in. So this is where you can make a comparison. You're at 85% of the vote. You can say, okay, where are we? Where was Joe Biden? 80%. So she's matching Joe Biden here in a key place. Trump's at 18% in 2020. We see him at 18% now, a little bit below that. So this, if you're the vice president, you're matching the president. The question is that good enough, right? He lost the state by 74,000 votes. So we come back out. Where else do you want to look? You look for the other Democratic pockets, right? Cumberland County. This is Fayetteville. We're just starting, right? We're just starting. This is the 5th largest county in the state. So that's, if you're the vice president, you think there's some room for growth there because we're not there yet. And again, I just want to show you, you see the blue in the urban areas. North Carolina along here has the belt here. These are black voters here for the most part in these Democratic counties.
United States to
Absolutely
test
essential
hypersonic
to the vice
nuclear
president's
missile
map.
tonight, just
And then you
hours
come
after
down to
election
Georgia.
polls closed.
Again, in these states, you just see all that red. Not a lot of people live in those, but if you do county after county after county after county,
Hey, KJ.
you run it up.
Yes,
And Jake,
sir.
as I toss back,
Hey,
just
did you
one more
find out
check.
why
We're still at
BB
80%.
fired his
On the
defense
Georgia
minister?
map, we still have the biggest population center where we're waiting.
Did you
to see
find
some-
out why Netanyahu fired his defense minister?
No. And
Yeah, because that happened a few hours ago. They announced that.
he probably stood with Palestine.
I don't know.
Let's see. Lack of trust. He probably stood with him.
Check
He
the
probably
link
yelled
in
at
the
him.
private chat, KG.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he didn't trust him to finish the job? Okay. All right. Bless him. Let me see what this is.
Are doing it. They're outvoting men. They're voted greater numbers. They're leading, I think, households in many ways. I've seen already experiences where I have guys come up to me and say, I really have no choice. My girlfriend will kill me. My wife will kill me if I don't vote for Kamala Harris. Women.
Have you guys had that situation happen?
I did. Please.
I've already told y'all.
My own mother couldn't get me to vote for Harris. Come on.
My old lady voted for Cornel West. And I voted for reparations, so we still good.
2016, Donald Trump got only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number. Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest, the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations. You start with Fulton County. And we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this. Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And you know, Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada. It is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah, Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, It's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now. It's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown, that is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip they got from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew.
The estimated vote from Pennsylvania's in, and Kamala Harris right now has an 18,000 plus vote lead there. Kamala Harris in the lead in Michigan, 51.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 46,000 plus vote lead. Still, only 16% of the estimated vote in Michigan has been counted. In battleground Wisconsin, Harris is at 49.8% of the vote. Donald Trump is at 48.4% of the vote. She has a 15,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 35% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 196,000 plus vote lead. That is with 2/3, 66% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in from the battleground state of Georgia. We're now getting an update on the vote in North Carolina. Let's go to John King actually right now. John King, what can you tell us?
Well, Jake, you see the map, and again, as we get later in the night, this is where you start to see things change, especially if a candidate pulls out ahead in a state that not normally is in their lane, if you will. And by that, I'm going to refer to Iowa. Just a moment ago, I was showing you Iowa with the vice president ahead. Still competitive, but you see Iowa is now red. There was that late Iowa poll that showed the possibility of the vice president maybe being a little bit ahead of Donald Trump. No clear leader. It was a competitive poll. And this is a competitive race at the moment, 36%. This would be a surprise, right? We said Virginia's a surprise at how close it is. We'll see if it ends close, but it's a surprise at the moment. This is a surprise as well. Donald Trump just 3,800 votes ahead in battleground Iowa, a state he carried quite comfortably by 8 points 4 years ago. So you keep an eye on it and you watch and you see what happens there. But it's interesting on this night. Now let's move over to the battlegrounds that matter at the moment. The blue wall states still being held by the vice president. The Sun Belt states, as we start to move west, North Carolina and Georgia are the two battlegrounds we care most about. They are at the moment held by the former president of the United States. Again, this was his closest battleground win in terms of Biden was the closest to him back in 2020. It was 74,000 votes. He's just under 200,000 votes right now, 66% reporting. The former president at 52% of the vote. And again, Jake, as you come over and join me here, just let's remind our viewers, still votes to be counted. We know that. So then we want to use our technology to say, where are they? All right, where are they? And you see the bigger the circle means the more live outstanding votes. And the color tells you what's happening there. And at the moment, doesn't mean it will continue to be that way. You see Mecklenburg County, that's Charlotte in the suburbs. You see over here in the Raleigh-Durham area, Winston-Salem area, a little bit out of Nashville. So more votes to be counted out there. but Donald Trump at the moment with a pretty healthy lead.
And you know, we have one of our excellent journalists is in Charlotte, is in the Mecklenburg County, Brianna Keeler, as the Board of Elections in Charlotte. Brianna, what can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. So at this point, Jake, about 100,000 ballots are in out of several hundreds of thousands of ballots. And that really could change any moment because we are expecting about 420 to 430,000 votes, which would have been early in-person votes.
Youngkin have been in touch with him. He said, buckle up. Virginia's going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight, it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah. I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun
Yes,
County,
always, yes.
in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues?
yeah.
We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living.
And
I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles technology corridor.
Wilford Burnlane, I have diabetes.
Young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get, and Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and we're, can't call it obviously yet, if it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big
or even
sign
close,
of what
even
is
close,
happening.
Martha.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet,
But
nor Georgia.
I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand. Harold,
do we know what's outstanding
let's
in
just
Virginia?
talk to Bill Hemmer because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there?
Do you have a question?
Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So the Virginia, is that the biggest county, the Fairfax County? Is there another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they...
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected, okay? So there's still some vote out there, some vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up,
4 points. 4 points.
Yeah,
right?
almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties, okay? This is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there, 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied. So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather, they love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes? Right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watch it, right? How many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th?
Oh, shut up.
Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year? It was almost around the same number, okay? Up 36,000 to finish it
So
4 years ago.
Clyburn won.
Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime
Yes.
folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we
You
kind
bringing
of
fish fry?
and our
One?
analysis
He won.
is always focused on
Yeah,
the
fish
states,
fry
not
won.
but
Ninja
signs
Jam.
that Trump might be outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points.
Stephen from Django is going to be there a while.
Gives him a 79% chance of
Another
winning
2
this
years.
election at this point, with leaning North Carolina.
He's trying to stay in there long
Republican,
enough so he can
Georgia.
train
If
his
those
daughter.
trends continue, it's all those
I
three
don't think
states
it's
where
going to
neck
get
and neck.
there.
Right now, it's neck
He's
and neck
not
in
gonna get
Wisconsin,
there.
Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. They just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, it's a great question. Most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've
All
gone
of
from
us.
96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way,
Sean.
all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
Absolutely.
Yeah, hopefully Clyde Burns
So
go
what is it,
by
you know,
way
how
of
much has
Sheila
voting
Jackson
changed,
Lee.
I guess is what I'm getting at here,
And
Sean, because we have this enormous early vote.
they have a whole new election on that.
It's so interesting you asked that question because everything's kind of
Wow.
flipped.
Also, Brooks is
Republicans
leading Hogan.
went in
Okay.
today with a lead that had never happened before.
Mm.
And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is
Man, I
really
just
now,
realized she
if I am
croaked.
correct in
You
my
cold as
belief,
ice.
and my sources are
Fella.
right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's.
Hey, fam,
And
I'm just
Georgia,
being
I believe,
honest.
Harold and I have been going back and forth on this.
And
will
I'm
vote
not
for
even
Donald
being
Trump.
serious. I'm
Now,
about to bust out laughing.
Arizona has
You
been
ain't
trending
shit.
very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out
I'm
there.
just
That is
being honest,
frustrating to
fam.
Laura's point.
Well, to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Pages of referendums. Yeah.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half.
I know.
So,
It's
not, was it
ridiculous,
even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the
Against
incumbent.
Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have
What does
been
that mean?
an explanation for those numbers.
It means absolutely nothing.
Pennsylvania,
It means nothing.
Philadelphia, you fool.
They've never done before. They don't think
What in the
Kamala
hell
has
is going
enough
on?
right now in Pittsburgh to just
I tell you they
overcome
dumb.
Trump's
I
red
tell you they
county
dumb.
substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election
It's one of the
desk
biggest
in
cities in the
2016,
country. It's gonna go Democrat.
And
You
there was a
idiot.
betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was
Well,
going to
that's where the
win.
evening began.
And then it started going down.
Because you
and we
didn't
started
expect
doing
it.
the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost.
Right.
And the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. And started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshade.
Anyway, and there are other.
I don't know what the hell he just said.
Other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this.
That's who the hell he remind me of. He
Oh,
reminds me of
Wilford
that
Brimley
he reminds me of that librarian from fucking
absentee
Buffy the
votes in
Vampire
Milwaukee
Slayer.
tonight.
Right.
Because they
Giles?
couldn't, there was a problem with the
Yes,
process. 31,000
yeah, that's
absentee
exactly
ballots
who
after
you
the
remind me
election
of.
You sound like Wilford Brimley.
to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess some of them weren't tallying, and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Votecast.
And that has to
That's
be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And
vote.
the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
I just check? Sure. Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin. Okay, so go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day, right? It's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
I do believe. Okay.
They keep going back to the same damn
I'm kidding.
places.
So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton.
Thank you,
Okay, so
dear.
she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers. All right, versus 2020. Here is Biden's number. So she's about. You do the math. 2.5 points.
This man can't even do math.
This counts too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I
hell
think we need to
no.
pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All
It's
right, so
Fox
you get your
News.
Fox
You
Insight.
expect.
We talked about Dane. We talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County. All right. Right now, with 46% of the vote reported
I'm not hearing
in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time in the night.
Kind of
Okay.
sounds like it's in the
Take
Matrix.
this off. We'll move
Next
down
minute,
here
people
to
stringing it at the same
Outagamie.
time.
All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the
Sounds
vote,
better.
higher than he was 4 years ago. And you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit. You know, half a point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry. Come on back here. Not for nothing. But Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682.
Wow.
Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't. But it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll
Maybe
take you to
I'm just
Michigan.
talking
Some
shit
things
to
happening
fill up
there as
time.
well. Fascinating. Too.
That's it.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
They're
is heavily
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something.
Oh,
It's hard to understand.
Skynet
what
is
happened.
happening.
Because you just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%.
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it.
It's called
massively
shenanigans
above
on the
1%. point
chessboard.
that Jesse,
Pretty much.
right.
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's
Ultimately,
offering.
who cares?
But if that is true,
Nothing's going to
after
change.
all that they have
That's
thrown
it.
at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media
No,
that
shout out to
challenged
you,
her in
CRU.
any reasonable
Because,
tough
yeah,
way is
30,000
sitting
votes,
right here at this
31,000
table.
votes,
And
it
that
shouldn't
was you,
take
Brett.
longer than a
And
few
to
hours.
think she never had to answer
At
why
max,
she doesn't think we should say
maybe
radical
3
Islamic
hours
terrorism,
at
why
max.
she wasn't asked about supporting a bail for
Wait, he's 80. Trump is 80 years old now, right?
24,
Yeah.
or co-sponsoring the
Yeah,
Green
all
New
right.
Deal,
On
or
TikTok.
saying no private
I
health
said it.
insurance,
Tick, tick,
Medicare
tick.
for all.
How much
or
time he
saying
got that
change
man is.
operations for illegal
Tick,
immigrants.
tick, tick. Let me stop.
What will this say, Brett? about Britt.
Sorry, Pusha
That
T.
legacy media in America, it's dead.
Well, it's the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
I'm not gonna lie,
just
Shakira,
punching up through
man. They've been
Iowa,
saying World War has been
was talking
coming
about
for
right?
ever
Yeah,
since
more
I was
register,
little.
You know, I mean, none of the chip.
I ain't
right?
seen it yet, so I'm not worried about it.
That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%.
And I'm 38 years
okay,
old,
so
yeah, I don't.
what they were seeing in the
I don't
poll,
care.
I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is
who
This is
cares?
Trump pulling away. This is
Where's that Louis
yeah,
thing?
all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay. 8 points in 2016. 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in.
Like Simply Say.
They cut him
Can I-
off. That's hilarious.
Can I get a why? Why should I care, please? Can I get a why should I care?
Please.
Million people who do not vote in
That's
Texas
hilarious.
because they
They cut 'em
know
off.
the electoral college outcome of every presidential election.
That's it. Yeah.
And so within that 7 million who don't vote,
Wait a
there's
minute. I got my
possibility,
glasses on. Is that Don
we'll
Cheadle?
never get to because the electoral college locks
Let me tell you
down.
something. If she
a
don't get
voter suppression
200, this is
system
gonna be
that is better
hilarious.
than anything anyone's come up
Wait,
with, in
KG,
the modern
can you
day.
pause it for a
in
second?
Florida, it's about 5 million
Read-
people who did not vote
it's
in this election.
deep.
They just don't vote.
Let's just give a
We
ray of
already
sunshine
covered
for
that.
California.
Sir,
California could determine
but
that who
or ma'am or
controls
it,
the House.
we
So
don't
I
discriminate.
hope people are voting.
That's been
They
going
can
on
still
for
vote.
months.
My space-time continuum.
But
You can still
thank you
vote,
for
but
reminding
there are
us.
states like that where
Thank you
people
so much.
Deeper, huh?
hopefully are
That's
voting.
something your girl said. What?
To
What's
sort of
up?
synthesize a little bit of what you guys are saying.
Did you get
in
butthurt
Texas,
because I said I
the
didn't care
unmotivated
about
voter who thinks my
any of
vote is
that
not going to matter
nonsense?
may be
Like,
thinking
it
about the
sounds
presidential
really
race. But
butthurtish
the
that you
reason
brought
that
that up.
Texas may not matter in the electoral college and it may not be competitive in the electoral college may be because of state policies that are outrageously voter suppressive,
absolutely.
which you can change by voting in state legislative and other state-specific races, regardless of what's happening with Texas electoral votes. And so
I love how it
there
took
is a
10
sort
hours
of,
for a troll to finally show up.
civics education and a civics awareness and a civics organizing effort that is about changing the way your state is governed.
No, they
so
said
that
she had
your vote will
they said
matter
that
to
the
the rest.
polling
Gary
made it
Chambers has been
closer.
doing heroic work like
And some
about
of
this
the
in Louisiana. He
projections
literally
were saying
posts
that
every
she would
day
be up.
what the voter turnout is, particularly among black
Why
voters.
Joy
This
Reid
is
looked like somebody
percentage-wise
pulled
the
her
largest,
hair back
other than Mississippi
very
share of
tightly
African-American
in
voters.
order to
And the
put it
Like
voter
in.
when you rub a
turnout
cat and their ears press back.
You pull it all the way back, stretch their eyes.
term Democratic
Yes.
governor and that control over things like abortion policy. So
Okay, who cares?
We'll watch as that one plays out if she can keep her lead in Macomb County. Again, here's an aberration. Donald Trump is not going to win Wayne County. We only have, what,
No.
6,000 votes there, a little more than 6,000 votes when you add it up. This is Detroit. But I will say Hamtramck and Dearborn are here in Wayne County. That's where hundreds of thousands of Arab Americans voted for
Some
Joe Biden in 2020.
OCP
He won that vote overwhelmingly.
About
They are mad at the
OCP.
White House because of Israel and Gaza and Hamas. And so let's see what happens. This is 1% reporting. Wayne County will be blue at the end of the night, but the margin in Wayne County will matter. and
My
will matter
mother's a
huge
troll.
in
Whose
deciding who
mother's
wins
a
the state.
troll?
Again, the president of the
I
United
think
States.
your
Joe
mother's
Biden,
like dancing under
68%.
Kamala Harris'
Donald
bridge,
Trump just 30%.
trying
When we
to
come to the end
swallow
of the
the
night, these numbers are meaningless. When
non-existent
we come to the end
balls
of the night,
of Tim
where's
Walz.
Harris and where's Trump?
It's deeper,
Where's
huh?
Trump? Is he getting more
That's
black votes?
something your
Is he
girl
getting
said
any of
when
that
I
Arab
finished
American
with
vote?
her.
Last time I was out there, Trump's
It's
prospects look
deeper
great. A
than
lot of people
that.
saying they might vote for Jill Stein or just skip the presidential line because of their anger at the White House over that. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at the moment shaded red still. Again, we're not done, but for Donald Trump, that would be recreating the 2016 map. He's leading in Wisconsin. He's leading in Pennsylvania. Right now, he's trailing in
Oh
Michigan.
yeah, the
He's
Muslims
getting
already
close, right?
came out
He's getting
saying that
close.
they're
So he's
voting
at
for Trump.
51% right now, 106,000 votes ahead in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Only at 56% though. Only at 56% reporting, so a long way to go. So you're asking what's missing. Again, let's just see what's outstanding. Start there.
It's all right,
Step
Miss
back
Nixon.
and
You
look
might
at that.
need you to
You
send
see
somebody
there's
to the
still- you
gulag.
see the small circle means
Yeah,
how
we
people live there.
missed.
But you see a lot of places where Donald Trump's still going to get
talking-
votes, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But you see a lot of rural areas where you still have outstanding votes, right? And then at home, your eyes tell you.
I'll be cracking up every time I see that Pitt fatality.
Right here, Allentown, Harrisburg over here, Pittsburgh over there, bigger blue circles. That tell you you're right if you think that means there's math out there for the vice president to catch up. You're absolutely right. That means there's math out there for the vice president to catch up. But do not underestimate these. Just do not underestimate these. This is Beaver County. Bedford County, excuse me. We're at 81%. Donald Trump's getting 83%.
Beaver County.
It's not.
I know what he's thinking about.
Getting 83% of the votes. Then you come over here. If you watch David Urban on our air, these are the counties he looks at all the time. Western Pennsylvania. This is Washington County. 72% of the vote in.
Hey, Miss Nisi, keep an eye on this Beaver.
Trump getting 61. He's 61%. So he's running about roughly what he did last time there. I guess you could argue whether or not he needs to improve on that or not. Beaver County, this is a key Trump country.
Beaver County,
66%. See about a 10,000 vote margin. This is a medium-sized rural county, right? Some of them are a couple hundred votes. This one here, you're doing some business.
Medium-sized Beaver.
It's very close. You take 10,000 extra votes. Only 33% of the vote in here. Trump's at 66%. Almost more importantly, can she match Joe Biden? In counties you lose, can you at least be competitive? Can you at least pick up votes? She's at 33% in Beaver County. White, working class, blue collar workers.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden at 40%. That's a big difference. That's a big margin. Again, we're not done with the count. We're not done with the count there. That's 33% of the vote. It's a long way to go. But if you're in the vice president's campaign, and you had Senator Fetterman out there for you, trying to help you. The vice president herself.
Ooh, your mother's a troll.
In the Pittsburgh area.
Yo, mom.
I just said the same.
You want to improve your standing. You know Donald Trump's going to win those counties.
Your mother's a gutter snipe.
His margins in a close state.
So there's that.
Bedrock Democrats will go west to east. Second largest county in Pennsylvania. They're 67 of them all. Again, 74%. So more votes to count Pittsburgh. Suburbs around it, Allegheny County.
Oh, yeah, she sent them to the gulag.
He's in the gulag now. 61% for the vice president at the moment. We come back here, 60% for the president.
Yeah.
So a little under the president in some of these smaller rural counties, maybe a little over the president.
Shout out, Booker.
We'll see how this one comes
Brooklyn
out.
Queen, how you doing?
Jake, as I just bring your full state into focus.
So, KG, you're going to choose a new fatality now?
We're only at 34%, so a lot of blue votes still counted. Montgomery.
You have to walk away to think about it. That's what that's
still a lot of votes to be counted. Chester only at 11%.
Like,
Only at 25. So
I do like seeing smoke get knocked in the pit, but I want to see a new updated fatality.
So it's a good number for Trump now. Emphasis on now.
Yeah, I mean, the points you're making are so resonant because I remember
2024 Mortal Kombat
how did Hillary Clinton lose Pennsylvania in 2016. It wasn't that she ran so much under how Obama had done in 2012, although she did. It was really
upgrade the pit, man.
Trump did in those rural counties than Mitt Romney did. It was more
what
the
you eating, KG? You eating some top ramen or something? What's going on?
Than the underperformance.
Look at him. Look.
The machines were live. A simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Watley.
What you got to say?
Is
what you got to say?
Example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break and
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again,
my dude looks like he got Down syndrome.
The process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So you're talking about this one here in the blue suit?
Yeah. We have some new
he kind of
joining us at this hour.
They told Jesse Waters to go home.
For Junior,
all right.
All still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start.
No, they have to pull out the big dogs for the power.
You got Conway. You know they would have. You know she was the only woman at the Bukkake party.
But based on what I'm showing you, there's real reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario.
I hear it. It's all the top ramen juice you drinking.
To 270.
You gotta calm down on that, bro.
Still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania.
Through your nose. That's why you
here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly
This guy's in a hot ass studio. That's why you see this man pulled up his. He pulled up his sleeves.
If Trump gets
He's
Georgia
ready to
and
go.
Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
No, he acted like that meme of Charlie Day in front of the chalkboard. That's what he reminded me of.
Yes, exactly.
Now, as you know, in Nebraska,
Can I tell you? Let me tell you about the
votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here.
Yep.
NBC News is projecting that
I was like,
Donald
they
Trump
casted
will
perfectly when they
win
got him
overall
for
in
Luigi.
Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC
There
News is only comfortable
in HR.
attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in
Yeah,
Nebraska to
that was
Donald
a
Trump.
good
Again, they will
casting
go congressional district by congressional district. There is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or 2 out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump. Per
Nikiba
NBC
Williams.
News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is
Ossoff
NBC's Steve
and,
Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though
Warnock are
we've
still
got
there.
the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10
you
p.m.
really
Eastern,
losing your
closed as of
voice,
more
huh?
than 30 minutes ago. You've still got wicked long lines there in Reno.
Wicked long.
Yeah, the polls are closed. So
Took a
why does
wicked
it
piss
still
up.
sound like 4 o'clock in the afternoon at one of these polling places? In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line, maybe about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county registrar just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking
Oh,
about
shit. I
what
thought that was
lines look
CJ
like
Pearson
after the
for a
polls
second.
closed. There are 10 plus sites in
He
the
lost
county
me when he
with
said
an
this is
hour
one of the
plus
good
wait,
ones.
and one of
Yeah, he
them
heard that
is the
about himself for a
University of
long
Nevada,
time.
Reno,
Yeah.
which is reporting a 3-hour wait. It is 7:35 right now. 35
Yeah, you
minutes
one of them good
after
ones. You were
polls
one
have
of them
closed.
waffle
Now,
colored
here are the
Negro.
problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed. It's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything. 0.0%
close at
reporting
7 o'clock
until
out
at least 3 hours from now, because we're also hearing this is
Damn.
happening in other places around the state. So
Tell me,
not
like,
good news
how does
if
it
you
work?
like sleep. Great news if you're
Is it like a blood bank where the last
Steve, just to be
person that's
clear,
in gets
the
to vote,
long
or
lines there, if we are
do
still
they have to
looking, as you
make
said, at
everybody in
3
that
hours,
line
we're
vote
already
before
more
they
than a
can
half an hour
close?
past when polls are supposed to close in Nevada. If we're looking at 3-hour plus lines, just to totally underscore what you're saying, the state will not report a single vote. They will not report
Say
any
BBL in
data
the
at all
background.
until the last person has voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day, they've got all that stuff banked essentially in terms of knowing who's cast
This is
votes.
Don Lemonade's brother.
We won't hear anything from the state at all until the last person's out of line.
Don Strawberry Lemonade.
You hit it exactly, Rich, which is it's good news because this does
Yeah,
not
peach
indicate that there is
mango.
a voter problem.
Peach
It does not
mango.
indicate that there's necessarily a fraud or a problem with the system. It just means that there are simply incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted.
Kira
We don't know
mentioned
what
a
that
BBL
person
in the
is, but
background.
I imagine that
I'm
that
gonna tell
person
you,
is in one of these
I've noticed
ridiculous
every new nurse, once they get their
Steve
first
Patterson,
nursing
thank you.
check, they
And
go
if you
get a
are within the
BBL.
sound of our voice and you are waiting in one of those long lines in Nevada, do not be dissuaded by the fact that your polling places were supposed to have closed a long time ago and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote. And if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored. You'll never live it down. Honestly,
You don't get the sticker.
stay in line. Also, you don't get the
Where did
sticker,
you
which
put
is
it,
the
Tori?
shame. It's just, I mean,
Also,
it's
you don't get
irredeemable.
the
Let's go to our
sticker.
friend Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of Georgia.
Look at
Yes,
the look on
so
Simone's
Georgia,
face.
in Georgia, Fulton County and
Yo.
Gwinnett County.
Oh shit,
Fulton County
EJ.
was one of the
What he doing
counties
here?
that Steve just had up on the board. They
Why
were
does
both
Simone
targeted
look just like
by
KG's
those
cousin?
bomb threats. Again, to reiterate,
KG.
there were no
That
actual
like
bomb
Magic
threats,
Johnson's
but
son.
I
What you
think
talking
it
about?
shook people in
Take
the
away
state,
your
in those
beard
counties in
and
particular.
look her in the face and
And
tell me
folks
she
who
don't
are,
look
I've
like
talked to
she
three
could be
different
related
people
to
at
you.
this
Tell
point
me the truth.
who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the
Those
vice
shoulders
president,
look very strong.
she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers.
Her
And
neck
right now,
looked
as they
very
stand, she has not
strong.
overwhelmed
It's
them.
David
She
Orr.
overwhelmed
Oh
them. She
shit.
needs to do better than
My
Biden
side.
did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they cautioned that Fulton County's not all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And you know, I'm going to repeat what Tom Winter said because he's very well sourced. But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground the day of.
Okay. Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating
Even if the bomb went off somewhere, Simone Sanders would tackle that bomb, and her shoulders would like deactivate it
what
out
they
of
say
nowhere.
is concern that has been expressed to them, sharp concerns expressed to them by the Harris campaign about the potential effect of
You saying
these
she be
bomb
charging
threats. Again, there
people,
aren't
shoulder
bombs.
charging
There are
people
just
like
bomb
right now?
threats being
No, he
flown
do
out
head charge.
in order to
I say she
disrupt
do
and clear
shoulder
out polling
charging
places.
on
We've
bombs.
seen a number
They call
of
her in with the
court-educated
bomb
and
squad.
election
She
administrators
tackles bombs and it's
to keep
over.
places
She
open
breached.
longer than
She
they otherwise
breached
would have been
rooms.
because
So that
those places had to be cleared out. But there's always, of course, the threat that somebody
she
who has to
breached
go
those
home, they're
rooms
sent home when a
with the
place is
SWAT team.
evacuated,
Those damn
or somebody
shoulders
who's
breaking doors
disturbed
down.
from going in the first place might not come back once the all clear is given. All right, looking ahead, at this point, it's 10:41.
They're like, oh, it's a titanium wall. They're like, bring in Sanders.
Fix your face.
We'll see exactly
She's
what
scanning
happens
the field
tonight,
like,
of
which
course.
one is
David
my
Chalian,
bitch
what are
tonight?
you seeing in the exit polls about the Latino vote?
Yeah, we wanted to look across all three blue wall states that John was just walking us through, looking at this slice of the vote, the Latino vote in the blue wall states. Now, they only make up 6% of the electorate in each of these states, but look at the difference in the margin. So
6%
in Pennsylvania,
in each of these
58%
states.
of the Latino vote.
She likes food
6%
wrapped in
of the
foil.
electorate to
So
Donald
we
Trump's
vote for her.
41%. That's a 17-point advantage. But 4 years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that gap. Similar story.
I got from those Florida Latinos,
The
you know,
Latino
them
vote makes up
adjacent
about
ones.
6% of share. Sorry, not a similar story. Reverse. Donald Trump is winning the Latino vote in Michigan with 60% of the vote. Harris, 35% of the vote. That's a 25% advantage for Trump among Latinos. That is a big change when Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points 4 years ago. That's a 36-point swing in the margin. And if you look at Wisconsin, Harris is at 61% among Latinos, Trump at 38%. Again, 6% of the electorate. These margins matter. That is about where Biden and Trump were 4 years ago. So not a lot of change in the Latino vote in Wisconsin, but a lot of change in Michigan and Pennsylvania towards Trump.
Fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Thanks so much. And let's talk about this with my panel here. Dana Bash, your thoughts.
I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan, in particular Pennsylvania, because there has been so much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, especially the Puerto Rican population there since the Madison Square Garden debacle. Even Donald Trump and the
If
people
any of
around him,
them
even though they're not saying
go
publicly,
crazy for
believe
Trump after
that,
what he said about
what
that,
the
Alan,
comedian did was not helpful.
hey,
And
they
yet,
can hold their own.
And yet, according
They
to
can hold
this
their own
exit poll,
anyway.
it shows that
He was
let's stick with
jump
Trump, that
shooting
Trump is
toilet
doing
paper to them years
way
ago.
better than he did 4 years ago.
They can hold
with
their own
that
regardless.
very
They need to hold their own.
Latino population overall, not necessarily with Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, and let's face it, even before the garbage remark, Trump was making a very concerted effort. He thought, and obviously had reason to believe, that he could make some gains with Latinos, particularly with Latino men. I think there are economic issues that
Not with
all people are
Latinos.
facing. Also, I think cultural issues. There is a real social conservatism, among Latinos, and one of them ads.
You mean white worship?
Trump and a lot of people sort
Exactly.
of wondered about it. Played, I think, more than any other was the transgender ad, and you wonder if it did actually score with social conservatives, and in winning votes for him and turning them away from Kamala Harris. Whatever the reason, you can see tremendous gains. I mean, Michigan, it's extraordinary, just
I
a
think
flip.
we're also used to considering this by straight identity, where the identity that might be key here is rural. And I'd love to hear from John about where the kind of Hispanic heartland is. Where are these voters? And we're looking at the blue wall for a reason, where we're not necessarily talking about the border. You're not necessarily having this fight over your identity. You are the ideal Trump voter in that you are rural and you are more socially conservative.
Since Madison Square Garden, we've been talking, John King, if you're over there at the map, about two particular towns in Pennsylvania, Allentown and Reading. I believe it's Lehigh County and Berks County. Do we have any sense of where the votes are there?
So here, this map you're looking at now just shows you there's not a very large Latino population in Pennsylvania. I'll put that into context in just a minute. But where you do see the deeper shading is where you have the higher population of Latino voters. So you see the concentration in Allentown, that's Lehigh County, and you see the concentration in the Reading area, that's Berks County. You're correct about that. I just want to come out, nationally, so you see the look. Like Pennsylvania has nowhere near the Latino population of a Florida or Texas or Arizona, but in a battleground state, a small population can make the difference, right? So let's come off that and come back into Pennsylvania 2024. Where were they? This is the interesting part. The exit polls are taken of people as they leave the polls, right? We're still counting votes. So some of this may not have kicked in yet in the math, if you will. People say that when they leave the polls. We don't know what precincts or Allentown are in. I don't anyway out here right now. Some of our people can jump at me if they have that information. But Lehigh County, the 10th largest of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania. It's important. It's a blue-collar county. So 53 to 45 right now, only 43% of the vote. So let's watch and see when we get higher up if this percentage changes. But just come out of this and look at 2020, right? Joe Biden, she's about matching Joe Biden. Trump's at 46. I'm going to focus on him. So you come here, he's at 45. And then Berks County here, I come down to. I spent a lot of time in Berks County in this campaign, and it's gone back to being Republican. It was blue earlier, and we're at 92%. So maybe a little bit there, Jake. We'll study a little bit more closely as we go through this.
All right, we have some projections right now. CNN can project that Iowa will go to Donald Trump as expected. Iowa and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. CNN can project. CNN can also project that Kansas will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So that's 12 additional electoral votes for Donald Trump, who now has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 200.
He already had 207
needed to win. Donald Trump holding a sizable lead in the electoral vote as of now, but we are expecting more votes to drop in Democratic strongholds in key battleground states. We're also counting down to the next round of poll closings at 11 p.m. Eastern, when Democrats are expecting to claim a gold mine of electoral votes out west in California. That's all ahead.
Right now, what Bing is showing,
he's going to win California. First time we're looking at it on the night.
Bing is showing Trump is 210, Kamala is 113.
Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite. All right. But Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day 2024 and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just wanted to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
They were not going to change. They were not going to cross that man. Are you nuts?
There's a ton of votes still out there too. This thing could go higher. Anyway,
it's,
back to you
it's a
guys.
little
Okay.
outside the margin of error.
I
Okay.
cooked yesterday.
Let's go to Sandra and get
I
a look
made
because we've been
stir-fried
talking
chicken.
about young
It was
voters,
good.
and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
Sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said
No,
about
California
Hispanic
got more
voters
than
in just a second.
27. I
I'll
think
dive
they
into
have,
age first for you, Martha. And it is
They have
pretty incredible,
54.
some of the data that we're
wanna
seeing
say
in our Fox News voter
53.
analysis. This age group,
They have
65 and
54.
over. Okay.
Something like that.
It is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just
54,
note,
okay.
Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. I want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we're seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic
so you just
vote.
skipped the black
because
voters,
this
huh?
also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by
course she did.
24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women, underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some
They
interesting
don't want
stories
the people to
developing
know,
with the
you know,
younger
how much
voters
black men and black
Hispanic
women
vote out there.
influence this
Brett and
election.
Martha, as you
You
know,
know
we have
what
heard it
that
on
black
the ground.
vote-
A
that
lot of
black
those
vote, they finna
American
save
Hispanic
that.
voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially
Very.
that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20
Especially
gap
that
we're
Hispanic
seeing,
vote.
we've been seeing it for a long
Yeah,
time.
they ignoring
We've been
us.
talking about
Yep.
it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters. Brett, it's a very seismic
Which
change.
which means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed at this desk that it does to those 3 blue wall states being her chance of victory on a very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very
And
long
it'd be
indeed.
from the Hispanic vote,
Well,
won't
it's
it?
a significant.
Shut your ass
You
up.
know what? I'm not surprised. They know it's the black vote.
They know what it is.
They know it's the black vote that's
Yo, she
fucking
got the
up this
Colonel
election.
Sanders thing on. Look, why she dressed like Colonel Sanders?
Because that's her grandfather's father.
Well, we're gonna let him talk. Damn, Trump lead went down 2% in North Carolina. All right. He went down to almost 3%. Oh, he went a little under 3% in Georgia. Here we go. It's gonna be fun.
Hey, remember, kid, that's what they betting on is NC. They hoping they lose NC. Hoping Charlotte run everything.
Mm-hmm. Trump's at what, 50% in the NC? Harris is at what, 48?
Fun times. Just give her goddamn California already, and let's get to the show. Come on.
We already
Ways,
know California's going that way.
Hispanic
so
family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show
they have not.
politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that
Well, if my voice don't go
She's the
out
wrong race.
tomorrow, there will be a video coming. I'm going to eviscerate New York.
Over what?
New York, you have been chosen for examination. And you're not going to like what I'm going to say.
how people were coming home. This is a very different race.
Hold on one
than
second.
some people
David
thought.
Goff said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states,
Right.
and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned, she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He
Just
said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a
that helps.
confidence from him that, and Democrats abound that there was, and
All right, we
even
gotta
up to early this
Well,
season.
all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage.
How the hell did Kamala go from
this
112 to
century in county
113?
with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here.
I think they're going to give him
Also, in the
cocaine,
WOW counties,
caffeine.
the question coming into tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016. He won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but that is a county, few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where the votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in. Each person kind of scanning in what's inside. And then once it's scanned, the memory cards go inside what we're kind of calling this almost fishbowl-like situation. This is just this very large plexiglass surrounded area in the middle of this giant warehouse where the votes are being tabulated. And you see the 3 people that are seated right there in the black at the computers. Those people have been in there diligently throughout the night, tabulating and uploading the results. They started with the early vote count. They've been going, and you hear right now, I think you hear a loudspeaker. These are people who are actually announcing that another precinct has come in. Every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right here, guys.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blaine Alexander for us in Fulton County at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blaine just reported, that the spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m.
So
Eastern,
California
and
just
poll
called
closings
Kamala.
in 4 western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United
She's
States.
gonna be running for governor of
4
California.
closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and
she's
Oregon.
gonna lose.
In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California.
She's not a California
NBC News can
native.
also project a winner in the presidential
got
race
shut
in
out. None of
Idaho.
her parents are from
Republican
here,
Donald
knocked
Trump
up.
projected to be the winner of the
She raised
presidential
in
race.
Canada. What?
The Pacific Northwest in Washington State. The presidential race in Washington State projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon, the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall electoral college. The electoral vote map right now. Donald
Governor
Trump
of North India, correct.
214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145 electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called as we're watching vote continue to come in all of them. Right now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called. This is Georgia.
Ted Cruz back in office? Jesus Christ.
About 136,000 votes.
Oh, he won?
Between the two
Yeah,
candidates.
I just got the news flash.
Too close to call. A difference of about 119,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Michigan. Too close to call. A difference of just under 75,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Wisconsin. Also too close to call. Fewer than 30,000
Damn, by
votes
53%,
separating
huh?
the two candidates.
You just like
Over to North
scoured past.
NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call. Over to Arizona.
Yeah, they're only
NBC News projects
68%.
the race is too early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got interesting Senate races in some of the states that just closed. In California, where Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey. That
Baseball
Senate race in
guy.
California is too early to call.
Huh.
I'm being informed by the control room that baseball guy
Steve
is
Garvey.
not the
Oh,
right,
okay.
right thing to call him.
I thought I heard Harvey for a second. I took my eyes off
In
the
the Senate
screen.
race in Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call in the Senate race in Washington State. This is the Senate.
Yeah, Kira, Skid Row, which is they're trying to clean up for the Olympics. So I think he's throwing all those homeless addicts into a pit somewhere.
Yeah,
Like a
Skid
wolf.
Row, where it was right down the street where I grew up from. Well, not right down the street, but a ways down the street, where they ain't gave a damn about that place for literally 20 years, maybe 40
So
years.
again, we don't have many more. We don't have many more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight. We got one at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed.
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about message.
She's younger than Kamala, and look how well she speaks.
Part of our base.
Look how she answers questions.
I will say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to.
She's at 193 all of a sudden.
Blue wall. And this morning,
Where?
we were talking about.
Hold on.
Look at the scorecard they just put up. They put up 193 to 216. What I'm looking at does not say that.
Yeah, I'm
looking.
looking.
It says a scorecard. Oh, it says 179 to 214.
sorry.
The scorecard that they put up said
Thoughts on that?
193
All right.
to
wrong with the Republican Party and
We're
why
watching them cheat live.
Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach.
very much so.
What happened?
That we're watching them cheat live.
Yeah, look, he called the score, right? He said
I
like
just
Kamala's
want
score
this
just
shit to be
went
over
from
with.
like 92 to like
It went from 170
got
something
California.
to one. No.
These are
When she took
They're
California,
giving her
it went to
California. They're giving her the West
170.
Coast, so that's why her number jumped
Very
up
much
like
the West
that.
Coast.
Right,
Yep.
but when she took
Washington
California,
State.
it jumped up to 179. All of a sudden, it went from 179 to like 190 or
of the
something.
electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself, and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight, and
the Georgia map. And again, this one, I'll say this again, I'm a broken record. 2024 is not 2020.
Why
There's
he
not
look
as
like
many
Greg
mail-in ballots.
Grunberg from
We won't have
Heroes.
as many large percentages of Democratic votes coming in the days after. But Donald Trump was ahead by more than 200,000 votes at this point 4 years ago. So let's just be cautious for the sake of being cautious. And yet, at the same time, I just said that, I want to tell you, he's 136,000 votes ahead in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes last cycle. 88% of the vote is in. So where is the live outstanding vote? Live outstanding vote. This is where in the Harris campaign, you're just hoping that overnight, these Democratic areas report not just their votes, but a lot of votes. You're hoping turnout exceeds your expectations. So you see down here in the Savannah area, this is where the races are
Is
won.
this CNN going in on Kamala?
The suburbs around it. So let's come out of that map. And again, here's the key point. Fulton County, 90% of the vote is in. Yes, she's getting 72% of the vote. Just want to check, compare that. It's a little below where President Biden was, but it's close. But remember, he won the state by 11,000 votes. So she can't really afford to be below him anywhere, or not by much anyway. You move over to Cobb County, 91% in. This is a big suburban county, right? So 91%, you have some change to make up there. She's at 57% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 56, so she's running equal, maybe a little bit ahead there. So let's come over to DeKalb County here. Let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left. Again, large, very Democratic.
Don't tell me last minute now CNN want to call it straight.
East of Atlanta. Let's just check 2020. Biden getting 83. 81, 83. You might think at home that's not that big of a difference. In a race that's very close, yes, it can be a big difference. So we have to watch at the moment. Let's come out. Let's do it this way. Come back to 2024. And let's just pop in this and see where's Harris underperforming. Where is Harris underperforming Joe Biden? In a state Joe Biden won by 11,000 votes, you can't really underperform. And she's underperforming in 28 of the 159 counties, right? So we have more votes to be counted. We're not done yet. This is not a final glimpse. But you see out in these rural areas, this is part of the secret of Joe Biden's win in 2020. He got his butt kicked by Donald Trump in these small rural counties. But he did better than Hillary Clinton. Blue-collar workers, rural workers, people who work with their hands. Joe Biden did just a little bit better. And in a state decided by 11,000 votes, that can matter. So again, you asked me about the map. We're not done. We're going to count. The Harris campaign will update us. They know their counties. We have people on the ground asking the people, our vote desk with Pam Brown, what votes are still outstanding. But if you look at this map right now, I want to switch. Well, let's just check real quickly where we are in Wisconsin. 61%. I want to check Milwaukee. This is where, okay, only at 53% in Milwaukee. Black turnout in Milwaukee better be huge in the uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good. They didn't say it was great. They said it was good. And I asked if it was great, and they said it was good. So we'll see how that plays out. Dane County, 74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to be a broken record, 75%. A percentage point can matter, underperforming by just a little bit. And so she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%. So we got a long way to go in battleground Michigan. We'll come back out here. And this one is the biggest. I'm going to show you why in just a second. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've been saying it for weeks. 19 electoral votes, the largest of the battleground states out there. 72% in, 178,000 vote lead. That's a healthy lead. Now, again, let's look. There's a lot of votes. This is what happened. Remember 2020. Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes, mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted. than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want. One little quirky thing: Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show
CNN would have been
the
reporting
stakes
like this
for the Harris
whole
campaign
last 2
right now.
years,
As the
Kamala
count in
might be
North
winning.
Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher, the importance, if Donald Trump, if, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two.
Did that shit
And
just
he
jump
won
to
that one both times,
216?
2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost by
235,
11,000 votes
216.
in
I'm
2020.
not
So
saying
not at all
either of those.
inconceivable in history and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me.
It's still
If that
145 to
happens,
211.
Harris cannot
Okay,
lose that.
what I'm looking at is
Why can she not lose
179
that?
to
Because
214.
251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds the leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that. Just cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps, please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
Stop the cap.
All day.
We're allowed to be biased. We've just learned, as John was focusing in on
Well, they say
the
Lauren Boebert won Colorado.
mail-in ballots. That
She
is
wasn't
something
gonna
that we
lose.
have all been waiting for.
Yeah,
I
she
just
wasn't
learned
in
from a source
danger of
close
losing
to
either.
the counting process
Mark
that the
Robinson
next
lost in
batch,
North
the
Dakota,
second
North
batch
Carolina.
of mail ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m. That will be tens of
I guess
thousands
that's what happened on your
of ballots.
Pornhub
They're
get
still
out there.
going through it. So narrowing that number down any further, not possible.
Because
at this
he's not
time.
white.
We'll
If
continue
he was
working
white
with it.
and his
But it will be
Pornhub got
tens
out
of
there, it wouldn't be a
thousands
problem.
of mail ballots that will be
Oh,
posted
he'd have been
at
making videos on
11:55
there.
just before midnight, adding to
And
what
making
was
money.
the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots,
In
which is
office.
just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to, as John has been talking about. Once you get that 50% of the 50% of the vote in, then you can really start seeing where things are headed. And what we're seeing in Philadelphia, they're not yet at 50%. They're getting closer to it. And these mail-in ballots, when they post at 11:55, will get them quite a bit more there.
All right, Kate,
Jake.
thanks so much. Let's go to the other side of the Commonwealth. Brian Todd's at a vote counting center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status of the vote there?
Jake, the bottom line is we're heading to the finish line very quickly here in Allegheny County. I'm with David Voy, the election divisions manager of the county. David, it's going to be counted all pretty soon. By midnight, about how much of the vote do you think will be in?
So I believe we're roughly 98% now that have reported. I believe by midnight, we're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98.
And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now.
All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that it will not be are any military or overseas ballots, which they have an extra week to return their ballots, and they'll be scanned in later.
And an illustration is right behind us of the votes coming in. Explain to our viewers what these are and where they're going to be put.
So these yellow bags are the physical paper ballots that voters have voted. They're put in these bags and sealed and locked. The seal numbers are traced for chain of custody, and they will be locked up and kept here.
Just how smoothly has it gone? Because we've heard that it's gone incredibly smoothly here in Allegheny.
So this crew that works here on election day, they've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots at 8:02. And, you know, by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to be outstanding after midnight tonight?
Just the provisional ballots, which we were sworn in on Friday to start our return board. That is our recount. That's when we'll start researching those provisionals, see how many we have, and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count and get into the system next week.
Any sense of how many of those there are?
Less than 4,000 total.
David, thank you very much. Great update. All right, guys, back to you. Allegheny County, close to the finish line here.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. Let's get more on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, take us through what is left to
CNN
be
start
counted, what's
reporting
outstanding.
regular news
Well, it's a good
now.
question what's going on in the collar
Jeez.
counties around Philadelphia. These are the blue leaning collar counties that the Harris campaign has been trying to drive up turnout. That's Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery counties where results have been slowly coming in. So I just spoke to an official in Chester County. An official there tells me that they just released a large batch of mail-in ballots. So that release was 60,673. And by 1 a.m., I'm told they'll see more results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory card, drive it in. It's a large county. Now, total ballots counted so far, like this is the universe, right, is 151,950. And then I should note the ballots cast in person today there in this key Collier County is 91,277 per this official. Let's go over to Bucks County. This is another critical Collier County, as John King has been talking about all night. I'm told results will trickle in as these data cards are being driven from the polling places. An official I was just in touch with, texting with there in Bucks, says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note that the state will be required to report the outstanding early votes by midnight.
Jonathan, who is we?
Picture soon there in this critical battleground Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, fascinating. And she was just talking about Bucks County. Walk us through Bucks County. This is where
Bernie Moreno won.
big events that Liz Cheney really making a play.
Here we go.
For Republican women, especially in Bucks County.
And for Haley vote. Nikki Haley got 155,000 votes in the Pennsylvania primary long after she was out of the race. So that was one piece of the competition.
Of course, Adam Schiff was going to win.
Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the Collier counties. She sees at 50%, the vice president, if you round up. Again, President Biden was at 52 if you round him up. You say that's not a huge difference. But Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter. And right now that number is not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that the state of Oregon will go to Kamala Harris as expected. Oregon,
Really?
with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the
You
Democrat
predicting
Kamala Harris. Let's take a
Oregon?
look at the electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes. 270 are needed
Oregon
to
is a
win. Let's take a
liberal
look at the
state,
key races now.
but they still,
Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead
Republican.
there, 49.6%.
But that's my point.
Vote.
They're
Kamala
sitting
Harris
there acting
right
as if
behind
they're
him,
predicting it.
49.5%
It was
of
already
Donald
known
Trump
that
with a
she was
roughly
going to get
3,000
those
vote
8
lead.
points.
That's with 51%
That's my
of the
point. Like
estimated vote
what
in
I'm looking
from
at
the
is
state of
showing
Arizona.
that
In
she's
Ballard,
at
Wisconsin, Donald Trump
179
maintaining his
and
lead.
he's at 214.
50.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48%.
It's
of the
because
vote.
Washington
Donald
and
Trump
Oregon
with a
have to
more
be
than
thrown in
50,000
there.
vote lead right now with 63% of the estimated
How-
vote in
they're all
from the
the way
Badger
on the
State. In the
fucking
Commonwealth
West
of
Coast.
Pennsylvania,
How
Donald
they
Trump
done
maintaining his
already?
lead, 51% of
they
the
got
vote.
more
Kamala
population.
Harris
They're
has
not done.
47.9% of the vote. Donald
They're
Trump with
not
more than
done.
But how they count them?
165,000 more
Because
votes than Kamala
that
Harris.
state's
It's a
already go
prediction.
to her.
Yeah, it's a prediction.
You ain't got no honey, lemon,
These are
and
just
tea,
projections. They can
KJ?
always change, but they expect those states to go to each party. Like the West Coast is usually supposed to go to the Democrats, just like they get the Northeast.
You ain't got no lemon and honey tea, man.
Nah, that all comes from this man talking shit on Bucky's. That just started fucking with his throat out of nowhere. You okay?
Of the vote. Kamala Harris with
Beaver
47.9%
nuggets
of the
done
vote.
got caught.
Donald Trump has a
Them
more than
beaver nuggets.
150,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote in. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris is in the lead, 50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Harris has a more than 40,000 vote
Shit is
lead over
disappointing every
Donald
time I
Trump
look at it.
with
When you let
1/3,
your guests-
What's his name?
33% of the vote.
Well, he was
Especially
fired.
Michigan.
John
He
King?
start getting sick.
So Jake, just going through some of these counties,
Especially
in Pennsylvania
Michigan.
again,
Especially
Joe Biden
because
won the
of
state.
Flint.
Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes.
Yeah,
right?
what
His
happened
birth
to
state
black
is from Delaware
YouTube
now, but he was born
content
in
creators
Pennsylvania. That was one of the
church?
things that helped him, is because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So
What
where
you
are we
mean?
now
We
in
right here.
2024? I was just looking here. This is Lackawanna County.
No,
This
I'm
is where
looking
Joe Biden
at the
was
ones
born.
that I
Flint,
came into
Pennsylvania.
YouTube
You say, well, the vice
watching.
president's winning
Now
with
they do
51%,
celebrity
but Donald
gossip
Trump's
on
at
me. I'm like,
48,
I
right?
don't
So again,
care.
in a
You're
close
absolutely
battleground
correct.
state, margins within some of these counties can matter.
One of the most
She's at
disappointing
51.
ones is
Joe Biden
fucking
4
Jada
years ago
Black,
was at
man.
54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there. You say, oh, that's only 9,000
I want to
votes.
hear
Right?
about
Well,
Cardi
if you're
B's
trying now,
relationship.
you're
Who
trying to
gives
make
a
up
shit?
this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president, 42. So there she's competing, not so bad. There. So you're just looking for the pieces as you come through. Carbon County, 65 for Trump. In 4 years ago, 72%.
You see, they showing the counties. The
That's
counties don't break up
white
like the
workers, blue
like
collar
the
workers,
vote
high
do.
school educated
You know
workers.
what I mean?
Like
Check
the
back.
cities, yeah.
The state is the state. You know what I mean? It don't go county and all my votes go for the county like the electoral votes do. So they're doing this. They're switching the story. They're changing the vibe. You get me? That's not how they really get counted.
Well, you gotta say that again.
All right, so what he's trying to do is count up the counties like their electoral votes within the state, right? Look, the state
No,
gets the
he's
popular votes,
counting. He's counting the percentages.
right, within the counties. Like that means
Right,
something.
you have to
though.
get a certain amount of counties in each state to get the state.
No, but the state? The state goes by the popular vote. It doesn't matter how much is in each county or
Some
whatever.
states,
It goes by
some
the popular
states
vote.
go by the popular vote, not all states.
Well, I might be incorrect then. Correct me if
Yeah,
I'm wrong.
some states are not required to go by the popular vote like other
You're
states.
kind of right, but you're also kind of wrong. Because the states, damn, my throat is going.
Were you eating chicken noodle soup? If
Every
that's what-
county's different. We know
Soda
that.
on the side.
They put too much pepper in that damn on them
No,
yams.
it's not that. I've been talking all day. It's not that because I've
Get you
strained
some
my
water,
voice.
bro.
I've been like talking since this morning, so it's all good. Like I said, 12 o'clock. I'm shutting this down. So
He had to battle ABL, so it's over with.
fuck ABL. That man's a whole grifter. He can kiss my ass.
Oh, Roger Thomas looking like what's happening now, looking like
No,
motherfucker.
that's why I said. That's why you lost your voice because you said "fuck ABL" too loud.
Never that.
You did scream that out.
They're fake them at.
They're more concerned with which counties are going for who, so it'll make it easier for them to figure out who's gonna win that state.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was yelling at him when they said, "Hey, why are you so focused on Metro Atlanta? He's not winning that.
Right now they got her
Focus on
at-
the other counties."
Right now they got Kamala at 187. They got Trump at 230.
But they every time they go to these battleground states, they go straight to these major cities. He's not winning those. But you know, they want to make it exciting, so whatever. Let's let him have it.
And it looks like he's doing that again tonight, even while improving his margins in the collar counties, as opposed to what happened 4 years ago.
Well, we don't have the raw numbers yet, obviously, because we're at 70%, but he's at 22 if you round that up, 117,000 votes. Let's
He
just go
gonna
back
get
and
him
look.
some lemon
He's on
juice.
certainly
He'll
on
be
track.
right
To, if he keeps the percentage he's at now, right? He's at 18% there, and he had 132,000 votes. He's at 117,000 votes, and we still got 30% of commit. So you're sure looks like he's overperforming 2020. We're not done yet. But it sure looks like that. And then, so the analysis afterwards
Senate
would be,
at 48-40.
is it black voters in Philadelphia? There's some
Republicans.
suburban areas
The
outside
House
of
is
Philadelphia
at
there.
166,
White voters there as well.
113.
But that would be the analysis afterwards. The thing that strikes me is we're going through these states.
And
The thing you heard in the last
winning,
week
she's
from the Harris people
underperforming.
is that we're on the ground. Our labor allies are on the ground.
And
Our
watch, we're
progressive
gonna wake
groups
up
are on
and
the
they gonna
ground.
say
Our
Kamala
LGBTQ
won.
groups are on the ground. We're knocking on doors and we don't see the
I ain't holding my breath on that shit.
Right?
Let your heart rate down out there. Contract,
young man. I was in
they was definitely trying to set
7 or
me
8
up.
of
They
these battleground
racist,
states.
bro.
One of the things in this whole
John was trying to
election
tell me, like,
process,
yeah, he's like, man, they
and
don't
this
like
is the
this
show
because
that
you
comes
live
to
like, you know what I'm
town
saying?
every 4
It
years.
was organic.
My ZZ tone and all
Trump
of that, so he
campaign
knew
says,
what it was, you know what I'm
text
saying?
and phone calls more
You have
Hey Don, I think you
Democrats
got
think
some
it's
other
not
shit
gonna
playing
work.
or something.
Hey Don, I don't know what you got
That's
going on
gonna
over
be a
there, bro, but
conversation
it's
about
like
motivating and
echoing
turning out
into
voters
your
in
microphone,
this
family.
technology.
Oh, you can-
What
oh,
works
okay,
best? What kind of
okay.
contact works best?
Can you hear
Or
anything now?
No, you're
the
good.
vice president's campaign, well, they say she only
No,
had
I was
110
looking at
days.
another
Didn't have enough time to introduce herself.
how they're
You know,
projecting
but
it
that
on
part we're
another
not done yet.
on another
But
thing.
that's
But
what's
at
going
any
to
rate,
happen. You know, if that happens, who's
the
your
way
finger
that
pointing in the Democratic
these
Party? We're not there yet. But
congressional
as you watch this map fill
districts
in, another thing that is
break
distinctive
down
at the moment, we're
within
not done yet.
the states and within the counties determines the number of electoral college votes that the individuals get. So like, you know, here in California, you have densely populated areas like LA or Southern California, you know, LA, San Diego. Those are primarily the densely populated areas in Southern California. Then in Northern California, the densely populated areas is the Greater Bay Area. And so, you know, that Greater Bay Area extends almost to Sacramento. Sacramento's just another, if the capital wasn't there, you wouldn't have nothing there. But it gives equal weight or voice to those areas that are less populated. Like, I know, you know, California has a lot of farmland. Well, there aren't that same number of people. So it's supposed to balance the, you know, the scales. But it's also, you know, anytime you have any situation that can't be measured accurately, that's an opportunity for corruption. So, you know, so that's how you get the, oh, well, and the West Coast getting voted, you know, the votes go last. Oh, well, you know, that's where, you know, her stronghold is. That's a Democratic stronghold. And they were able to pull out those, you know, electoral college votes, and that's how she won, you know, regardless of the fact that, you know, he won the popular vote by 2/3, you know, that kind of stuff. So anyway, it's all a show because they already, you know, determined who.
Much love to you, family, but I gotta disagree with you on that because the founding fathers already said that
these
they
PDF
literally
file
didn't
captures,
want the citizens to be able
we warned
to
y'all they gonna start
elect
coming
the
out
president.
here and fighting
I'm
back.
sorry, what? They literally give the citizens what?
No,
they
these
did
PDF
not want
file catches.
Go ahead.
You were saying they literally gave the founding fathers gave what?
No, the
No, I ain't
founding
saying nothing about no
fathers.
founding fathers.
I said the founding fathers literally
I
did
said
not want
PDF catchers.
to give the average citizen
losing
the
my
right to
voice.
select.
They're not
the
founding
people.
fathers, they're PDF catchers.
We heard you, KG.
Yeah, no, I'm saying they out here getting rocked out here. by
Ask
these
KG,
PDF
does he
files.
have me muted?
I was trying to hear what he was saying about the founding fathers and so forth and so on. What were you saying?
I ain't say nothing about that.
Not you, KG.
Oh, you talking about this dude?
Service brought it to the
No.
executive director's attention.
Was a brother in the chat. I mean, on the panel.
Ask him if
I
he
don't know.
got me muted.
He got muted?
Do you got the Church of Black Power muted?
No.
Don Ben?
No.
I didn't mute him.
Right, so it's the Church of
No.
Black Power that's talking to you. That's who you was talking to.
Okay, I can't hear him.
I can't hear him.
I can't hear him.
That's what I'm saying. KG
He
can't hear me.
He must be self-muted.
No,
Because I can hear all y'all. We all still talking.
No, I'm
This
saying
nigga's
KG, he must not be able to hear me for some reason.
I don't know.
But at any rate, I really wanted to hear what he had to say because I was starting to hear dribble. And I'm kind of like, yeah, bruh, no. You really don't understand how this works.
I don't know. And it don't look like they're going to do anything, so
What
I'm
I-
finna go to sleep.
Hey, you can't go to sleep not knowing who your next president gonna be.
I already told y'all November 6th is a regular day for me. I don't care.
Exactly.
Like, to you, it was the most
I just
important
happen
day
now
of your
have
life.
the day off, so
yeah.
For me, it
I
was
got
just
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Nobody.
Hey, look, you might go to work and you don't have a
I'm
job
off
because
tomorrow.
it'd be a bunch of Venezuelans
I'm off tomorrow, so if they do that, they're gonna have to pay me. If y'all want me to leave it up, I'll leave it up, but I ain't gonna be here.
It's gonna be an absentee. It's gonna be an
I'm gonna be an
orphan
absentee streamer.
orphan stream.
I really, I knew they weren't gonna pick anybody tonight. I knew.
Oh
this.
no! They gotta work their magic.
Of course. So
just like the Hillary deal.
Because you see how they keep the numbers too low, 211 to 153. That ain't.
They gotta keep it close.
If they had it like 250 to like 190 or something,
yeah,
then it'd be
he
like,
told
all
that
right, I
man,
can go to sleep on
you
that.
gotta make a show out of it, because he could easily landslide her in
No,
July.
this the Hunger Games.
Look, he could have had it wrapped up in August, but he had to go run his mouth the wrong way.
And pick that VP that he did.
The VP wouldn't have mattered.
Exactly.
All he had to do was keep it on the policy. That's it. All he had to do was keep it on the policy.
I mean, did his VP matter before? Not really.
No, Mike Pence was just there.
No,
he was there for the evangelicals.
Peg in the wheel.
Right.
You know what I mean? See, the thing about it is, you really got to look at these people's backgrounds and where they come from. See, you know, we think that Barack Obama was a nobody. You know, he was an activist and
No, that nigga related George Bush and all of them.
It goes deeper than that. It goes much deeper than that. With his mother and his father.
I was saying that earlier. Like we need to. My bad.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
heard somebody.
You about to hear this outro? I'm going to sleep. I'll see y'all in the morning. My voice gets better. I'll see you in the morning.
All right, peace and black power to everybody on the panel. Shut up.
You tried for 12, you only 11 and a half. Leave me alone. I got all the energy, but I ain't got no voice. So, y'all, maybe we'll wake up and we'll have a president, a new president. So, it is what it is. All right, y'all. Y'all take care. Stay safe. Thank you for being part of this stream. Because I ain't never doing this again. And you know what to do when the agents of chaos come to mess up your existence.
Wait around. Yep. Smart. Yeet and get out.
Time's up. But did we have a good time here? Hello?
At the end of the day got to end.
That's it.